Chapter 147. A few days ago, Raymond suddenly received a call from Emilio Bassini, the head of the Mafia Bassini family. "Raymond, are you interested in making a deal?" Bassini asked. "Emilio Bassini, what do you old fox want to do?" Raymond spoke rudely to Bassini. Outsiders think that the Irish and the Mafia are in the same situation, and they often fight for turf and profit, thinking that they will not have any contact, but in fact, sometimes in order to make money, there will be communication between the two sides. Certainly, friends are definitely not counted. Everything is for profit only. Bassini didn't care about Raymond calling himself an old fox, and smiled and said, "Are you interested in Los Angeles?" "What do you mean? Los Angeles is Siegel's site. What do you want to do?" Raymond asked, puzzled. Bassini said bitterly, "That Siegel lied to us. He took money from us and invested in a casino in Las Vegas. He invested millions in it, but the casino was only open for 3 months. Just shut down. So much money, he must have been embezzled. He must vomit this money. We are ready to deal with him. Get the casino." Raymond had heard of Siegel's construction of a casino, which has now become a joke on the road. Raymond understood a little. "You want to kill Siegel, and Los Angeles will be vacant by then. Are you going to trade Los Angeles with me?" Siegel's Jewish gang occupies the best turf in Los Angeles, and their property is estimated to be worth several million. Bassini said. "It is false to say that Raymond is indifferent." "Then what do you want?" Raymond asked. "It's very simple. We want Las Vegas. After the event is completed, Las Vegas will be owned by several of our families. Irish gangs can't force them into grabbing business." Bassini wrote. In other words, Bassini intends to use the Los Angeles site to exchange Irish help with Raymond not to enter Las Vegas to grab business. In fact, Bassini paid nothing for this business. The so-called Jewish gang's millions of assets have nothing to do with him, and Raymond didn't have to pay anything. There was no Irish industry in Las Vegas. Now the ruler of Las Vegas is still Siegel. Raymond only needs to give a nod to enter Las Vegas. Gas promise. The real loss is Siegel. The Jewish gang's turf industry was divided up. The Las Vegas industry was snatched by the 4 major families. In this way, the 2 old foxes reached a deal, and Raymond found his strategist, David, and asked him to go to Los Angeles to talk to Hemingways. There is no complete affiliation between the gangs. Although Hemingways is an Irish gang, he is not under Raymond. Raymond wants to get a share in Los Angeles, so naturally he has to trade with Hemingways. Raymond first called Hemi Weiss, and David arrived in Los Angeles the next day. He was actually a little bit resistant to Raymond's intention to intervene in Los Angeles. David smiled. "Hami, do you think you can unify the entire Los Angeles underground world with your strength?" Hemi Weiss was taken aback. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew he didn't have that ability. Not to mention the reunification, even in Los Angeles, his North Shore gang only ranked 3rd. Los Angeles was originally ranked Jewish, North Shore, Spanish, and Mexican gangs, but now it is ranked Jewish, Bills, North Shore, and Mexican gangs. After the Bills gang appeared, they forced the North Bank gang abruptly, let alone unify the underground world. "Hemi, do you want to be the underground emperor of Los Angeles?" David asked. Hemi Weiss was a bit short of breath as David said, "The underground emperor." That was the pinnacle of his dream life. Just like when Al Capone was in Chicago, Raymond was in Detroit. Capone controlled the mayor and councilors, and Raymond controlled Detroit's unions. They could all be called the underground emperor. "Of course," Hemi Weiss affirmed. Chairman Raymond said. "As long as we cooperate, this goal can be achieved." After the unification of Los Angeles will still be yours. We only need to share the profit. "How about?" David said. "What are you going to do?" Hemi Weiss asked. David approached Hemi Weiss' ear and whispered a few words. The more Hemi Weiss listened, his eyes brightened. "There will be infighting within the Mafia. Someone will kill Siegel. Siegel will die. The entire Jewish gang will have no leader." Raymond also promised to send people to help him. First, destroy the Jewish gang, then other gangs, and finally unify Los Angeles. Until then, Hemingway is the Underground Emperor of Los Angeles. The desire for the Underground Emperor defeated reason. Hemingway agreed to cooperate with Raymond. The two sides negotiated how to divide the interests. In the end, Hemingway agreed that the profits of the North Bank gang would be shared with Raymond in the future. 16%. But Hemingway also has a request. Within 3 years, Raymond must help him become a member of the Irish Joint Commission. David called Raymond to communicate, and Raymond agreed. This is where the underground transaction is reached. In the next few days, 60 or 70 people came from Detroit one after another. These people are all good hands under Raymond. The North Shore Gang also prepared a fighting force of about 200 people. Just today, several news came one after another. The 4 major families in New York officially took action against the Corleone family, killing the eldest son of the Corleone family, Sonny, and sending someone to assassinate the third son, Mike. In the evening, Siegel and Fred were at home when the killer broke in and shot them into a sieve. It is now certain that the internal strife in the mafia has begun. Raymond sneered when he heard the news. The biggest damage to an organization is not from external enemies, but often because of divisions within the organization. In the past, the mafia was very powerful and always overwhelmed other forces. This time the 5 major clans rally will definitely involve other mafia families. The 24 mafia families will not be spared. Regardless of the final outcome, the mafia will inevitably decline after this incident. Bassini always thinks he's very smart, but he's actually a fool who only cares about his immediate interests. Vito Corleone is the one who can see the world best. But those guys are going to kill him. A group of ignorant guys. I'm afraid it will not end well. However, this is good news for the Irish. The time has come for the Irish to rise and surpass the mafia. Raymond called David in Los Angeles and told him he was ready to do it. That's it. Jaime Weiss sent someone to arrest Alan Payne. Swipe. Jaime Weiss drew a revolver from the waist of his next man, and put it on top of Alan Payne's head, making Alan Payne shiver with fright. Ellen, if you don't want to die, I advise you to choose to submit to the current affairs, or tomorrow your body will float in the Los Angeles River. Alan Payne looked tangled. Jaime, it's useless for you to persecute me. You know who I am, just a strategist of the Jewish gang. The gangs are all Fred people. Even if I let them surrender, I'm afraid they won't listen to me. Jaime thought for a while and wanted to take back the gun. He believed Alan's words, because in the North Shore Gang, the stewards and the commanders were all his own, and if his military commanders wanted to betray him, these people would certainly not listen. Jaime looked at David. Mr. David, what do you think should be done now? David thought for a while. Let's do it. Send someone to the Jewish gang's property, and kill them if anyone resists. Not long after, dozens of cars left the station of the North Bank gang and rushed in all directions. The Jewish gang's industries mainly include gambling, smuggling of tobacco and alcohol, loan sharks and brothels. 3 of the 4 casinos are in the Jewish gang and 1 is in the Bill gang. In the business of smuggling tobacco and alcohol, there is a huge warehouse on the Jewish gang, and the value of tobacco and alcohol stored in it is no less than hundreds of thousands. At this time, it was 11 o'clock in the evening, and there were very few vehicles on the street, and dozens of cars roaring by were very conspicuous. A convoy came to pour the tobacco and liquor storeroom. The iron door of the storehouse was closed tightly, and a large truck rushed past the iron door fiercely. Boom! The iron door was knocked open at once. Dozens of Irish men armed with machine guns rushed into the warehouse. People from the Jewish gang found that something was wrong and came out with guns. They were greeted by a burst of fire. Da bang bang bang. Several Jewish gangs guarding the warehouse were immediately killed. The Irish occupied the Jewish gang's tobacco and liquor storeroom as quickly as possible. They led the group to the storeroom and turned on the lights. The huge storeroom was filled with cigarettes and red wine, and suddenly laughed. Ha ha, this is a fortune now. There are estimated to be hundreds of thousands of tobacco and alcohol in this warehouse. More than just tobacco and alcohol warehouses. The other teams of the Irish rushed to other businesses of the Jewish gang. At the same time, Hardy received an urgent notice from Henry Boss. The North Shore gang suddenly made a big move. It attacked the Jewish gang's tobacco and alcohol warehouse, casino, and brothel, and also occupied the Jewish gang office building. What should I do? Hardy was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that it would be an Irishman who did it. Are the Irish preparing to take advantage of the fire, or have they reached an agreement with others? But no matter what the reason, Hardy would not let them succeed. Hardy turned his mind and told Henry, "You notify all the patrolling convoys to go to support these places. You are reading www.uukanzu.com, and ask Lanster to notify the Los Angeles Police Department that there has been a large-scale gang attack, and the police are required to be sent." Putting down the phone, Hardy looked at Bill next to him and smiled. "Bill, do you want to kill the Irish gang?" "Of course," Bill said. The Bills and the Jews have a good relationship. Because of Hardy's relationship, they have a good relationship with the Chinese gang. Mexicans dare not provoke the Bills. The only thing they don't deal with is the Irish. The Irish do things fiercely. The Bills used to interact with them for profit. There have been several conflicts. The Irish are now aggressively moving to conquer the Jewish gang. Their lair is bound to be empty. You are ready to manpower, and when I hear from me, we may be able to kill those Irish people in one fell swoop tonight. The so-called praying mantis catches the cicada or oriole. The North Shore gang shot. Hardy didn't worry anymore. He was afraid that the enemy would hide in the dark and come blatantly. He really wasn't afraid of anyone in this neighborhood of Los Angeles. Chapter 148. Police Chief Ed was already asleep and was woken up by the phone in the middle of the night. He was very impatient when his subordinates told him that the North Shore gang and the Jewish gang were fighting. He was so scared that he immediately became sober. "What? You said that the North Shore gang and the Jewish gang were fighting? How could it be possible?" Director Ed was still a little bit incredulous. "It's true, Chief. The HD security patrol team has passed by, and some North Shore gang members are blocked by the patrol team," the subordinate said. "How is the situation now?" The patrol said that they are waiting for your order from the chief to deal with it, but if the other party attacks them, the patrol said it will launch a counterattack as a supplementary force of the police. When the HD security company signed a contract with the police station, it clearly stipulated that the patrol team must obtain the permission of the police station for the arrest operation. However, in the event of an emergency, the patrol team may encounter an attack. One decides to act on his own. For example, if someone is robbing a bank during a patrol, if you have to call the police station and ask for instructions and then act, it will be too late. "Well, I will go over now and see the situation," Director Ed said. But Chief Ed didn't know that the patrol team had already started the operation at the same time as the police station was notified. Tobacco and liquor warehouse. There were more than a dozen cars parked at the door, with a machine gun mounted on the roof, and snipers climbed to a high place to guard, ready to shoot at any time. The gate had already been smashed. A patrol car rushed in with the accelerator. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The Irish fired wildly at the patrol car, but they didn't know that there was no one in the car. Instead, they used a wooden stick to prop up the accelerator and let the car rush into the compound. Finally, the car hit the pillar and stopped by itself. The Irish are still firing at the car without stopping. With this fire, many people exposed their positions. Bang! The sniper shot a bullet, and suddenly a guy was shot through his chest and fell to the ground. The machine gunner lying on the head of the gun also fired at the firepower point just now, and suddenly several more were killed. This kind of street fighting is no stranger to soldiers who have come down from the battlefield of World War II. They are not afraid at all and can wipe out the enemy little by little. They are on the righteous side, and time is very abundant for them, and they can take their time. In the casino, a team of patrol members rushed into the casino and engaged in a fierce gunfight with the Irish, killing them very soon. After more than a dozen Irish people died, Some people were terrified and shouted to surrender. In the end, they were arrested 7 or 8. This was mostly the case in other places. The Irish attacked the Jewish gang in a broken way, but as soon as the patrol came, these people were immediately suppressed, whether it was weapons or momentum. The Irish were even worse. Several bosses were caught in a room, and Henry interrogated them. "Say, what is your plan?" Henry asked the first boss. The boss glanced at Henry and said in a disdainful tone, "You are the police. I don't say what you can do with me. I won't speak until I see my lawyer." "Police? Ha ha." Henry sneered twice. "Sorry, you are wrong, we are not police," Henry said, raising the gun to stop the guy's head. "I'll ask again. What is your plan?" The boss trembled slightly and swallowed, but still gritted his teeth and said, "I want to wait for my law." Bang! Henry shot directly before listening. He doesn't want to talk nonsense with these people. The boss was headshot on the spot, and plasma sprayed out a few meters away, splashing the faces of the bosses behind him, and the scared guys stared wide. "You are the police. How can you kill casually?" A boss next to him shouted loudly. Bang! Henry shot another shot, and the guy got a headshot. The muzzle points to the third one. Before Henry could ask, the guy immediately shouted, I said everything. Don't shoot." "It was our old Dahimaiwis who sent us to do it." Our boss heard that the Jewish gang boss Siegel and Fred were dead, so he arrested the Jewish gang's military commander Alan Payne and forced him to merge the Jewish gang into it. The North Shore gang, this guy disagrees. "We started to take action, ready to take over all the Jewish gang's property." "How many people did you dispatch?" "More than 200 people, divided into 7 groups, with varying numbers of people. They captured tobacco and alcohol warehouses, 4 casinos, usury companies, brothels and other places." Henry's gun was pointed at the other boss. "Do you have anything to add to what he said?" The leader's lips trembled with fright. He almost said everything I know." "Then you are useless, and there is no need to keep useless people," Henry said and shot. Wait, I have another news. An outsider has come to the gang. The man is called David. It is said that he is the strategist of the Redmond boss of Detroit. It seems that he has reached an agreement with Boss Hamey. He brought 670 people. Henry's expression moved. "This is definitely a very important news." "What else do you know?" "It's really gone this time." Henry immediately told Hardy the news, and Hardy had also heard of Raymond's name, and knew that he was the Irish gang leader and was famous in the underworld. It turned out that Raymond was behind the scenes, but I am afraid that there may not be nothing about the 4 major families. Maybe they have reached some agreement between them. Otherwise, it is impossible for the 4 major families to act on the Corleone family and make trouble in Los Angeles. But what about Raymond? His roots are in Detroit, and Hardy is not afraid of Raymond at all. "Since you dare to do it, don't blame me for making it hard." Hardy murmured and picked up the phone to call Bill. "Bill, it's time to act." "Understand the boss," Bill replied excitedly. Bill's subordinates were only more than the North Bank gang, and dozens of trucks drove to the North Bank gang station. The iron gate of the North Bank gang resident was closed, and several people stood guard with guns. Suddenly a light came from a distance. These people thought they were activists who came back, and did not respond. When the convoy approached, they realized that something was wrong. The cars they drove out were all trucks. Someone drew a gun subconsciously. At this moment, a few barrels stretched out of the truck top and fired frantically at the door. Da-da-da-da-da. The intensive machine gun bullets quickly turned over the people who hit the door. The truck drove to the door and didn't mean to stop. Instead, it stepped on the accelerator to accelerate and slammed into the wrought iron gate. Boom! The iron gate was smashed and flew in all directions. Trucks rushed into the station. The people on the trucks swarmed out of the truck, all loaded with guns, and rushed towards the station building like a hungry wolf. There were also guards at the entrance of the building, but he was beaten to death just as soon as he met him. In tonight's operation, most of the North Shore gang were sent to attack the Jewish gang's property, leaving only a few 30 or 40 people in the residence. But this fellow, Bill, sent more than 100 people. It is to rely on more people to crush the past. When a large number of Bills armed with machine guns rushed into Hemi's large and luxurious office, Hemi, Burgess Moran and David in the office were all shocked and incredulous, sitting in the corner with handcuffs. Alan Payne was surprised. Hemi and the others couldn't imagine that their lair would be broken by the people of Bill's gang. They were the planners. How could it become like this? Hemiways gritted his teeth and yanked the drawer to take out a gun from the inside, but he didn't wait for him to raise the gun. Several machine guns fired at the same time. Hemiways had dozens of bullet holes in his body instantly, and his body fell to the ground like a torn sack. Sergeant Burgess Moran paled with fright and immediately raised his hand. "No, don't kill me." Bang! At this moment, Rossi, the commander of the Bill gang, who was standing at the forefront, fired a shot at Burgess Moran, who fell to the ground, and did not breathe for a while. He touched the blood gurgling from his chest, and asked with difficulty, Why did I surrender and kill me?" The Legion commander looked at Burgess Moran and said coldly, "Our boss said that those who surrender are the least spine, and there is no need to stay." This sentence was not said by Bill, but by Hardy. In addition to a few business managers, the Bill gang also has 4 major legions, and the real combat power of the Bill gang lies in the hands of these 4 major legions. The heads of the 4 major legions were all from the 30 people that Hardy recruited for the second time. When they followed Hardy, Bill had not been discharged from the hospital. When the Bill gang was formed, Hardy asked their opinions. They were willing to mess with the gang, so they arranged for them to become army commanders. They are very loyal to Hardy. More loyal than Bill. David looked at Burgess Moran, who had died, gritted his teeth, and forced his composure. "You are from the Bill's gang." "I'm from Detroit and I'm Mr. Raymond's military advisor." "What happened here? I think we can sit down and talk." Legion Commander Rossi looked at David and sneered, "Mr. David, right? I know you are Mr. Raymond's strategist." David's heart trembled. He didn't expect that the other party had already figured out his own details, and he was shocked. The fact that what happened to this point was completely beyond his expectations and beyond everyone's expectations. Who is behind this matter? If there is such a person, David thinks that person must be terrible. "Since you know me, you know that killing me will irritate Mr. Raymond, and it will not do you any good." David tried to keep calm and said. The captain grinned. "Do you know how my boss told me when I came here? He said that he must kill you just to provoke Raymond. He wants to show Raymond Los Angeles is not something he can do if he wants to. You need to use your blood to tell all the forces, here, we have the final say." David's eyes widened. He never expected that the other party was not only not afraid of Raymond, but also wanted to use his life to give Raymond a warning. David was frightened, with a look of fear on his face. "Wait, don't kill me, I am willing to pay for myself." David is very rich, and his wealth is several million. He doesn't want to die here just like that. "It's not worth it." The commander of the Legion sneered. "Do you think this is the Middle Ages? Ransom yourself with a ransom, and the order of our boss. How much money cannot be changed?" Bang! A bullet hit David's head, and David spurted blood from his forehead and fell to the ground. If Hardy is here, he will definitely stop this guy with a stubborn head. If he is willing to pay 1 million, he can completely let him go back. As for the warning to Raymond, the fine is also a warning. It's a pity that Hardy is not here. The Legion commander strictly followed his orders. After killing David, someone unfastened Alan Payne's handcuffs. "Mr. Allen, we will send you back now." "How is the situation outside?" Alan asked eagerly. "Mentalnovel.com. You should know when you go back." After Alan left, the Legion commander led people to frantically search the station of the North Shore Gang. This is the station of the Irish, and there must be something good. They drove dozens of large trucks, and they could take away as many things as possible. At the same time, the other members of the Bill's gang began to crack down on the North Shore Gang's industries, including pornography, gambling, drugs, smuggling, loan sharking, theft, greyhound racing, and racetracks. The North Shore Gang's businesses are diverse and varied, and the Bill Gang will take them all over tonight. Hardy received the notice that Jaime Weiss and David had been killed, and said to Henry, "You call Chief Ed and ask him if he wants credit, and if so, just do what we say." Hardy wants to completely legalize what happens tonight. Chapter 149. Director Ed has been worried this evening. There are gunshots everywhere in Los Angeles, and the intensity is comparable to that of a war. He doesn't know how to explain it tomorrow. If the mayor asks what he should say, how to deal with the frightened people, the reporter asked himself how he would answer. If there is a gang rage in the truth, then he, the director, will have done it all. Henry contacted Chief Ed, and the two met on a certain street. Ed got into Henry's car, and the driver went down to the smoking car, and only the two of them were left in the car. "Chief Ed, you have to do something," Henry said with a smile. "Serious? There are gun battles everywhere, and so many people have died. I am lucky to be able to keep the position of the director." Ed only has a sad face left. Henry chuckled. Hee. What does Chief Ed think happens tonight? Director Ed is very surprised. What happened? Isn't it because the two gangs rushed together to cause such a large casualty? Henry shook his head. No, that's not the truth. The real situation is like this. There is a gangster group, North Shore Gang, that has been entrenched in Los Angeles for a long time, and has done many vicious cases. Your Chief Ed is determined to eradicate them and secretly send people to investigate. A few days ago, it was learned that the North Shore Gang was going to conduct a large-scale drug transaction. The Los Angeles Police Department immediately organized an arrest for such a heinous criminal act. During the arrest, the police encountered unprecedented resistance. The police worked with HD Security, launched a desperate battle with this group of criminals, and finally solved a huge drug transaction case and killed a large number of recalcitrant criminals. Director Ed's eyes widened after hearing this. Also, can this be the case? Why not? You are the chief of the police. Is there anyone who knows the truth better than you? And tonight the police station and HD Security have indeed deployed so many people to start a gun battle with the culprits. Who can deny this is the fact? Director Ed's expression slowly changed from shock to surprise. If Henry said this, then what happened tonight can be completely covered up, and he will become a heroic police chief, cracking a major case and destroying a gang, which can be said to have done a great job. Drugs? Where did the drugs come from? Chief Ed said. Rest assured, we have prepared these for Director Ed. Henry smiled. Director Ed got even more excited when he heard it. If that's the case, then the police station is not only not responsible but has done a great job. Can anyone believe it? Ed asked. Believe it or not, you have the final say. Get the reporters together, hold a press conference, announce the results of the battle tonight, and don't let them report indiscriminately. Tell the reporters that this is the real situation tonight. If there are other random reports, the Los Angeles Police Department will reserve the right to pursue the blame. Henry said. Director Ed nodded vigorously. Yes, you can't let them write scribbled, unify the caliber. As long as public opinion is on our side, the people will not doubt it. When getting out of the car, Director Ed, who had been frowning, now looked excited. It's definitely a big credit for getting it right this time. As for the real situation, it doesn't make sense at all. After Chief Ed went back, he immediately organized the police to set up cards at various crossings. As long as you met reporters, don't let them run around. Tell them to come to the police station, and the police station will hold a press conference. The Bill Gang raided the North Shore Gang's industry and encountered sporadic resistance, but it was quickly wiped out. The main force of the North Shore Gang was mobilized by Jaime Weiss to participate in tonight's operation. There were not many people left to look after the house. The Bill Gang again aggressively attacked and crushed the past with 5 to 10 times the number of people, and they soon took over these industries. Received in hand. Search. Get all the valuable supplies. The North Shore Gang's business already includes drug trafficking. A lot of drugs were found on the North Shore Gang site, which weighed almost 40 or 50 kilograms. Bill commanded him to load these drugs and a large number of weapons into the truck and drove them directly into the police station and gave them to Chief Ed. The North Bank gangs who originally attacked the Jewish gang industry, faced with well-equipped and powerful HD security players, will resist at first, but they won't be able to hold on for long. Some were wiped out, some surrendered directly, and the actions of the North Shore gang were completely dismantled. Tonight, many Los Angeles citizens were awakened by the fierce gunfire. It was early in the morning, and there were still many vehicles passing by on the street, and the sound of sirens was heard from time to time. Everyone guessed that something big must have happened in Los Angeles. Some adventurous reporters got up and went out with their cameras, ready to interview a big news headline tomorrow. The two reporters drove out and found that the intersections were full of police officers. They would check as long as there were cars passing by. The reporter drove the car and asked, "Mr. Police, we are reporters from the Los Angeles Metropolitan News. Can you tell me what happened?" "You are reporters. Don't ask me. I don't know the details." When all reporters go to the police station, our chief will hold a press conference. Then everything will be clear, the inspecting police said. When the two reporters heard that the police station was about to hold a press conference, they drove over. This happened in many places. All reporters were told to go to the police station to attend the press conference. 3 o'clock in the morning. 30 to 40 reporters from more than a dozen newspaper offices have gathered in the large conference room of the police station. There is a high pile of things in the middle of the rostrum, but they are covered with thatched cloth. Director Ed walked into the venue neatly, with a smile on his face. As soon as Director Ed showed up, these reporters started to ask questions. "Mr. Director, what happened tonight?" "There were gunshots everywhere." "Is there a war in Los Angeles?" "Witnesses said that many people died." "Is it true?" "Some people say that tonight's events involve several major gangs in Los Angeles." "Is that true?" Director Ed did not change his face and pressed his hands against the reporters. The noisy voices of the reporters gradually lowered. Then Director Ed said unhurriedly, "Dear friends from the press, I know that everyone is very concerned about what happens tonight. Now I will report on what happens tonight. I believe you will understand after the report is over. I can tell everyone responsibly that the action tonight was initiated by the police, and the target was the North Shore Gang, a gangster organization entrenched in Los Angeles. The North Shore Gang is very famous in Los Angeles. When reporters heard that the police dared to take the initiative to target the North Shore Gang, many people were shocked. The police dared to move the North Shore Gang, which was far beyond everyone's expectations. As the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, on the day I took office, I swore to fight crime and maintain the safety and social order of Los Angeles citizens. The North Shore Gang has been entrenched in Los Angeles for many years and has committed many vicious cases. I secretly vowed in my heart that he must be eradicated. Later, under my careful arrangement, I broke into the North Bank Gang with 2 undercover agents, and gradually got hold of the situation of the North Bank Gang. And just recently, we got news that the North Bank Gang was preparing for a large-scale drug trade. After learning this news, I made up my mind to capture this group of criminals who poisoned the people. After careful deployment, the HD Security Patrol team was also combined to start an operation against the North Bank Gang. During the operation, we encountered fierce resistance from the gang members. Many residents heard fierce gunfire. That's right, that's us and the North Bank Gang. The sound of. Speaking of this, Director Ed raised his voice loudly. The Los Angeles Police Department is determined to maintain city order and protect the safety of Los Angeles people. It is not afraid of sacrifices and overcomes all difficulties, and finally completely eliminated this group of evil gangsters. I have to say that Director Ed has average abilities, but his acting skills are really not to be said. It is estimated that he can get the Best Supporting Actor award when he enters Hollywood, and it's really shameless boasting of being unambiguous. Director Ed pointed to the thing covered with the tom cloth in the middle and said, "These are the seizures tonight." Brush, pull open the thatch. The reporters saw a large pile of guns, probably no less than 100, and packs of white powder. They knew they were drugs at first glance. Click, click, click. The flashes flashed randomly in the meeting room. The reporters kept taking pictures of guns and drugs. Chief Ed was standing beside him. His body straightened, with a majestic gesture on his face, and he assumed a good policeman posture. Wait for the reporters to finish taking pictures. Director Ide smiled and continued, "These seizures are only a part. Let me give you a set of statistics. Tonight we have eliminated more than 80 gangsters, arrested more than 200 people, seized more than 500 weapons, and seized 5 drugs. 1 doc. Here, I want to commend the HD Security. In this operation, HD Security has contributed a lot. They have always charged at the front line, and the gangster drug dealers have shown their powerful combat effectiveness. HD Security signed the agreement, and they really played a great role in maintaining law and order in Los Angeles. I want to announce some figures here. Since the establishment of the HD Security Patrol, the city's crime rate has dropped by 56%. Night stalking robberies and forced female cases have dropped by 68%. Burglary and robbery cases have dropped by 51%, and other cases have also been reduced. Dramatically drop. At the beginning, there were people who opposed the government's hiring of security patrols. They thought it was a waste of taxpayers' money. Now the effect is in sight. Do you think this is a waste of money? If the money can play a role in maintaining public safety, the Los Angeles Police Department willing to pay this money, and the Los Angeles city government is also willing to pay this money. Director Ed's speech finally ended. The first half of the briefing of the case, the second half is basically to help HD Security brag. The contract with HD Security was also decided by Ed at the beginning, and it is naturally due to his role now. Some reporters asked questions. Director Ed, we have some news that someone has attacked some places in downtown Los Angeles. What is going on? Several bad robberies did happen tonight, but they have been dealt with. Some robbers were killed and some were arrested. They are now safe. Please rest assured that the Los Angeles Police Department is capable of protecting people's safety. Director Ed said, "Excuse me, Chief Ed, there are rumors that it was 2 gangs fighting tonight that such a fierce seizure occurred. Is this the case?" Ed lowered his face. "This reporter, I can tell you clearly that it is a rumor. There are no gangs fighting tonight, but the police arresting drug dealers." "Excuse me, Chief Ed." Another reporter wanted to ask a question, but Ed raised his hand to interrupt. "Let's end the press conference. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I think journalists have to go back and write articles in order to catch up with the newspaper publication this morning. But here I remind friends from journalists that the Los Angeles Police Department has handled the case that happened tonight. When reporters are reporting, please do not report speculative content. You should focus on official information to avoid misrepresentation of the news and be held accountable. Responsibility. Ed gave a warning at last. This concludes the press conference. Although the reporters still have doubts in their hearts, they have no evidence. After returning, they can only honestly report according to the information released by the police station. Even these contents are already strong enough and enough to deal with each other. The next day, the headlines of major newspapers in Los Angeles are almost all about the events that happened last night. The Los Angeles Police Department cracked a huge drug dealing case. The police and the drug dealer had a fierce exchange of fire. The police killed more than 80 drug dealers, arrested more than 200 people, and seized more than 50 kilograms of drugs. The North Shore gang entrenched in Los Angeles was annihilated in one fell swoop. The Los Angeles Police Department dispatched all officers, and the HD Security Patrol team cooperated to deal the most severe blow to the gang members. The North Shore Gang ceased to exist. The Los Angeles Police Department Chief Eder said that the police department has the ability to protect people's safety. Please rest assured that Los Angeles will become safer in the future. When people in Los Angeles saw the newspaper saying that the North Shore Gang was destroyed, many people were surprised and then happy. www.untilnovel.com The North Shore Gang was not very popular in Los Angeles. The kidnapping and deception are all evil, and their shots are fierce, and their reputation in Los Angeles is much worse than that of the Jewish Gang and the Bill Gang. Now that the North Shore Gang is destroyed, people will only clap their hands and cheer. Many people commented, "Our police chief is okay. He is courageous and intent, but he can kill the North Bank Gang. This chief is very competent. I hope he will be re-elected as director. HD security is really good. I often see their patrol cars on the street." Recently, the law and order in Los Angeles has indeed improved a lot. I think the money is worth the money. Director Ed received a call from the mayor, and the mayor praised Ed and praised him for handling this matter well. Ed, no matter what the truth is, as long as the people are satisfied is the success of our work. The mayor smiled. Chapter 150. Early morning. There were more than a dozen newspapers on Hardy's desk, and he asked him to buy a copy of all the newspapers today and read them carefully one by one. Almost all reports in the newspapers follow their directions. Hardy understands the importance of public opinion very well. Sometimes a word can determine the rise and fall, but now with the correct guidance, the original gang warfare has turned into a police suppression of drug dealers. The people will not panic. Politicians need not worry about being held accountable. No one will call back the North Bank Gang. And it is the biggest beneficiary. Bill walked in, looking a little tired. The guy hadn't slept all night, but Bill's face was full of excitement. "Boss, the statistics have come out. The 12 properties of the North Bank Gang are now in our hands, including their headquarters. I found $1.28 million in cash, and a large amount of supplies, more than 30 racehorses and hundreds of greyhounds. These things are very valuable. The North Bank's help is over, now these industries belong to us, boss. How do you manage it in the future?" Bill asked. Hardy thought for a while. "Don't worry about operating it. I'll talk about it later." After a month, people will completely forget the North Bank Gang. During this time, you will clean up the site. The Irish have many partners. After the site is completely stabilized, the property will be spread over. Okay, I understand. Bill was very excited to destroy the North Bank Gang. The North Bank Gang's territory will be owned by the Bill Gang in the future, and he will be able to make more money in the future. "Bill, how is the situation on the Jewish side?" Hardy asked. Bill shook his head. "It's not very good. Didn't you let me have a relationship with someone from the Jewish Gang before? I received a call from a boss over there in the morning. He told me that the Jewish Gang knew that Mr. Seagal and Boss Fred were killed. Something has happened, coupled with the attack last night. People are now very depressed and worried." Hardy nodded. "Just worry about it. People's hearts are turbulent and the times are tense, and some people's untimely ambitions and ideas will be suppressed. Bill, call Alan Payne and say I want to talk to someone from the Jewish Gang, and you will come with me in a while." Hardy said. "Good boss." After being rescued by Bill last night, Alan Payne returned home for a long time before recovering. "I fell asleep in a daze, waking up several times in the middle. At more than 8 o'clock in the morning, he received a call from Bill telling him that Boss Hardy wanted to see someone from the Jewish Gang. After putting down the phone, Alan was silent for a while, and finally said to himself, perhaps this is the best result. The driver drove Alan to the company. Alan notified the heads of various departments to come to the company for a meeting, and all the heads of all departments hurried to the company. Alan, Are Mr. Segal and Boss Fred really dead? A supervisor asked as soon as he came in. Alan nodded. I made a decision for Las Vegas this morning, and I have determined that both Mr. Segal and Boss Fred are dead. Everyone in the Jewish gang seemed very upset. The bosses just died, and they were attacked in the evening, indicating that someone is eyeing our Jewish gang. What should we do next? Someone asked anxiously. 7 or 8 people died in our tobacco and alcohol warehouse. More deaths in our casino. Dozens of subordinates were killed. Everyone said rushingly. Ellen, you are a Jewish army strategist. What do you think we should do now? Someone said suddenly. Everyone looked at Alan. Alan glanced at the crowd. He knows these guys. I'm afraid they already have ideas now. If he has the ability, now is the perfect time for the upper ranks, but unfortunately he knows his situation. These people will not convince himself at all. Ellen, now that the gang is in such a big crisis, you are just saying something. Someone urged. Yeah. You are a military advisor, now is the time for you to make up your mind. I think we might as well openly choose a new gang leader. Someone said. Choose the leader, how to choose, and what are the rules? Everyone talked about it, and they had no respect for Alan. Each of these guys has a group of people. Although Alan is a high-ranking military commander, he does not have his own direct subordinates. Now it seems that some people are alone. Alan glanced at these guys. He opened his mouth and said, Bill Pitt, the boss of the Bills gang just called me, and he will accompany Mr. Hardy to come over for a while. It's better to wait a while before discussing the issue of the new gang leader. Brush. The meeting room became extremely quiet in an instant. Everyone shut up. No one spoke again. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, and countless thoughts turned in my mind. Alan glanced at these stewards. Just now he wondered if any of these people would jump out and say, what is Hardy doing? What is Bill's gang doing? This is an internal matter of our Jewish gang. But no one spoke from beginning to end. Quiet needle drop in the conference room can be heard. Some people become cautious when they cough. No one is a fool. What happened last night? Everyone here has heard about it. HD Security, the police, and the Bills gang took action together to destroy the North Bank gang with thunder. It was as powerful as the North Bank gang did not even have the ability to fight back. Now that the leader of the Jewish gang is dead, the Jewish gang has become like a mess of sand, and it is even more incapable of fighting. The sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Everyone in the conference room stood up subconsciously. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Bill walked in first, and then Hardy came in. Everyone looked at Hardy. The leaders of the Jewish gang all knew Hardy, so how can they say that Hardy has also been in the Jewish gang for half a year? And these people greet Hardy with a smile on their faces. Good morning everyone. Hardy and everyone nodded. Immediately Hardy's face became serious, and he said, I came here to discuss something with you. Segal is my boss, and the Jewish gang is Mr. Segal's property. I don't want to look at the Jewish gang disappear. Everyone was surprised. Mr. Hardy, why did you say that the Jewish gang disappeared? Someone asked in surprise. Hardy glanced at everyone. Do you know why the Irish suddenly attacked the Jewish gang this time? Maybe you don't know that the 5 mafia families are in a melee. Just yesterday, someone killed the Corleone family. Last night, the Corleone family launched a counterattack against other families and killed a few important people on the other side. At the same time, someone killed Mr. Segal and Fred. The Irish saw the opportunity and were ready to seize control of Los Angeles. Their goal was very clear, to swallow the Jewish gang. You can ask Alan about this. Hardy finished speaking and looked at Alan. Alan nodded. It is true. Last night, Hemingways arrested me and forced me to bring the Jewish gang into the North Bank gang, or kill me. If I didn't agree, they would start working on our industry. Hardy continued. In fact, behind this, not only the North Shore gang of Hemingways, but also the participation of other Irish forces. Raymond believes everyone knows. He is the real messenger behind it. Everyone swallowed unconsciously. Raymond's name was enough to shock everyone here. And how could it be possible to block Raymond's attack with the current strength of the Jewish gang? Now they believe that Hardy's remarks that the Jewish gang might disappear are not alarmist. People became more worried. This time, the Bill Gang found out early. I asked the Bill Gang and HD Security to work together to stop their conspiracy, but I believe they will not let go. I want to ask you if the Jewish gang can stop Raymond's next attack. After Hardy finished speaking, he looked at everyone quietly. The Jewish gang fell silent. Bill sat next to Hardy. His eyes swept across the Jewish gang, and finally met the eyes of a Jewish gang leader. Bill glanced at the leader. The boss saw Bill's eyes, took a deep breath, stood up and said loudly, "Brothers, I think Mr. Hardy is very right. Now the inside of the mafia is messy. No one will care about us, although this time Hemmings was killed by Mr. Hardy. But there is no guarantee that no one else will come. I have a suggestion. Let's join the Bill Gang together." Everyone knows that the Jewish gang Bill Gang was originally the property of Mr. Siegel. "We were originally a family." After the guy finished speaking, he looked at the boss who had the best relationship with him. The boss immediately understood, gritted his teeth and stood up and said, "I agree with Anthony, we might as well merge into the Bill's gang." The other leaders were also frightened by Hardy's words. If the Jewish gang did not have a strong protector, it would be really difficult to hold on. "I agree to join the Bill's gang," another leader stood up and said. Then other people also reacted and expressed their willingness to join. In the end everyone looked at Alan. In fact, Alan has long realized that things will eventually be like this. Think of the scene last night. Bill's gang was strong and powerful, and rushed into the headquarters of the North Shore Gang in one fell swoop. Hemingways was shot and killed indiscriminately. Inspector David of Detroit was shot headshot. He understands very well. The strength of the Bill Gang now is definitely not comparable to that of the Jewish gang. Alan looked at Hardy and said in a sincere tone, "Mr. Hardy saved me, or I might have been killed by Hemingways long ago." In the case of the Jewish gang, I fully agree with the Jewish gang being merged into the Bill Gang. Mr. Hardy, on behalf of the Jewish gang, I ask you to agree to the Jewish gang to join the Bill Gang. If you can't fight, join happily and must be more positive than others. It is not difficult to do this with Alan Payne as a military advisor. Hardy looked at the Jewish gang calmly and said, "Do you really agree to join the Bill Gang? If anyone wants to quit, they can raise it now. I don't want to have any differences over this in the future." Different yarns. Who dares to mention withdrawing now? I am afraid that the end will be worse than those of the Irish. No one is a fool. Even if you join the Bills first and leave later, it is much better than withdrawing now. Agree. No comment. Never quit. That's it. With the consent of the leaders of the Jewish gang, the Jewish gang formally merged into the Bill Gang, and the Jewish gang ceased to exist since then. The next day, the Bill's gang headquarters held a meeting. McLenovel.com. All the leaders of the Bill's gang and all the leaders of the original Jewish gang attended the meeting. At the meeting, Hardy announced, "The name Bill Gang is now somewhat inappropriate, and the gang officially changed its name to Los Angeles." Taking advantage of the merger opportunity, major adjustments were made to the gang's personnel arrangements and management model. In the future, LA is no longer a gang, but a company. It claims to be a Los Angeles company, and its operation mode has also abandoned the original gang system and changed to a corporate system. President Bill Pitt, Vice President Alan Payne, Finance Director Charles Simon. Below are the four major action team leaders, each business manager, supervisor, person in charge, etc. A word. Major. Chapter 151. The Los Angeles Company was established, covering the new city of the original Jewish gang, the old city of the North Bank Gang and the Hollywood area of the Bill Gang. It can be said to occupy 3/4 of Los Angeles, and these areas are the best places in Los Angeles. As for the Mexican gang, these guys are like mice, originally only operating in the slums, while the Chinese gang is purer and only active near Chinatown. Now Los Angeles, the proper Los Angeles King. Bill and Hardy talked about the future development of Los Angeles in the office, and Hardy had a clear idea about the future development of the gang. In Los Angeles, The grey industry will be the main industry in the future, and the black industry will be as low as possible. The violent industry will never interfere, and we will never get drugs. Hardy said, "Boss, what is the grey and black violent industry? Please make it clear." "It's grey, it's a bit black, but it's still legal, such as operating a real estate company, operating earth and stone, timber processing plants, operating bars and nightclubs, contracting garbage disposal in a city, operating transportation, and so on." Bill scratched his scalp. "Boss, I can understand the real estate and transportation industries, but why do you want to run garbage disposal? Is that business profitable? Make money, mum?" Hardy wanted to tell him that if this business was done, it would be quite profitable. "I will briefly tell you how to do this business, and you will know that it won't make any money. When you collect municipal garbage, you can get a garbage disposal subsidy from the government. This amount of money is enough to support the expenses of a garbage disposal company. We can also collect money from residents. You have to pay for the garbage you throw away. It is only natural that if you want to discard large items, then you have to calculate it by weight. This is another income. The real money is in the back. In this trash, there is scrap copper and iron, paper, discarded clothes and shoes, discarded furniture, and so on. Take Los Angeles as an example. Los Angeles now has a population of 1.6 million and is the second largest city in the United States. It produces about 2,000 tons of garbage every day. We only need to hire a few hundred workers. Some of them drove all over the street to collect garbage, and some of them sorted the garbage. About an 1/10 of these garbage can be recycled. 2,000 tons of garbage per day. That is, there are 200 tons of recyclable materials. This is only for one day. You can calculate how much there are in a month and how much in a year. These things can be sold at a good price and sold to waste recycling companies. It can even be sold abroad. Bill finally understood and found that this was definitely a very lucrative business. But now there are 2 garbage disposal companies in Los Angeles. "Are we still in business now?" Bill said. Hardy smiled softly. "Have you forgotten your identity? Can you use some small means, such as stealing their garbage truck, dumping the garbage into the bay, and then letting reporters expose the matter, and the city government will hold it accountable? The company won't be able to open it anymore. At this time you can talk to them about the acquisition." Bill's eyes lighted up suddenly. The boss deserves to be the boss. This is a wonderful idea. The two went on to talk about black business. Black businesses are the most traditional businesses of gangs, such as pornography, gambling, drug smuggling, money laundering, and so on. What Hardy meant was that in addition to drugs, you can continue. Gambling was the biggest source of income for the Bill gang. Slot machines are spread across the Jewish gang and Bill gang. They can bring in more than 2 million yuan each year. They can be spread to the North Bank gang in the future. This income will increase again. Occupying the Jewish gang and the North Shore gang, there are now 6 casinos, a racetrack and a dog racing track in Los Angeles. These are all good businesses. As for the brothels, there are now 3. Hardy meant to integrate the business, and the women would be retrained to improve the quality of the establishments. Bill said, "These businesses, we don't touch drugs. It's not that I care about the bodies of people who take drugs, but that it has too many side effects in officialdom. Now the official rejection of this business is relatively strong. One more thing, in my opinion, the profit of drugs is also several times. Maybe this is enough to drive other gangsters crazy, but it is nothing to me. Since the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, then give up these black industries. We can do it, and it won't affect the interests of others too much. Just keep a low profile." Then when it comes to the violent industry, the so-called violent industry refers to robbery, kidnapping, extortion, human trafficking, and gun smuggling. These industries are too hated. If the Los Angeles gang wants to develop for a long time, it should not intensify the problem and make the people resent and fear him. Just like the North Shore gang before, The people of Los Angeles clapped their hands and applauded it because he was too unlucky on weekdays. People's sake. After that, Bill remembered something and asked, "Boss, there is still a Mexican gang in Los Angeles now. Do we want to kill them?" Hardy waved his hand. "I've thought about your question a long time ago. Don't move him. Leave them behind. If a city has good gangs and evil gangs, then people will only hate the gang, and they will tolerate the good gang instead. Very high. But if only the good gang is left, people can only point their fingers at the good gang, and the good gang's survival will also become difficult." Hardy told Bill a deep truth in the most plain language. "But, it's okay to hit him." A smirk appeared on Hardy's face. How to beat. In the past, the drug market in Los Angeles was divided between the Spanish gang, the North Bank gang, and the Mexico gang. Later, the Spanish gang was killed by us. Only the North Bank gang and the Mexico gang were in the market. The North Bank gang had a larger market share, accounting for about 60%. Bill nodded. "It's true. Now that the North Shore gang has been wiped out by us, and Los Angeles is not in the drug business, what do you think will happen to the drug market next?" Bill thought for a while and said, "The market is short of supplies, and prices will soar. Mexico will expand the drug business wildly during this time because such a large market is waiting for him. He can't help but make money. The analysis is good, so this is also our opportunity. We can hit the Mexican gang and get some money by the way." Hardy smiled. "How?" Bill still didn't understand. "You forgot that we grabbed a batch of goods from Spain a long time ago. That batch was 300 kilograms. At the current price, it can definitely sell for more than 1 million. We can find someone to sell this batch to Mexicans." Bill understood a little bit, but after listening to Hardy's next words, Bill found that he was completely wrong. "Find someone who can talk to them and sell them this batch of goods. Let's retreat with the money, and then let the police and the HD patrol dispatch them directly, which is equivalent to the fact that we made money and the police cracked it together. Large-scale drug dealing cases can kill two birds with one stone, but remember, just toss and don't kill." Bill licked his lips. "The boss is really poisonous. I want your money and I'm ready to kill you. Let Victor do this. You can find some new faces for him. His greatest skill is to deceive people, saying that the goods were shipped from France. Victor is the French liar who lied to Han Yezin for $100,000. Don't worry about this matter. Untilnovel.com. Take your time. The police station just got a great contribution, but I haven't finished digesting it yet. Give them this credit in a month or two." Hardy smiled. Road. Actually speaking, even though Ed was threatened by Bill, he was very happy. If it weren't for Los Angeles, how could he get so much credit? "Boss, what are you going to do with Las Vegas?" Bill asked again. Hardy thought of Siegel and Fred. His face became serious. "Make arrangements for Los Angeles, and I will go to Las Vegas tomorrow. The bodies of Siegel and Fred are still in the refrigerator. They will be arranged for burial. As for Las Vegas, the situation is not very clear now. It depends on the situation." "The boss, you have to be careful in the past. Maybe there is already controlled by the Mafia family," Bill said. "I know. You should also pay attention to this. The Irish people may retaliate. After all, we killed Raymond's strategist David, and let your men be alert and pay attention to any suspicious circumstances." Hardy said. "I will be the boss." Chapter 152. Detroit. The news of the destruction of the North Shore gang appeared in the newspaper the next morning. Raymond got up for dinner in the morning, and his first reaction when he saw the report was not to believe it. He knows the strength of the North Shore gang. Hemingway's is doing very well. He sent David to bring 60 or 70 good players. How could he be wiped out overnight? Who has such great strength? Even he may not be. Can do it. Where's David? What happened to David? Raymond immediately called his guard. Go to Los Angeles, understand what happened, and investigate how David is. It's the boss. The guards immediately set off for Los Angeles with a few people. After investigation, they learned a lot of the situation and immediately called Raymond to report. "Boss, we investigated that the North Bank gang launched an attack on the Jewish gang last night, and the police and HD security were dispatched. Henry's action completely failed. Then Bill's gang took action and wiped out the North Bank gang. Now the North Bank gang has been completely destroyed. What about David? Raymond asked. Sergeant David was beaten to death, and the body was placed in the hospital morgue, the guard said. Raymond was holding the phone. His heart was full of anger. David had been with him for decades, and he was his most powerful subordinate, the chief strategist. He did not expect that he would fall into the sand in Los Angeles. Dozens of his meticulously trained subordinates were also wiped out. Raymond's first thought was revenge. Take a few deep breaths. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he has been rolling in the underworld for decades. His original hot temper has worn off a lot. As he grows older, he is now thinking more and more carefully in handling matters. When the North Bank gang attacked the Jewish gang, the police and security companies appeared so quickly. There could not be no reason. Then the Bill gang completely attacked the North Bank gang and wiped out the North Bank gang in a short period of time, indicating that they were also well prepared. Being able to mobilize the police, the security company, and the Bill gang at the same time proves that this force behind is very large. If you send someone to Los Angeles to avenge yourself, you can only send dozens or hundreds of people there, which may not be successful. It seems that for the time being, he cannot act rashly. Isaac, don't come back first. Stay in Los Angeles for a while to investigate the whole thing clearly. I want to know who is behind. Raymond said solemnly. Good boss. Someone is investigating Hardy's situation, and at this moment Hardy has taken HD security people to Las Vegas. This time I went to Las Vegas and dispatched 4 planes. Hardy took Lanster, Richard's sniper group, Neil's explosive group, Kerry's machine gun group and Matthew and Leo's combat group. A total of more than 100 people. It can be described as the elite. At the same time, he also brought Andy's economic advisory group. As for Henry's intelligence team, he arrived in Las Vegas by car the day before yesterday. The planes stopped at the Las Vegas airport one after another. There were dozens of cars and trucks parked at the airport. These were all found by Henry. Members of the combat team removed a large number of materials from the plane and loaded them into the vehicle. It took a full 20 minutes to end. The convoy set off. Henry and Hardy rode in a car and said, "Boss, I rented a manor, located in the middle of downtown Las Vegas and the airport, about 5 kilometers away from the city. The manor is large enough for us to station." Did the intelligence team collect any useful information in the past 2 days? Hardy asked. Only some superficial intelligence was collected. The bodies of Mr. Siegel and Fred Boss are now in the hospital morgue. The police defined them as murder, but no murderer was found. Someone at the Flamingo Casino came forward to accept the past. It is said that they have Mr. Siegel's share agreement in their hands, which is a legal acceptance. The Flamingo project has been completely stopped. All the workers have been withdrawn. The other party only left 30 or 40. If you look at the venue, we have also found out the origins of these people. They are the Mafia San Francisco Selton family. Hardy knew about the Selton family. Their patriarch was named Leb Selton. The Selton family is now one of the major gangs in San Francisco, and its strength is about the same as the previous Jewish gang. Hardy said in his heart that the Selton family jumped out at this time, probably because of the instigation of other families. Anything else? Yes. We have also discovered some situations. The 5 major families in New York have increased their strength in Las Vegas at the same time, and their casinos have increased a lot of manpower than before. There are now more than 30 casinos in Las Vegas, and casinos can be opened here, all of which are supported by forces behind them. The 5 major families of the New York Mafia have casinos in Las Vegas, but the scale is far smaller than that of later generations. Large, a small casino with a dozen table games, even smaller than underground casinos in big cities. These people build casinos here, saying it is for profit, rather than for money laundering. Las Vegas gambling is legal. Gamblers can exchange cash for chips in the casino. People from their gangs can earn money from other channels. The money received was gambling wildly in the casino, and all the illegally obtained cash was lost. The casino got the money and turned it into legal income. In fact, it is a left-handed right-handed relationship. Las Vegas now has a resident population of only 20,000. And there are tens of thousands of tourists every year. It is really necessary to rely on these tourists to make money. These casinos have closed early. When Siegel built a casino in Las Vegas, he naturally had the idea of money laundering, not only laundering his own money, but also helping other politicians, companies, and celebrities to launder money. Of course, attracting tourists to gambling and making money is also one of the ideas. His thoughts were a little bit ahead, and he was killed before he could realize his ideals. How much did it increase? Hardy asked. Every family has added 20 or 30 people, and the Corleone family has nearly 50 people. Henry said, now that the four major families and the Corleone family are at war, it seems that the battlefield has stretched from New York to Las Vegas. Henry, use all your power to monitor the 5 major family casinos and the Flamingo Casino. As for other family casinos, they should also pay attention to the news. They may not be able to participate, Hardy said. The Mafia Committee has 24 families, and each has a casino in Las Vegas. So each of these casinos represents the gangster family power in a city. The relationship here is complex. Siegel was here in the past, with his status as a mafia veteran and the reputation he left behind, and Los Angeles is the closest to Las Vegas, so other families recognize that Las Vegas is Siegel's territory. But now that he is dead, everything has changed. Las Vegas has become the lamb that the major forces are fighting desperately. Take back the Flamingo Casino. Not in a hurry. The casino is just there and can't run, and others can't take it away. The key to the problem now is to collect more information, clarify the intricate relationships, and make plans that are more beneficial to you. The old ancestors have given us a principle long ago: make a decision and then move. Know and stop it. The next day, Lanster brought people to the Las Vegas City Hall and applied for the establishment of HD Security Las Vegas Distribution, which was quickly approved. HD Security has leased a three-story office building in the most conspicuous location on the main city street, and hung a huge lightbox sign, HD Security Defense Company. This sign is even bigger and more conspicuous than those of the casinos. Many people in the casino came out to watch the excitement. One by one, they were amazed, and laughed and said, "Ha ha, a security company is opened in the casino. Are they going to protect our casino? HD Security is very famous. Haven't you heard that they combined with the police to destroy the North Shore Gang 2 days ago? Isn't the North Shore Gang killed by the Bill Gang? I heard that HD Security has contributed the most. Most of the people in the North Shore Gang were killed by them." No one dares to doubt the combat effectiveness of HD Security. After the company was spoken up, Hardy went to visit the mayor of Las Vegas, Goodman. The night before coming to Vegas, Hardy called the Corleone family in New York, communicated with Mike about what happened in Los Angeles in the past 2 days, and asked about the current situation of the Corleone family. The Corleone family and the other 4 major families are fighting fiercely. Basically, you move my property today and I will kill you tomorrow. Hardy told Mike that he was going to Las Vegas. The old godfather answered the phone and told Hardy about the basic situation of Las Vegas, let Hardy know how deep the water in Las Vegas is, and at the same time tell him that he and the current Las Vegas the mayor has some connections and can be introduced to him. Have to admire the connections of the old godfather. But without this network, the Corleone family would not be able to open their own casino in the casino. Hardy and Mayor Goodman met, and the two had a good chat. Mayor Goodman welcomed Hardy's investment in Las Vegas and HD Security's presence in Las Vegas. Hardy introduced the HD Security situation and past achievements to Mayor Goodman, especially the achievements made in maintaining public order in Los Angeles. Mayor Goodman has read the report, and Director Eddie of Los Angeles praised HD Security. It's a day. Mayor Goodman said, it is indeed a good idea for the security company to help maintain law and order. I will propose this to the council. You know that approval of the funds needs to be approved by the council. Hardy smiled softly. Mayor Goodman, the council discusses that it will take a long time, ranging from 1 or 2 months to the longest 1.5 years. I have a proposal. Before the council agrees, HD for the time being, security will be on duty free of charge. One is to contribute to the maintenance of social order in Las Vegas, the other is to get familiar with the environment, and the third is to show the role of security companies. What do you think of this? Free? Yes, it's free. If it does not cost money, then HD Security wants to become a supplementary force of the Las Vegas Police Department. Just a word from Mayor Goodman. It's free and not for nothing. Well, I will call Director Steve and let them sign an agreement with HD Security, Goodman said happily. In order to thank Hardy for his contribution to the order of Las Vegas, Mayor Goodman also invited Hardy to lunch together. Afternoon. Lanster went to the police station to meet with Chief Steve of the Las Vegas Police Department. The two sides signed an agreement that HD Security will supplement the Las Vegas Police Department. HD Security has the right to be responsible for Las Vegas in the future, gas patrols and handling of violent incidents. The terms are similar to those signed by the Los Angeles Police Department. Chapter 153 Night Mode: RAW, font size, 16. You must log in to use RAW feature and save the settings permanently. Saving, please wait. Settings saved. Las Vegas is now just a small city, with a resident population of more than 20,000 and 30,000 or 40,000 tourists each year, which is about the same size as a small town in China in later generations. Therefore, the Las Vegas Police Department is equivalent to the size of a police station. There are only more than 30 people including the chief of police. HD Security is arguably the most famous security company in the entire United States. It is not one of them. A few days ago, I heard that it assisted the Los Angeles police in destroying a big gang. The content of this chapter is being updated. Recently updated. God-level replication system. Nomenclature of night, reincarnated as a bamboo. Chapter 154. Public opinion can guide emotions. Newspaper reports, radio broadcasts, and what they said are justified and well-founded. Naturally, many people believe that people in Las Vegas are beginning to feel that this is indeed the case. Does Las Vegas have a future? Is there any investment value here? Land prices are like stocks, and they are sold in anticipation. If a place has no development prospects, the land there is naturally worthless. At the time, Walsh Mining bought that piece of land in New Mexico, 8,000 acres, worth only $200,000, which is equivalent to $25 per acre. Some desert lands in Nevada and Colorado are also listed for sale by the government there. The lowest price is only a few dollars an acre, but no one buys it at all. Due to the legalization of gambling in Las Vegas, the land price is now about $500 or $600, and the most expensive in the city center reaches more than $4,000. If the gambling industry here does not make money, or even without the gambling industry, the land here may fall to a few dollars. You know, this is the deserted Nevada Gobi. The original buyers who bought land and were waiting for the appreciation began to panic when they heard the news, and they looked for people to inquire about the situation. Some people even listed the land and started selling, but they were not willing to sell it at a low price. They all added tens or even hundreds of dollars to the original price. Then they found no one bought it at all. The real controller of Las Vegas is the gang, or the big families of the mafia. Now the 5 big families are in civil war, and the other families are watching, and no one cares about investment. Moreover, these families generally have 1 or 2 pieces of land in their hands. They are not real estate companies. 1 or 2 pieces of land are enough. If there are more, they are useless. You must know that the land is subject to taxes. The land in Las Vegas is sold in the form of commercial land, and commercial land has to pay a tax of 1% to 3% of the value of the land every year. That is to say, If it does not appreciate, investors are losing money every year. Now no one buys land in the gang and civil strife, and no one buys ordinary people. In addition, the Flamingo Casino has invested 8 million yuan and lost more than 1 million yuan after opening 3 months. This is definitely not something ordinary people can afford. The gangster family set up casinos here mainly for money laundering. Few really expect gamblers to make money. The newspaper says it is true that if you count on those few tourists, the casino will definitely lose money. Therefore, no one cares about the land that is listed. The rumor that there is no room for appreciation of the Las Vegas land was further confirmed. Some people began to secretly cut prices, but found that the lower the price, the less no one would buy it, because no one wanted to be a receiver and they were all in the wait-and-see stage. With just a few articles, Hardy smashed the land price in Las Vegas abruptly. "Boss, do you want a large-scale acquisition now?" Andy asked. Hardy shook his head. "Don't worry, the best time has not yet arrived." Andy paused and asked, "Boss, aren't you afraid of actually smashing Las Vegas to death? If there is a sell-off, you might really be unable to raise your head." Hardy chuckled and shook his head. "Don't worry, as long as Nevada is the only state where gambling is legalized, there will be no decline here, and the panic will only be temporary." Hardy is not in a hurry about the land. Business can't be done in 1 or 2 days. He has more important things. He received a report from Henry. Someone might want to do something on Fredo. Fredo is the second son of the old Godfather and Mike's second brother. Those families killed Sonny, the successor of the Corleone family, assassinated Mike, and now they want to kill the second son of the old Godfather. This shows how fierce the fighting between the 5 major families is now. Hardy called the Corleone family, and the old Godfather answered the phone. After the greeting, Hardy said, "Mr. Vito, I'm in Las Vegas now, and my people have received news that other families may want to do something against Fredo." The old Godfather was surprised when he heard this. He has already died of a son, and he can no longer afford to die a second. The old Godfather said hoarsely, "Originally, I sent Fredo to Las Vegas to make him live in peace. I didn't expect those to pay attention to him again." "Hardy, can you help me? Did Fredo send it back?" "No problem, Mr. Vito," Hardy replied. The old Godfather was silent for a while and said, "Hardy, can you do me a favor?" "You said." Hardy said, "Help me get the casinos of the other 4 big families away." The old Godfather said decisively, "I know that this will put you on the opposite side of the 4 big families, but I can promise that I will fully support your cause on the West Coast in the future, including using all my contacts." The old Godfather said, "Hardy can feel it." Under the siege of the 4 major families, the Corleone family is already in crisis. The old Godfather was asking for his own help. Of course, the other party also gave a reward. The reward was the Corleone family's contacts. In fact, based on the relationship between Hardy and Mike, the interests of the 2 families have long been tied together, and it is impossible for Hardy to choose to invest in the other 4 families. In fact, even if the old Godfather didn't have this request, Hardy would take action to deal with other gangster families and occupy Las Vegas. He had already made a plan. Dispatch HD security to stay in Las Vegas. Acquisition of newspapers and radio stations. They are all preparing for this goal. It seems that now is the time to do it. "Okay, I promise you," Hardy replied. Night fell. The hot Las Vegas has become a lot cooler. The originally silent casino city seemed to come alive, neon flashing on the streets, and singing in the bars and dance halls. With a glass of wine, Fredo looked at several gaming tables, and finally came to the bar, with his arm around the shoulder of a waitress. Life is often so boring, repeating the same things every day. "Gina, why don't I take you for a drive?" Fredo smiled. The waitress glanced at the boss. "Sorry boss, I already have a boyfriend." Fredo shook his head sadly. "Do you mind changing one?" "Mind, I'm going to work." After talking, Gina took the tray to deliver the wine. Fredo looked at the woman and raised his eyebrows. After coming here for a few months, Fredo actually liked the life here, guarding a casino, not so many disputes and mess, occasionally molested the waiter. Fredo thinks this is very good. Just then two men in suits walked into the casino. They saw Fredo sitting at the bar at a glance, and they walked straight over. "Mr. Fredo, we are the guards of Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy is outside now. He asks you to go out," said one of the guards. Fredo was taken aback. "Hardy? Has Hardy come to Las Vegas?" Fredo asked in surprise. "Hardy has been in Las Vegas for half a month, but apart from meeting with the mayor once, he hasn't shown up at all. Everything is under his control." So Fredo didn't know that Hardy was here. Hardy's car was parked on the opposite side of the road. Fredo crossed the road and came to him. The door opened. Hardy smiled and said to Fredo, "Get in the car, I have something to say to you." Hardy went to Corleone's house several times, especially after he helped Corleone's house survive the assassination crisis of the old Godfather. Fredo and Hardy also got acquainted. Fredo got in the car. "Hardy, why did you come to Las Vegas? By the way, why are you talking in the car? Let's go to my casino to sit and you can play two more." Fredo smiled. Hardy shook his head, his expression becoming more serious. "Fredo, I have received news that people from the four major families will deal with you," Hardy said. The original smile on Fredo's face disappeared in an instant, and he turned pale with fright, a little at a loss. "Yes, is it true? They want to deal with me?" Fredo stammered. Fredo was timid and fearful, but he was so frightened when he heard the news. Hardy shook his head thinking of his performance in Godfather 2. "I called Mr. Vito and told him about the situation here. He said that I should send you back to New York. At least in the family, I can have more power to protect you," Hardy said. Fredo nodded quickly. "Well, I'm going to pack things now." He said he was about to get off. But at this moment, several cars roared over and quickly stopped at the entrance of Corleone's casino. From the car, dozens of brawny men rushed down www.mtnovel.com, each with a machine gun in his hand. When these guys got out of the car, they opened fire at the security guard at the entrance of the casino, and immediately killed two Corleone family members. Then these people rushed into the casino. There were continuous gunshots in the casino, and it was clear that the exchange of fire was very fierce. From time to time, women's screams and men's screams were heard. You can imagine how tragic it is in the casino. Fredo was horrified, and his body trembled violently, squeezing himself in the carriage, not daring to show his head. Hardy frowned deeply. At first, he thought that the four major families would use the method of assassination, but he did not expect that this time they would send so many people to directly charge and kill. Perhaps their purpose is not only to kill Fredo, but to destroy the Corleone family's industry and power, and to combat the prestige of the Corleone family. Hardy took another look at the casino where the gunfire was still fierce, and said to the driver, Go back to the manor." Just a few hundred meters after their car drove out, a police siren was heard in the distance, and a patrol car was quickly driving towards the Corleone family casino. When he arrived at the manor, Hardy asked Fredo to arrange a room for Fredo. Before leaving, he said to him, "It's safe here. You sleep for one night. I will ask you to book tomorrow's flight. Tomorrow you will fly back to New York." Fredo was horrified now. What Hardy said. "Well, I listened to your Hardy." When they came to the command room, Lanster, Henry, Matthew, Neil and others were all there. Seeing Hardy coming in, Henry immediately reported, "Boss, the four big families attacked the Corleone family casino. After our patrol car rushed over, there was a firefight with them. Due to their large number, they were finally allowed to run away. Two of our team members were injured. What do you think?" 7017K. Chapter 155. What do you think should be done? Hardy looked at everyone and asked. Lanster said, "All patrols are dispatched to search for those bandits and give them a heavy blow." "Yes. Those who dare to hurt us must retaliate back," Matthew said with his fist clenched. Others also supported the Hanson. Hardy shook his head slightly, and suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, I've been waiting for this opportunity. Now that the opportunity comes, let's make good use of it." Henry, You call Bill and ask him to gather 200 people, rush to the airport in the morning and let the plane take them over. By the way, remember to bring Alan Payne. Okay boss, I'm going to inform now. Henry knew that there would be a big move. Lanster, inform the police that they are asking them to investigate the attacker and at the same time allow the patrol to see that the attacker can proceed. I will notify the Las Vegas Police Department. Lanster replied. At the same time, inform the newspapers and radio stations, tell them to report on what happened tonight, and broadcast to the outside world, saying that HD Security will strengthen patrols and never allow such things to happen again. Otherwise the most violent strikes will be carried out. Finally looked at other people. Action team, get ready. There is a big battle waiting for you tomorrow night. I hope to minimize casualties. Yes. Several action captains responded together. Knowing that there is going to be a big action, these guys are very excited one by one. The next day, the Las Vegas News published the attack that occurred last night, and the people in Las Vegas have been talking about it. Isn't it said that the HD security is very good? Last night, the Corleone family casino was attacked and a patrol car came. It was useless. The patrol car was almost beaten into a sieve with a gun. Haha, I have seen it too, but I have to say that the people in HD security have been on the battlefield. They ran fast and all hid behind, but none of them were killed. The Corleone family casino was attacked. Do you know who did it? Who else can it be? The four big families and the Corleone family are fighting so fiercely now. They must have done it. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Be careful of the misfortune. Let's talk about HD security. I heard that they signed a free contract with the police station in order to enter the Las Vegas market before the city council agreed. It's all free. It's shameful now. The power of Las Vegas is so complicated that it is not the responsibility of a security company. Many people are laughing at HD security. The security company is not optimistic about the future of Las Vegas, and it is estimated that they will leave in despair. Several planes landed at the Las Vegas airport. Trucks took these people to the manor. At dusk, the HD security patrol car drove slowly across the street, and someone saw the patrol car slowly and suddenly felt a little subtle in the atmosphere. Was assaulted last night. Is it all right? 9 o'clock in the evening. Las Vegas began to enter a carnival state. The casinos were full of gamblers, still cheering and laughing. But at this moment, several trucks suddenly stopped at the entrance of the Bassini family casino. The security guard at the entrance suddenly felt that the situation was not good, and turned around to escape. At this moment, the people in the car brazenly opened fire, shooting frantically at the casino gate. Then a team of masked men jumped out of the car and rushed into the casino. At this moment, all those gamblers were already lying on the ground in fright. Anyone standing would be the target of attack. A group of people rushed out from the back door of the casino. The families had strengthened the defense force of the casino a few days ago, but after these people came out, they were killed by the masked group only a few times. Search. Someone started looking for money. Finally, open the safe and put all the cash inside into the big pocket. Someone yelled at the gambler who was trembling on the ground, "Get out immediately if you don't want to die, otherwise all will be killed here in a while." The gamblers were frightened and screamed out of the casino door. After the bandits got the money, they quickly evacuated the casino, got into the truck and left quickly. Just a few minutes after they left, boom, there was a violent explosion in the casino, and the flames went to the sky, and the gorgeously decorated Bassini casino was consumed by fire. And such a scene appeared in several places in Las Vegas at the same time, not only the Bassini family casino, the Tattaquilla family casino, the Strack family casino, and the Quinio family casino robbed and exploded. At the Flamingo casino, fighting is also happening right now. Hundreds of HD security members dressed in black attacked the Selton family in San Francisco who occupied the Flamingo casino. These guys had no defense at all that someone would attack the Flamingo casino suddenly. After only limited resistance, they were wiped out by HD security. and their bodies and weapons were placed on large trucks. This night, there are gunfires and explosions everywhere in Las Vegas. Although the casino was run by a gangster family, this scene also shocked everyone. Is this a war? The Las Vegas Police Department has received countless calls to the police and reported to Chief Steve. Steve frowned and thought about it. In this situation, the police used to be completely killed in the past, so wait. Hearing this order, all the police officers on duty were relieved instead. Wait a minute. Wait for the best. Besides, isn't there a patrol outside? 2 hours later, the police station received a call again. This time it was from Henry. Chief Steve, there have been many violent robberies in the city. The patrol launched an operation and killed all the gangsters. Please come and receive the bodies. Director Steve swallowed hard. How intense is it to receive the corpse? It's all killed, isn't there alive? Steve asked. No, the resistance was fierce, and they were all killed. Henry said. How many people are there? More than 40. Chief Steve knows that this is to let the police station take care of the funeral. Okay, I will send someone over. The next day, news is published in the Las Vegas News. Yesterday, a group of gangsters entrenched in the Flamingo Casino launched a violent robbery against several casinos in Las Vegas. They robbed more than $1 million in cash and killed more than 170 casino personnel. With the authorization of the chief of the police department, HD Security mobilized all personnel to wipe out this group of gangsters in one fell swoop, killing 43 robbers. HD Security has the ability to protect the safety of Las Vegas and eliminate all gangsters that disrupt the order of the city. No one is a fool. There are gangs behind these casinos. Knowing that this is not the case at all, the people at the Flamingo Casino were basically in the same group with the four big families. How could they rob the four big families' casinos? But that's how the newspaper wrote, and the police department has determined that this is the truth. The Corleone family casino was destroyed the day before yesterday, and dozens of people died. Last night, the casinos of the four major families were all taken down, and more than 170 people died. With the addition of the members of the Selton family who were identified as robbers, there were more than 200 people. Everyone understands that this is what HD Security does. Many people are frightened by the practice of HD Security. It's so cruel. More than 200 people were killed in one shot. Heavy machine guns fired and bombed the casino. They are attacking the position. How can a group of people who play revolvers can withstand it? Today's Las Vegas is very quiet. No one in charge of the casino has jumped out. All are silently observing developments. Morning, the police were very busy and brought many people to condense their bodies. Afternoon, Hardy took people into the Flamingo Casino and officially announced that he owns 61% of the Flamingo shares. In order to ensure that his assets are not infringed by others, he will officially take over the ownership of the Flamingo Casino from now on. At the same time, HD Security is stationed in the Flamingo Casino and is responsible for the safety of the Flamingo Casino. Depend on. Many people understand now. John Hardy, the owner of HD Security, turned out to be the owner of the Flamingo. It turned out that HD Security was stationed in Las Vegas and signed a cooperation agreement with the police for free. Everything is for today. Many people guessed it in their hearts. Yesterday's attack was probably caused by the boss of John Hardy, but there is no evidence. What they did was called reasonable and legal. The robbers attacked the casino. The robbers killed the people of the four big families. The robbers were the partners of the four big families, members of the Selton family. HD Security arrested the robbers and killed all the robbers. Play the reverse black and white to the extreme. Now the police have come forward to confirm that those from the Selton family are robbers. Damn.mentalnovel.com. The police have done their work. HD Security got their own things. And more importantly, they showed great strength. Now the entire Las Vegas, everyone knows how strong this Hardy boss is. A person of great power, and his mother likes to play conspiracies. Such a person is simply terrifying. And this time, he just clearly let everyone know, everyone can see, I did it on purpose. The purpose is to shock all the forces in Las Vegas. Now it seems that the effect is very obvious. Those who laughed at HD security yesterday, all shut up today, hiding in the house and dare not come out. Hardy also thought about other strategies at the beginning, but in the end he still chose this fierce way, mainly because the situation in Las Vegas was too complicated. Every casino here represents a gangster family. If you take it slowly, you don't know how much energy it will take. Underworld. Sometimes you must pay attention to a ruthless word. It is difficult to want people to respect you. Hardy chooses to make these people afraid first. Only when they are afraid, they dare not act rashly. It's just that he put a layer of legality outside the ruthless word. In Milliken, as long as the procedure is legal, you are legal. That night, although the casinos are all open, they are far from the hustle and bustle of the past. Many people are too scared to go out. Who knows if there will be another attack? The next day, the Las Vegas News issued an announcement that John Hardy will hold the funeral for Siegel and Fredo at noon tomorrow at the Las Vegas Public Cemetery. Many casino managers immediately called to inform their families. Immediately, many family patriarchs ordered themselves to attend the funeral before the supervisor in Las Vegas. 7017K. Chapter 156. Hardy walked into the Flamingo Casino. Bill, Alan Payne, Lanster, Henry and others were all here for the first time, and they were all amazed when they saw such a luxurious casino. It's no wonder that Mr. Siegel spends $8 million. It's really luxurious here, much more luxurious than any casino in Los Angeles. Bill admired a casino with dozens of gaming tables, a hotel with 300 to 400 rooms, bars, nightclubs, restaurants, tourist areas, outdoor swimming pools, fitness clubs, tennis courts, saunas and massage rooms. The facilities are unprecedented and it is definitely the best holiday destination. After reading it, Bill said in amazement, "Why can't it be such a good place, boss? Now you take over here, how do you plan to run it? You won't lose money too?" Hardy sighed. The issue of Flamingo is very complicated. To sum up several reasons. The first is poor publicity, the second is poor management, and the most important reason. What is the most important reason? Poor luck. On the day Siegel opened, Las Vegas suffered a heavy rain that was rare in 10 years, disrupting all plans. Immediately after the heavy rain, the newly built facilities were severely tested. During the heavy rain, the transformer was burned out by lightning, and the hotel air conditioner broke down the next day. Siegel uses the best things. Under normal circumstances, these problems will not occur. However, the heavy rain on the opening day was too great and affected the normal operation of the equipment. Then what are you going to do? Bill asked. It's good to know the problem and solve the problem before the casino reopens. The facilities here must be fully completed, including the casino and all ancillary facilities, so that it can truly become a resort. Intensify publicity, and take turns in newspapers, magazines, even radio stations, and TV. Find someone to take photos and videos as attractive as possible. The theme must be clear. Come here is to enjoy. Also, to increase the convenience of coming here, there is only one flight per day from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. It is too few. Our airline will soon be ready and the number of planes must be increased. Come to our casino. The ticket money can be exchanged for a part of the chips. Do you think they are willing to come to our casino to play? Also, looking back, I am planning to increase the public bus from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. For gamblers who come to the Flamingo Casino, the ticket can be exchanged for chips to play in the casino, which is equivalent to a free ride in the car. Women are very important. When it opens here, we must have a group of high-quality women. That's why I asked you to train those women. In order to attract customers, the casino will also hold a regular lottery. You bet $1 and draw every 2 hours. All betting bonuses go to the winners. All of these people will stay in the casino before the draw, right? As long as we keep people make money. I have already bought the land around the Flamingo Casino. In the future, a racetrack, a dog racing track, and a boxing fighting center will be built. Only when it scales can we attract more people. I will also set up a casino TV channel to introduce casinos, various gambling, various facilities, some open programs, and regular lottery draws. In the future, there will be gambling competitions, various gambling projects, parties, etc. Hardy said more than a dozen things in a row. Bill, Alan Payne, Henry and others opened their mouths. They were surprised how the boss had so many useful ideas. "Boss, you have thought of so much in such a short time?" Bill asked in surprise. Hardy spread out. "The time is too short, so let's talk about it for the time being. In fact, there are many ways to attract people. In the final analysis, they are to provoke people's desires. As long as you operate in this direction, it will naturally have an effect. As for what to use the form doesn't matter." A group of subordinates listened in admiration. The boss has studied human nature so thoroughly that he can be a psychologist. "Boss, when do you plan to open the casino?" Bill asked. At this point, Hardy's face became more solemn. "It will be open in the future, but not now. Everything has to be done after the 5 major families are dealt with." At noon the next day, Las Vegas Public Cemetery. Today may be the largest number of people ever in the Las Vegas Public Cemetery. Bill and his brother have 200 people standing on the left, 150 HD security people standing in the middle, and guests from various Las Vegas casinos on the right. There are also more than 100 people. The members of the Los Angeles gang were all dressed in black and looked solemn. HD security personnel are wearing black combat uniforms, showing a sense of majesty. The casino guests came from different families, and they were immediately overwhelmed by the momentum of these two groups of people. They looked at Bill from time to time and guessed that he is now the biggest gang leader in Los Angeles, Bill Pitt. Then he looked at the handsome young man in the middle of the funeral, knowing that this must be the famous Mr. John Hardy. Hardy is now very famous. He now has several titles on his head. The owner of the largest security company in the United States, Hollywood film tycoon, and 4 listed companies under his name. This is just his apparent identity. Many underworld people know that John Hardy is the true underground emperor of Los Angeles. Not long ago, they wiped out the Irish North Bank gang in one fell swoop, and even killed Raymond's army instructor David. It is said that Raymond became furious after the incident. But more than half a month passed and the Irish did not have any substantial actions of revenge. As for Bill Pitt of the Los Angeles gang, he is just the executor of Mr. Hardy. Certainly, in the eyes of ordinary people, Hardy is a businessman who does legal business. As for his underworld status, if there is no evidence, please don't slander it. Even if the official is not good, you can know but you can't talk nonsense. Talking nonsense is legally responsible. Hardy was standing in front of the coffin. Siegel and Fred lay quietly inside. Siegel was dressed in a white suit. He loved elegance when he was alive and liked white suits. Next to the coffin stood a woman in black clothes and a black veil, Virginia Hill, Siegel's last woman. The woman held onto the coffin and kept sobbing. Before Siegel's death, Virginia was in Chicago. She didn't dare to return after knowing that Siegel was killed. Hardy informed Virginia in advance of her burial. Although this woman loves vanity, embezzles Siegel's money, and Siegel's career part of the reason for her failure. But that was Siegel's business, and Hardy didn't intend to pursue it. Siegel loved her so much, and Hardy felt that Siegel would definitely want Virginia to send him off when he was buried. So he informed her to come. And on the other side is Fred. Fred's wife and children are here, watching Fred's body crying extremely sad. After the priest finished the eulogy, Hardy as a friend gave a eulogy to relatives and friends. Siegel, my friend, he taught me a lot of things. His life was very exciting. Many people say that Siegel's life is indeed wonderful. The mafia veteran, the boss of the killer group, the underground king of the West Coast, countless women, countless murders, and the final death is also shot to death by people which is completely in line with the perfect ending of a gangster. He established the Flamingo Casino, pursuing perfection, and hopes to develop the Las Vegas business through his own efforts. He very much hopes that the company here can make money in a stable and united manner and develop together. When those casino families heard Hardy's words, they had thoughts about whether Hardy's words were for them and gave them a warning. Make money by uniting steadily. If it is not stable and united, will the end be like the four big families? Although he is gone, his deeds will remain in people's hearts. Maybe someone will come here decades later and see his tombstone and say, Benjamin Siegel, I have heard of his name. He is the founder of the Rise of Las Vegas. Fred, my friend. He is also Siegel's most loyal partner, and their friendship has lasted for more than 20 years. The eulogy is over. People came up to offer flowers one after another. The white petals were sprinkled into the coffin and soon submerged the bodies of the two of them. They were born and left. Even if they left a shallow footprint in history, it was extremely rare. Siegel was actually lucky. He did it. The funeral is over. The family members dispersed. But those in charge of the casino did not leave immediately. They gathered around to meet Hardy. The battle the previous night completely established Hardy's position in Las Vegas. The underworld is a place where strength is most important. Hardy fully demonstrated his strength. A bald middle-aged man stood in front of Hardy and said with a smile, Mr. Hardy, I'm the casino steward of the Lucas family. Hardy stretched out his hand, and the other party quickly stretched out his hands and shook Hardy. I talked to Patriarch Lucasa over the phone last year. Patriarch Lucasa helped me in Las Vegas. Let's help each other if there is anything to do. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. The steward's face was full of smiles. Mr. Hardy, I'm the manager of the Borrello Family Casino in Cleveland. Another person came up to greet, and Hardy shook hands with this person. Mr. Hardy, I'm the manager of the Bruno Family Casino in Philadelphia. Mr. Hardy, I'm the head of the Maslow Family Casino in New Orleans. Our patriarch asked me to say hello to Mr. Hardy. If Mr. Hardy passes by New Orleans, the patriarch said he would invite you to drink and eat roast chicken. After Hardy met the heads of these casinos, he smiled and said, you know, I'm a legitimate businessman. I was invited by Siegel to buy the Flamingo shares. These stewards try to keep smiling, but slander in my heart. Are you a legitimate businessman? Well, until novel.com you have a big fist. You have the final say. You are a legitimate businessman that the four big families can't afford. Hardy sighed slightly. In the Flamingo Casino, I have invested several million in front and back. If it continues like this, I am afraid that all my investment will be lost, and I have to come over and take a look. I am not familiar with the place in Las Vegas, so I brought the HD security, and I am going to use HD security to be responsible for the safety of the casino. Saying here, Hardy looks at these casino stewards. By the way, do you think it is necessary for HD security to maintain the safety and order of Las Vegas? The people in charge are all taken aback. Ask what we do. Can we decide this? The four big families in New York and the Selton family in San Francisco were all destroyed by you overnight. What do you want us to say? Of course it is necessary. Too necessary. The Lucas Casino manager turned his eyes and thought of something, and said, yes. The HD security has done a very good job and should stay. Seeing the patrol car, we feel more at ease than before. The people in charge of things rushed to agree. Hardy smiled and nodded. Sometimes, the city government and city councilors are willing to hear the voices of the people. If you are willing to see that down is retained, you can reflect it to the city government and the councillors and let the city government pass the employment agreement as soon as possible. These stewards finally understood. This is for them to pass on to the MPs who are familiar with their families. Of course we have to react. We must reflect. The manager of the Luces Casino immediately stated his attitude. Yes, yes, I will also reflect upward. The roast chicken manager also said quickly. Hardy had a smile on his face. You see how great it is now. All casinos are united and loving, and Las Vegas will have a bright future in the future. 7017K. Chapter 157. Before leaving the cemetery, Hardy glanced at Siegel's tombstone again, and said to his heart, "Siegel, I will help you complete your unfinished business and ideals." Go back to the manor in the car. Bill and Hardy sat together, and the two chatted about Los Angeles. Since the North Shore gang was eliminated, the LA gang is now the dominant family, and Bill has led people to rectify the industry, which has now been basically completed. Boss, the victor you arranged has already contacted the Mexican gang. The North Shore gang's drug business has ceased. Now Los Angeles has a severe shortage of drugs and the price has skyrocketed. Victor found the Mexican, and the Mexican heard about him. With a large amount of drugs in hand, I was very happy. Victor sold 50 kilograms of cocoa powder to Mexicans a few days ago. The Mexicans believe in him now. Victor is still trying to suspend their appetite, saying that he can sell them 250 kilograms next time. The Mexicans are now raising money. When this transaction is completed, it is estimated that all the cash of the Mexican can be absorbed, and then the security company and the police will solve the case. The Mexicans are estimated to be unable to recover in a short time. Bill smiled. Hardy nodded in satisfaction. He needs Mexicans to be a negative example, but he can't make them bigger, threatening the status of the Los Angeles gang, so he will be tossed if nothing happens in the future. Bill, although the Los Angeles gang is now occupying Los Angeles, you must be aware that other mafia families may fight the idea of Los Angeles. This time we have a conflict with the Selton family in San Francisco. Maybe they will retaliate. The Irishman Raymond must also pay attention to his revenge. I will pay attention to the boss, Bill said. Hardy thought for a while and said, Bill, in the second half of the year, I will let Lanster vigorously develop the security company's business in San Francisco. You can first send a group of competent men to get a feel for the situation in San Francisco. Bilton's eyes gleamed. Boss, do you plan to develop the Los Angeles gang to San Francisco? I don't want anyone on the West Coast to become a threat to us. We have already made enemies with the Selton family. I am afraid that other families will take advantage of this. So we have to plan ahead. Everything is done in advance, and we can't wait for things to come to our door before rushing to deal with it. You are right. Bill blinked. Boss, what did you mean in the last sentence? Hardy was a little helpless. He really didn't understand these succinct truths about talking to Bill. You just do it, Hardy said. Understood the boss. Bill responded with a smile. Bill took people back to Los Angeles, but Hardy asked him to keep Rossi. Rossi was one of the 4 chiefs of the Los Angeles gang, and it was Hemingway's who had killed him. Rossi was also from the Marines, one of Hardy's henchmen. He chose to join the gang. He has more than 50 people under him. Hardy left him and let him be responsible for the safety of the Flamingo, and in the future, he will be responsible for the underworld forces in Las Vegas. During this time, the Corleone family casino was robbed and is now closed. The casinos of the 4 major families including Bassini were also robbed, and even bombs exploded, leaving the casino in a state of half-ruin. The continuous conflict has made Las Vegas people panic. During this time, newspapers and radio stations in Las Vegas are still spreading news. And those who are not optimistic about the future of Las Vegas make those who buy land very worried. More and more people are listing to take out land, and the price has dropped. Some people's selling price has fallen below the original price of buying the land. Reluctantly cut the meat. Hardy felt that the time was almost time, and asked Andy to send someone to talk to the landowners to buy them at a lower price, and sell them if they wanted to. That's it. In just half a month, the real estate company secretly acquired more than 6,000 acres of land, accounting for almost half of the best land on both sides of the Las Vegas Strip in the future. But he also spent a lot of money. There is a Wells Fargo branch here in Las Vegas. Now Wells Fargo and Hardy are a cooperative partnership. Every time a real estate company buys a piece of land, it takes the land to get a mortgage loan from Wells Fargo Bank. In the end, The real estate company only it took more than $1 million to acquire these lands, and this $1 million was snatched from the 4 major family casinos. Some people say, strength is money, money is power, and the two complement each other. Hardy thinks this sentence is too right. A week later, a municipal meeting was held in Las Vegas. In addition to discussing the municipal construction of Las Vegas, the meeting also discussed one thing, that is it necessary for the police department to sign an agreement with HD Security and hire HD Security to become a supplementary force for the police department? At the meeting, Director Steve made a statement, showing from many aspects that it is very necessary to make HD Security a protective force for the police. The population of Las Vegas is now increasing, and the number of cases that occur every year is also increasing. The number of police is severely insufficient, and violent cases often occur. A large number of manpower needs to be added. We also need to add corresponding weapons, cars, and new office locations. The current police station is too small to hold 100 people. There are also special canteens and public baths. Let's do the math. Increasing manpower requires an increase in wages, equipment funds, facility funds, etc. About 150,000 to 200,000. Members heard that this is a lot of money. Then how much does it cost to hire HD Security? A member of the Diet asked. 120,000 per year, renewal every 3 years. Steve said, this account is very easy to calculate. The police hire not only equipment, wages, but also future medical insurance, life insurance, retirement pensions, and other messy things. The other one spends money to hire, 120,000 a year, all inclusive, and the others don't have to worry about it. No matter what the calculation, you know that hiring HD Security is easier. What to consider? Most of the lawmakers agreed. 2 days later, HD Security and the Las Vegas Police Department formally signed an agreement, and HD Security became a supplementary force to maintain order in Las Vegas. The estate where Hardy and the others live has been bought by the security company and will become the location of the HD Security Las Vegas branch in the future. This manor is very large. Lanster invited all the police officers to come and visit. The police were shocked when they saw the piles of weapons in the warehouse. The shelves are full of pistols, machine guns, carbines, and submachine guns. These are nothing. There are more than a dozen heavy machine guns inside. You can see how lethal these guys are by looking at the long bullet chain. A slightly more knowledgeable policeman asked, these machine guns are M1919A6 heavy machine guns, right? Yes. It's M1919A6. The policeman who asked the question tweeted, this thing is enough for fighting tanks. Can we use it here? Hee. Who knows if you will meet the gangsters and be prepared for it. Lanster smiled. The other policeman listened. Gangsters? What kind of gangsters? All have to be honest when they get in front of you. You are really murderous. Going further inside, the police saw something that surprised them even more. Grenades, explosives, and even bazooka anti-tank rocket launchers and M260 mortars. The police were shocked. Are they prepared to deal with the gangsters or to start a war? The end of the tour. The police have a clearer concept of HD Security. Don't provoke, these guys are here to kill. Hardy started in Las Vegas and took over the casinos of the 4 big families. This matter irritated the big 4 families in New York. Philip, head of the Tartaglia family, found Bassini, that John Hardy befriended the Corleone family. With him, our business on the West Coast will be all over. We should unite and kill that Hardy. Bassini is a scheming guy, squinting his eyes for a long time without speaking. Bassini, what do you think? Philip urged. Bassini shook his head. I received news that John Hardy has unified all forces in Los Angeles. He has not only gangsters, but also HD security companies. They can exercise the police power at will. This is very tricky. How many people can we send to the West Coast? 100 or 200, or 500 people? His Los Angeles gang now has no less than 500 people, and most of them are veterans, and the HD security is 1,500 people. The combat effectiveness is stronger. That John Hardy is now deeply rooted in Los Angeles, we can't move him, Bassini said. These news were all told by Raymond. Bassini and Raymond made a deal. Raymond wanted the interests of Los Angeles, and they wanted the interests of Las Vegas. But in the end, neither side got what they wanted. All plans were destroyed by Hardy. Raymond wanted revenge and sent people to Las Vegas to investigate. These situations were not difficult to investigate. Bassini realized that Los Angeles had such a powerful opponent. And seeing his plans along the way, step by step, with almost no flaws, he knew that his opponent was a deep-minded guy. And he was definitely not easy to deal with. If you sent someone to kill him rashly, you will get crazy revenge if it doesn't happen. Bassini is not stupid. Hardy has so many veterans in his hand. If he finds a few veterans, he may be killed by sniper bullets from unknown sources. Then let him ruin our industry and leave it alone. Then how can we stand still? Philip roared, a little annoyed. Bassini shook his head. Philip, everything we do is for business and to make money. Sometimes, since we know that we can't do anything, we have to learn to let go, instead of being arrogant. Bassini persuaded. What do you do now? Philip asked. Bassini thought for a while. We have been fighting for so long, and we have lost a lot of each other. I think it's time to sit down and talk, otherwise it won't be good for anyone. I'll call Vito. We should hold a meeting of the Mafia Committee. The original intention of the Mafia Committee was to resolve internal disputes in the Mafia. There are some things we can discuss at the meeting. Bassini is a very savvy person who can also put his face down. He personally called the old Godfather, and the two chatted like old friends on the phone. Vito, I think it's time to stop. It's not good for everyone to continue. What do you think? Bassini said. During this time, the Corleone family's loss was actually even greater. After all, he used the power of one family to fight the other four big families. Almost all of Corleone's property was stagnated. There was no income for several months. Many people died, and he was in a state of challenge daily. The old Godfather actually felt more pressure than other families. The eldest son Sonny was killed and Mike was assassinated. Then someone wanted to kill Fredo. In order to protect the two sons, the old Godfather left them all in the manor. For this reason Mike's business has been affected. With regard to the old TV factory, as well as the construction of the new TV factory, Mike can only call the remote control command www.mentalnovel.com because he may be assassinated when he goes out. If this were not the case, the old Godfather would not ask Hardy for help and take down the casinos of the four major families in Las Vegas. In fact, he was showing his strength in an alternative way, telling the other party that he still has a very powerful foreign aid. There is no time to collapse. Now Bassini is calling and he is in the arms of the old Godfather. The old Godfather said hoarsely, Bassini, I think you are right. We went in the wrong direction from the beginning. In order to make money, we have suffered heavy losses now. This is not the original intention of any of our families. Call the members of the committee. We should have a good meeting to talk about what should be done next. The old Godfather said solemnly. Put down the phone. The old Godfather thought for a while, called Hardy, and told him that the Bassini family chief came to him for peace talks. Hardy, thank you. I think this meeting will discuss the issue of vendettas and drugs. Do you have anything to say? Hardy thought for a while and said, Siegel's Casino. The four big families originally wanted to invade the Flamingo Casino. Now I have taken it back. While Siegel was alive, I bought 61% of the Flamingo Casino shares, 13% of each of the other three companies. Mr. Vito helped me tell them that if they are willing to sell the shares in their hands, I am willing to buy them. If they are not willing to sell, then ask them to continue to invest. I will continue to build the Flamingo Casino and build the Flamingo Casino into its more luxurious and huge than Siegel had imagined. Of course, if someone has bad thoughts, I will use all the power in my hand. You know I am very young. Sometimes young people are very impulsive and can't hold back their anger and do some intense things. Hardy's last sentence was a blatant threat and intimidation, and it was a threat to the four major families in New York. 7017K. Chapter 158. Corleone Manor. The old godfather shaved his beard in front of the mirror, combed his hair carefully, and applied wax to make his hair look smoother. Don't let the opponent see a little embarrassment. He wants to tell everyone that he is still the once domineering Vito Corleone. When he came to the living room, Tom, Mike, and Fredo were all there. The old godfather looked at the three children and smiled. Don't worry, this meeting will not be dangerous. They will not do anything during the peace talks. Otherwise it will break the most basic rules of the committee. Tom, you accompany me, the old godfather said. Tom removed the old godfather's suit from the hanger and helped him put it on from behind. The old godfather's injury was not completely healed, and it was still a bit difficult to stretch his arm. After getting dressed, the old godfather took a picture in the mirror and wiped his sideburns of white hair. He felt that he could still fight now. Tom accompanied the old godfather to the hotel arranged by Bassini. Before getting off the car, the old godfather took a deep breath to make himself look more energetic. The door opened and Vito Corleone got out and walked towards the hotel conference room. The door of the conference room opened and the old godfather saw Emilio Bassini, the head of the Bassini family. Bassini smiled at the old godfather. Vito, long time no see. Yeah, since the last committee meeting, we have never seen it again. I thought you would come to my birthday party last time, but I didn't expect you to go to Cuba, the old godfather said with a smile, his tone like small talk. Glancing across the hall, almost all the heads of the family have come. There are more than 20 people, and the conference table is full. The old godfather also saw Philip, the head of the Tatarchillia family, in the crowd. The Corleone and Tatarchillia families had the deepest hatred. Sonny killed Philip's son. No, Sonny was killed, and the old godfather knew Philip should have done it. Philip still looked bad at the old godfather now. The old godfather looked at the other family heads. Some nodded slightly at him, some looked cold, some played with the cigarette holder in his hand. The old godfather knew in his heart that today's meeting is not easy, and maybe he will be besieged by other families, just like the previous few months of war. When he got to his position, Tom helped the old godfather to open the stool. After the old godfather sat down, Tom sat on the chair behind the old godfather. After everyone sat down, Bassini stood up and said, "A lot of things have happened recently. Some are unpleasant, and each family has suffered different degrees of loss. The original intention of the committee was to resolve the conflicts between families, so we have this today's meeting, I hope to put the problem on the table. Everyone can solve the problem together, instead of continuing the endless conflict." After speaking, Bassini looked at the old godfather. "Vito, do you have anything to say?" The old godfather pursed his mouth, spread his hands, and said with a serious expression, "How did things turn out to be like this? I don't know. It's so unfortunate, so unnecessary. I was assassinated. The gunman shot me 12 bullets. Tatarchillia lost a son, and I also lost a son. This is very sad. We fought for a few months, and the losses were great. I think it's time to stop. It will not be good for everyone to continue." After speaking, the old godfather looked at Philip, the head of the Tatarchillia family, to see what he said. But before Philip could speak, Bassini spoke first. "Vito, I want to talk about the cause of the incident. The cause is that every family wants to run a drug business. The Corleone family holds the entire New York legal profession and politicians, but you are unwilling to share it with everyone, Vito. You are too friendless for doing this. You must let us share the benefits and make everyone rich together. Of course, we take advantage of your relationship and are willing to pay you. Sarasso shot you. That's Sarasso's business. He is dead, but the business is still there. You also know that business is not good now, and each family needs a better source of income." After speaking this sentence, Bassini glanced at the other family elders. Someone stood up at this moment. It was Nicholas Silvera, the mafia boss of Kansas City, a short curly black fat man, with a cigar in his mouth. This guy said to the old godfather, "Mr. Vito, I also don't believe in drugs, but this is definitely a good business. My men bought them back for 3 or 4,000, and they could sell for 50,000. Sometimes, I can't control my hands to do this business because his profits are too high. You can ask the family here how many people are willing to do this business." After finishing talking, the little black fat man glanced at the big bosses on the conference table, and these big bosses nodded at him one by one. They are all expressing their positions and willing to do this business. After Kansas City Mafia boss Silvera finished speaking, the helm of Boston City also stood up and indicated that this business should be done. People from other families can't help but nod. Tom sat behind the old godfather and swallowed softly. He already felt deeply that because he refused the drug business, the Corleone family had been rejected by all the families here. He raised his eyes to the old godfather. This one adopted himself and raised his own father. He suddenly had a feeling. The old godfather is like a lion dying, and these people in the house are a group of hyenas. They are forcing the old godfather to give in. Otherwise they will come together and attack. Kill the old Lion King to death. The old godfather was always expressionless. No one could guess what he was thinking. When these people finished speaking, everyone looked at him and waited for his attitude. The following statement by the old godfather may affect the future direction of the entire mafia, whether to continue the war or make a fortune together. The conference room was silent for 10 seconds. The atmosphere solidified a bit. The old godfather pursed his lips and finally spoke. "I agree to do this business." When the old godfather opened his mouth, many family heads showed joy, and the old stubbornness finally agreed. "However, I have a few conditions." "What are the conditions?" Bassini asked. The old godfather glanced at Philip, the head of the Tartaglia family, and said, "Philip's son is dead. And Sonny is also dead. This thing ends here. My second son and younger son were assassinated one after another. Here I must get a guarantee that no one will move them in the future. If they are unlucky in the future, whether it is shot to death, a car accident, or whatever, the mess is sent to jail, or even struck by lightning, then I will blame everyone here, and the Corleone family will take revenge at all costs. I'm talking about whatever it takes, including the destruction of the Corleone family." The old godfather showed sharp eyes and scanned every family chief in the room. This moment, he has become a lion again, a lion who is desperate for his children. Everyone here knows, although the Corleone family suffered a blow, it was still strong, and it was completely capable of killing any family or even several families in the room. Bassini looked at Philip and winked at him. It means to ask him to quickly agree. Bassini's purpose is very clear. As long as the old godfather agrees to drug trafficking and uses family connections to protect his interests, nothing else matters. Philip stood up. "I agree." The old godfather and Philip looked at each other for 2 seconds, and the two came together to shake hands and reached a verbal agreement. "Vito, what do you want?" Bassini asked. The old godfather looked at Bassini and said, "I remember you just said that you are willing to spend money to buy my relationship, right?" "Yes." "When it comes to money, Bassini doesn't care so much. I have a request. The Flamingo Casino in Las Vegas. I heard that Bassini, Tartaglia, and Strachey hold 39% of the Flamingo Casino, and the other 61% are in John Hardy's hands. I want those shares," the old godfather said. Everyone else in the field was a little dazed, and didn't expect Vito to make such a request. Then they thought of the young man named John Hardy far away in Las Vegas. After the Corleone family casino was attacked, John Hardy immediately led people to attack the 4 major family casinos. They even did more ruthlessly than them, and directly destroyed the casino. The other families immediately remembered that Corleone had such a strong foreign aid outside. When the old godfather just said that he agreed to provide political resources for the drug business, these people felt that the Corleone family had indeed been done, and they had been pressured by the families to succumb. and it would be difficult for them to raise their heads in the future. Can think of what John Hardy did. MentalNovel.com. They suddenly felt that even if they attacked the Corleone family together, they might not be able to completely destroy him. As long as there are people in the Corleone family, they can use John Hardy. The power of revenge, and even re-emergence. This is a very terrible thing. Gangsters are most afraid of not doing things cleanly, and the backlash that is often encountered is fatal. And they also understand the principle of killing a snake without dying, then being victimized. The patriarch of the Sultan family in San Francisco, who was hit by Hardy, Lep Selton, felt hatred towards Hardy. He said, "Mr. Corleone, what evidence do you have to prove the ownership of the casino's shares?" The old godfather glanced at this guy and said lightly, "Some people think that if someone is sent to occupy the Flamingo Casino, even if they get there, if the world is so simple, there will be no contract." Selton sent someone to occupy the Flamingo Casino under the direction of Bassini. Hardy killed all of the 40 people he sent and was framed as a robber. All the families here knew about this. In fact, they wanted to. Everyone knows what they do is nothing more than fighting for profit. But in the end they have never beaten others. The old godfather wants casino shares here, obviously related to John Hardy. At this time, Philip said, a little displeased, "I invested 800,000 in the Flamingo Casino, and I will give it to you in vain." The old godfather frowned. "Then you mean to use my network resources for nothing?" Bassini blinked. "Well, to show my sincerity, I am willing to let go of the Flamingo Casino shares." After speaking, he looked at the other two clan chiefs. Colobo, the patriarch of the Strack family, nodded and agreed. Philip had no choice but to bite his teeth and bleed. Although Hardy did not participate in the Mafia Committee meeting, his power extends here. 7017K. Chapter 159. After the Mafia Committee meeting ended, the old godfather got into the car, and his expression suddenly wilted a lot, as if the confrontation just now exhausted his energy. The old godfather closed his eyes and said nothing. Tom looked at his godfather and told the driver to drive back. The old godfather did not speak all the way, but Tom knew that the godfather was not asleep, and his hand kept twisting the pipe. The car returned to the Corleone family manor. Everyone greeted him and helped the old godfather back into the house. The old godfather looked at Mike and Fredo, as well as Clemenza and Tessio standing next to him, and said, "You guys come with me to the study, I have important things to announce." Everyone hurriedly followed the old godfather into the study. The door is closed. The old godfather sat in his chair for a long time, seeming to be thinking, or organizing language. After a long few minutes, he said, "At today's committee meeting, I have agreed to do a drug business, and the Corleone family will provide some political resources to protect this business in the future." Mike was surprised. It's not like his father's style, but he didn't speak. The old godfather continued, "This is not the point. After this incident, I feel that the business of the Corleone family needs to be transferred, and it cannot all be located in New York. In the future, the business of the Corleone family will focus on developing the casino business in Las Vegas, except for New York. I have acquired 39% of the Flamingo Casino from the other three families." Speaking of this, the old godfather glanced at Mike, turned his head to look at Tom next to him, and solemnly said, "Tom, you are also my son. I decided to let you gradually take over the family business. You will have to work harder in the future." There was a look of shock in Tom's eyes. Gradually handing over the family business to oneself, does this mean to let oneself take over the position of the patriarch? Now Fredo, Clemenza and Tessio all showed surprised expressions. Only Mike was relatively plain, because he had never thought about engaging in family business from beginning to end. If it hadn't been for the assassination of his father this time, he would not have participated in the family dispute. Coming. "Well, you all go out. Tom, you stay. I have something to tell you," the old godfather said. The others go out. The old godfather waved to Tom. Tom walked to the old godfather. The old godfather stretched out his hand, Tom knelt on one knee and held the old godfather's hand in his hand. "Father." The old godfather patted Tom on the head with his other hand. "Tom, you have been a strategist for several years. You also attended the meeting just now. What do you see?" the old godfather asked. Tom paused. "I see all families attacking you together for profit. They are like a group of hyenas. If you don't agree to their request, they will rush to bite you together." The old godfather smiled. "You are very accurate, and to be honest with you, for a moment, I really felt fear in my heart. I haven't felt that way for a long time. If I disagree, they will deal with the Corleone family in a more violent way, and the Corleone family may no longer exist. I compromised. You should see that when I say the word agree, many people have triumphant smiles on their faces. But sometimes, for the survival of the family, you have to compromise. If you control the family in the future, you must remember this. Be tough when you need to be tough, and compromise when you need to compromise." "Father." What Tom wants to say. The old godfather patted Tom's hand to interrupt him, and continued, "Fredo's character can't bear the responsibility of a family at all. Mike wants to develop a career outside the family, so you need to pick up this burden. Actually, I hope Mike can develop in business or politics." "Tom, I have a request for you. After taking over the family, can you help Mike with all my strength? If Mike develops, the family will also benefit." The old godfather looked at Tom after speaking. Tom understands. The old godfather wanted to make himself Tom's backing, Tom with family power, and push him to a higher position. Tom did not reject the request of the old godfather. As an adopted son, he can be said to be very lucky to accept the family. He should have helped Mike with family power. If Mike can be promoted to a higher position, it will also be a great protection for the Corleone family. "I promise your father that I will do my best to help Mike in the future," Tom said. The old godfather smiled. "As long as your brothers work hard together, I believe the Corleone family will develop better. Now you are still a little immature. You attended today's meeting. You should be able to see that all the clan chiefs are old foxes. Tom, you still need time to grow up. In the next few years, I will slowly teach you to become a qualified patriarch and gradually hand over part of the political resources to you." "Okay, Tom, that's all for today. You go out and call Fredo over," the old godfather said. Tom stood up and went out to exchange Fredo in. Fredo closed the door, looking a little lonely. "Father." The old godfather waved to Fredo, and Fredo hurried over. The old godfather looks at his second son, who is in his 30s this year, but sometimes he behaves like an inexperienced teenager. "Fredo, you have seen everything that happened in the family these days. You have been a filial child since you were a child. You love your mother and me very much, and your father understands your character very well. Fredo, stay with mom and dad from now on. The simple life is actually happier. Your mother can't afford to lose any more children." Fredo's previous thoughts immediately dissipated. In fact, he knew his personality very well and was not suitable for fighting at all, let alone being the patriarch of the Corleone family. "Okay, Dad, I'll stay with you and Mom." Fredo grinned. The old godfather waved at him. Fredo lowered his head. The old godfather gave him a kiss on the forehead. "Go and call Mike in," the old godfather said. Fredo replaced Mike in, and Mike walked to his father calmly and sat on the chair beside him. The old godfather looked at the little son carefully. "The family crisis is temporarily lifted. I told them that no matter what danger my children encounter in the future, I will blame them and retaliate at all costs. I got a stake in the Flamingo Casino. The 3 casinos total 39%. The Las Vegas casino is a legal business. Leave this business to you." The other shareholder of the casino is Hardy, who owns 61% of the shares. "Mike, I will leave the family business to Tom to take care of in the future. You will do your best to do your own business. Do legitimate business or take the political line, whatever you want. I have already agreed with Tom. From now on, he will control the family and will do everything in his back. Support you." Speaking of the old godfather, The old godfather looked at Mike deeply and said, "Mike, are you wondering why your father suddenly changed and agreed to do the drug business?" "I believe my father must have his own reasons," Mike said. The old godfather gritted his teeth and said, "I have been very strong throughout my life. I have encountered countless winds and waves, but when faced with the death of my child, I became unbearable. Son's death made me very sad. I can't lose any of you anymore. At today's meeting, other families are persecuting me together. I am not afraid of the others, but I am worried about your lives. If I disagree, they will definitely continue to retaliate wildly and assassinate you. If you are all in trouble, then what is the meaning of my contacts, and my political resources will all become worthless, and I must give up." There was an anger in Mike's heart. In other words, it is grief and anger. His father was his idol since he was a child, and his father was forced into such a situation by those families, and he felt more uncomfortable than his father. "Mike, you will follow the path of your own choice in the future, and as long as you think that is the right path, you will continue unswervingly. I will divide my network and political resources into two parts. One part is used for family business and the other part is used for you. The two parts of resources will never overlap and are not intertwined with each other, so that you will always be clean." Mike's throat twitched twice, trying to suppress his emotions. "I will work hard, father." Mike came out of the study and called in Tessio and Clemenza. The old godfather gave the two old buddies another order, telling them the key points of attention in the future. There will certainly be many changes in the full-scale development of the drug business. When Tessio and Clemenza went out, the old godfather closed his eyes and rested for 10 minutes, opened his eyes and became more energetic, picked up the phone and dialed out. "The call is connected shortly." "Heidi, this is Vito." "Hello Mr. Vito, the committee meeting is over?" "Yes, it's over. The content of the meeting is as I expected. I agreed to their request. In the future, the Corleone family will get involved in the drug business, and the previous conflict will be wiped out." The old godfather said. Hardy sighed. "It's really all for business." Heidi, "I used political resources to exchange the remaining 39% of the Flamingo shares. I want to discuss something with you." The old godfather said. "Mr. Vito, please tell me." "I intend to keep this share, but I am willing to pay you $3 million as money to buy this share. What do you think of Hardy?" The old godfather said. Hardy was a little surprised. "Mr. Vito, your shares are from the other three families, so you don't have to give me any more money." Hardy said. The old godfather smiled. "Heidi, if it weren't for you, the Corleone family wouldn't get the shares at all, and you will need to bother with future operations. The Flamingo Casino is a legitimate business. I have decided to give this business to Mike. From now on Mike will only engage in legitimate business. I will slowly hand over family matters to Tom. Maybe the Mafia will no longer have the Corleone family. It's the Hidgen family," the old godfather said. Hardy was surprised when he heard what the old godfather said. How could the old godfather suddenly choose Tom to be the patriarch of the family? This is seriously inconsistent with movie history. Wouldn't it be his own appearance that changed the course of history? But when Hardy thought about it, he suddenly felt that the old godfather's choice was very wise. Tom was not a treacherous person. Even if he became the patriarch, he would not betray the Corleone family, but would be Mike's help in the future. As for Mike, there may be better development. In fact, Mike's ending in the original book is not good. Novel.com because of the family dispute. He was involved in it and did not follow the route he originally envisioned. In order to shoulder the burden of the family, he had to choose to become a new generation of successor. But the road of life is very bad. His wife did not want him to engage in underworld business. Love disappeared. Brother-in-law betrayed. He chose to kill brother-in-law. Sister broke with him, and then Fredo colluded with other families and betrayed him. He cruelly killed his second brother. In fact, doing all of these made Mike very painful. He struggled for half his life. What he did was to cleanse the family, but in fact, it was to clean himself. The death of his daughter in his later years made Mike lose his only spiritual sustenance and was heartbroken. The last man died lonely in Sicily. In Hardy's view, Mike, the second-generation godfather in the movie, has a life that looks prosperous and exciting, but it is actually very miserable. His former glory has become the most powerful mafia leader on the East Coast, but these are not Mike's pursuits. He has his own real pursuits, but in the face of the dark and cruel real life, he has to bow his head and endure struggle. In pain, the old godfather chooses Tom, and Hardy thinks the old godfather is very wise. During this period of time, Tom's performance was seen in the eyes of the old godfather. Tom was very rational and could consider gang fights from a business point of view, rather than being arrogant. Sonny is impulsive. Mike is determined to do things. Fredo is too weak, and he is more calm than Tom. Maybe he may not be able to carry forward the Corleone family, but he is definitely an excellent candidate for protection. Hardy smiled. Okay, Mr. Vito, I accepted it. And just use this money to continue building the casino. I believe that this investment of the Corleone family will get 100-fold return in the future. The old godfather smiled heartily. Okay, then I am waiting for a good result. This is the first time the old godfather laughed tonight. 7017K. Chapter 160. A few days later, Mike flew from New York to Las Vegas, and Hardy personally picked up the plane at the airport. The two met and gave a warm hug. Hardy, thank you for your help to the Corleone family. Mike sincerely thanked. Mr. Vito has already thanked him. Hardy smiled. No, this is my gratitude. I know how dangerous the family was at the time. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid other families would not stop and negotiate. Mike said. Hardy smiled. Stop talking about that. Let's take you to see our Flamingo Casino. The two came to the Flamingo Casino, the luxurious casino lobby, the rows of gaming tables, the luxuriously decorated hotel, the tree-lined palm trees, and the small river lake. It is so rare to have such a lake in Nevada. It's very beautiful here, no wonder it costs so much money. How do you plan to run Hardy next? Mike asked. Hardy talked to Mike again about the business strategy he had said with Bill. Improve the ancillary facilities, improve the playability here, make it a leisure mecca, increase publicity, and advertise in newspapers, magazines, radio stations and TV. Increasing flights and buses, air tickets and tickets can be used to deduct chips from the Flamingo Casino. And more interesting links are added in the casino to attract people, such as timed sweepstakes, gambling contests and other activities. I have contacted the construction company and the person in charge has come to see it and said that the construction can be completed in 3 months, which means that the casino can officially open in early October. The weather in Las Vegas in October is very pleasant. It is a good time to open. I have called HD Pictures and asked them to send a team of directors over to shoot promotional photos and videos, and then advertise in the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, Playboy magazine, radio and TV stations. I just established the airline, and now it has started trial operation. I am going to add a route from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. I will buy 20 buses back to open the long-distance passenger service from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. It takes half an hour trip. I have another idea, which is to set up a betting TV channel to broadcast information about gambling, and even be able to use TV betting in the future. Others can call over to place bets and draw prizes later. After hearing Hardy's plan, Mike was shocked and admired. Hardy thinks very well, covering everything he can think of, and can mobilize so many resources, such as increasing routes, which is not something ordinary people can do, but Hardy has his own airline and can easily arrange it. Mike thought for a while and said, Hardy, have you ever thought of changing the name of the casino? Hardy was taken aback for a moment. Do you have any idea? I heard that the name Flamingo was originally the nickname of the woman Siegel liked. Now that the casino is owned by us, I think we should change the name. Mike said. Then what name do you want to change to? Hardy Casino. I think it sounds better than a flamingo. Mike finished speaking and looked at Hardy with a smile. Hardy was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed. Afternoon. The two came to the Business Administration Department of the Las Vegas city government and confirmed the new shares. The shares of the original three families all belonged to Mike, who held 39% of the casino shares. Hardy originally had 18% of the shares, and Siegel pledged 43% of the shares here. Siegel died and the money could not be repaid. The shares belonged directly to Hardy. After the rights were confirmed again, Hardy owned 61% of the casino shares. At the same time, the name registered in the management department was changed, and the name was officially changed to Hardy Hotel. Since then, the casino has been officially owned by Hardy and Mike. Back at the casino, Mike took out a check and handed it to Hardy. "Hardy, this is the money to buy shares." Hardy took the check and looked at it. It said $3 million. Then welcome. This money is used for the construction of the casino's unfinished facilities and the opening. Of course, this money is Hardy's personal, and the casino only temporarily borrowed the money. After all, the casino belongs to Hardy and Mike. After the casino makes money, the money will be repaid. The next day, the people from HD Pictures are here. The director has complete photography and lighting. He also brought dozens of actors and actresses signed by the HD agency. They are very excited about the appearance of these actors who have no reputation. Hardy specifically called Ava Gardner and Heidi Lamar before and asked them to come over to shoot a promotional video, and they put down their work and made a special trip. Two top Hollywood female stars, wearing beautiful dresses, introduced Hardy Hotel in front of the camera, and selected the most beautiful shots to make the casino hotel look more luxurious. Night. The neon lights were flashing. The casino was full of handsome men and beauties. People kept gambling and reveling. Someone won thousands of dollars in one go, and the people next to them happily followed. Beauty's gambling money stimulus. These are the elements that make hormones surge. 2 days. The team took hundreds of photos and more than 3 hours of video. These were taken back for editing and put into magazines and TV for advertising. In the past 2 days, Mike has been watching and admiring Hardy more and more. He found that after Hardy's guidance, the shots and expressions he shot were more eye-catching than the director thought. I don't know where he got so many ideas. If Hardy knew Mike's voice, he would definitely tell him that after watching a few videos, mortals can become gods. During the filming, Hardy arranged Ava Gardner and Heidi Lamar in the Hardy Hotel room, but they were not on the same floor. The main reason is that the voice is too loud to disturb the other party. After the filming was over, the two big beauties left. Ava returned to the crew to continue filming, and the filming team returned to Los Angeles. Hardy is also going back, but he has to make some arrangements before he leaves. Determine, the head of casino operations, Upton, 42 years old this year, was originally the head of the Jewish gang McKinsey No. 5 Club. He was very experienced in casino operations. He was a sleek person. Hardy asked him to bring people over in advance, familiar with the environment. The second is to stare at the project, waiting for all to complete the smooth opening. At the same time, let Andy arrange several accounting tellers here. The security force for the casino is Rossi, one of the 4 chiefs of the Los Angeles company. Rossi has 50 people. Robert Drew, the head of HD Security in Las Vegas, reserved 50 security personnel, and everyone else withdrew to Los Angeles. Before, Hardy brought so many people here to expand the territory. Now the situation in Las Vegas has basically stabilized. There are 50 people in Los Angeles plus 50 people in HD security, which is enough to deal with here. If there are bigger things, Los Angeles is not far from Las Vegas. 1 hour by plane and 4 or 5 hours by car. You can quickly send troops to solve any troubles. Arranged here, Hardy took Mike, Andy's team, and the security team to Los Angeles. The Los Angeles branch of the TV factory has been under construction for more than half a year, and Mike is going to inspect it. The TV factory is located in the suburbs of Los Angeles and covers a large area. 4 production lines are already in place and are being installed. The person in charge told Mike that it will take about a month for these 4 production lines to be installed, which means that trial production will be available in mid-August, a period of time earlier than expected. The trial production is mainly for testing machines, and the output will not be too large, but 200 per day is still no problem, and the production capacity is already stronger than the old factory. Hardy smiled and said, "We can continue to cooperate with the bank, using installment direct sales methods. I can find Bank of America, Wells Fargo and other banks to cooperate." When Hardy came up with this sales model, Mike admired it. "Well, I have already negotiated with several major banks in New York, and they are all willing to develop this business, so that they can also increase a lot of loan users, which is also of great benefit to them." After watching the TV factory, Hardy took Mike to the Barbie factory and Playboy magazine, both of which are now helping Hardy continue to make a profit. Barbie dolls have now become synonymous with high-end toys. There are special counters in every big city. As soon as the doll costume competition comes out, it attracts the attention of countless people. The Barbie doll factory has received thousands of design drawings, some of which are really excellent. Suspicion comes from the hands of professional designers. Now every month Barbie dolls can bring about 100,000 profits to Hardy, and the annual profits are millions. As for the Playboy magazine www.littlenovel.com, it is even more profitable. After several months of development, the sales volume has now increased to 300,000 copies per issue, half of which are mailed sales, and the magazine's profit is higher. The magazine calculated an account, and now the monthly profit income is about $400,000, and the profit for that year was $5 million. After Playboy magazine announced its quarterly financial report, many people were shocked by the magazine's income, and the stock price also soared. Now Playboy's stock price has reached $15 per share. In other words, only Playboy magazine has a market value of $50 million, and there is still a lot of room for appreciation. Mike was shocked when he heard this number. Together with Hardy, he invested tens of millions to build a TV factory. This TV factory can be said to be the largest TV factory in the United States, with an annual output of 400,000 units, but he estimated that the market value would be tens of millions if it goes public. The Corleone family has worked hard for decades, including fixed assets and various stock investments, but only more than 20 million. Hardy randomly set up a magazine, and now the city is worth 50 million. It is no wonder that he and his father said that the ceiling of underworld business is very low. Making money is not easy and dangerous, and if you want a family to reach a higher level, you still have to take the right path. The underworld can only be used as an aid. But legitimate business is not that easy to do. The truly successful entrepreneurs are only a very small part. To build a business family requires extremely high abilities and a long-term strategic vision. Mike is not so confident at this point. However, he felt that Hardy would be able to succeed. He didn't know why he had such an idea. Perhaps it was instinct. Hardy warmly entertained Mike for a few days. Mike left and returned to New York. Hardy still had a lot to do. 7017K. Chapter 161. Hardy Hotel began to advertise in major media. For a time, the advertisements of the Hardy Hotel appeared overwhelmingly in the public eye. The New York Times, Los Angeles Times, Los Angeles Financial News and other newspapers introduced the Hardy Hotel in detail, describing it as a paradise on earth. As long as you come here, you can freely enjoy the fun of gambling. Hardy Hotel is the most luxurious casino. As long as you are lucky, you can get rich overnight. There are also the most luxurious hotels, the most delicious wine and food, countless beauties, and various entertainment facilities. The hotel is expected to open on October 10th. There will be various preferential policies. No matter where you fly to Las Vegas, you can redeem any tenth of the fare at the casino with a ticket. Even if you fly from New York, a $200 ticket will give you $20 in chips. Of course, These chips are mud chips and cannot be directly exchanged for cash. You need to win a bet to exchange for cash chips. Los Angeles is a special casino shuttle bus. The fare is $7. If you go to the casino to play, the ticket for the day can be exchanged for chips. The casino also has a variety of sweepstakes. A prize is opened every 2 hours. As long as you bet $1, it is possible to get the ultimate prize and win everyone's betting bonus. A few days later, the latest issue of Playboy magazine was published. It introduced the Flamingo Casino in 5 pages and more than a dozen photos, all in color. The casino of the Hardy Hotel is magnificent, just like a palace, more than people. Any casino I have ever seen is much more advanced. TV stations have also begun to take turns in advertising. CBS and NBC TV broadcasts cover the entire United States. After World War II, 30 million households in the United States have already used TV sets in 2 million households. Hardy knows that the television industry will rapidly rise in the future and become the most important form of entertainment for people. So he invested in a TV factory, and there will be no worries about selling TVs in the next few decades. No family in future generations will have one or more TV sets, and they will continue to update. HD Pictures produced a total of 6 commercials, each of which lasts about 3 minutes. In the video, Ava Gardner and Heidi Ram are the ambassadors of the casino, bringing people to appreciate the charm of the casino. Heidi Lam is known as the most attractive woman in Hollywood, and Ava Gardner is now known as the new generation of goddesses in Hollywood. The advertisements of these two people are definitely attractive enough. Just these ads, Hardy invested $500,000. However, he felt that the money was very necessary. A large-scale publicity must be carried out before a movie is shown, not to mention the investment in a casino with millions of dollars. According to the survey feedback during this period, it is found that the effect is really good. People in many cities on the East Coast know about the opening of the Hardy Hotel and Casino, especially in Los Angeles, where there are free bus rides. Many people say that they can be used on weekends, play in the past and relax as a tourist. Things are right. Hardy ushered in leisure time. It's a pity that the woman is not there. Ava Gardner is filming the film across the world, now in New York, and even going to the UK to shoot a scene. Little Laurie Elizabeth Taylor has also gone out. The production of This Killer Is Not So Cold is completed and released by MGM. Now she is leading the creative team to promote it all over the United States. It is estimated that she will be back next month, and the movie will be officially released when she returns. Just then the phone rang. Pick it up and answer it. It was from Heidi Rimmer. Heidi, Director Nolan and I have selected a group of male actors and we have compiled the list. Do you have time to check it out? Heidi asked. If you have time, come to my manor, Hardy said. After the script of Human Ghosts Are Not Over was completed, Hardy gave Nolan and Heidi Lamar the responsibility. The preparation of the crew was a very troublesome task, especially since the male number one, Sam, was not selected for a long time. Heidi Lamar came to the manor. There was a stack of actor files in the folder, with photos on it for easy selection. The files recorded the actor's life and past works. Heidi handed the first copy, and at the same time introduced Laurence Olivier, an Oscar nomination for the Best Actor, has a wonderful performance in stage plays and movies, Vivien Leigh's husband. Hardy took a look at Laurence Olivier's resume. He is 40 years old this year, but there is no problem with makeup. Have you been invited? Hardy asked. Heidi spread out her hands and said helplessly, I have been invited, but something went wrong in the middle. Laurence Olivier received the brief introduction of the story we sent in the past. Vivien Leigh actually fell in love with the role of Mealy. Laurence Olivier wrote back. If Vivien Leigh is allowed to play the role of Mealy, he agrees to play Sam. After Heidi looked at Hardy, Vivien Leigh was too famous. The role of Scarlett in Gone with the Wind was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, making Scarlett the hottest star, and afterwards, The Blue Bridge of Souls made Vivien Leigh. The appeal is unparalleled. If she comes to play Mealy, she will definitely attract countless audiences into the theater, and at least the box office will be guaranteed. However, this drama is Heidi's painstaking effort. How could she be willing to give it to others like this? But Heidi is the investor. Vivian Lee has a box office guarantee, and she does not know how Heidi will choose. Heidi glanced at Laurence Oliver's photo again, and threw the file aside. Who is next? Heidi was taken aback for a moment. Don't you think about it anymore? Heidi looked at the woman with a smile. Do you really want me to play him? Heidi was speechless when asked. Heidi reached out and touched the woman's face and said, I always think that a man can be romantic but not indecent, not noble but not shameless. Do you think I will give up my previous promise for the sake of the box office? Woman, you are wrong. Heidi's eyes lit up and she rubbed her face against the man's hand. Sorry Heidi, I was wrong. I apologize. The two continued to choose. How about Gene Kelly? Heidi took a look at Gene Kelly's information. He was 34 years old and starred in 1945, which made him nominated for an Oscar actor. Looking at the photo, Heidi felt a little familiar, and after thinking about it, he suddenly remembered, isn't this the hero of Song in the Rain? He brought Song in the Rain out ahead of time, gave it to Johnny Fonte, and snatched this. Gene Kelly's truly famous role. It seems that this Gene Kelly is in good condition and fits Sam's image. Heidi considers whether he can compensate him with this drama. However, he didn't make a decision right away. There are still a few files after reading them. Next was a handsome young guy, Montgomery Clift, 27 years old, 1.78 meters tall, handsome in appearance, and played several roles, but did not win any prizes. Heidi felt a bit of an impression when he saw the name, and he suddenly dug out a memory from his mind. He remembered that this guy had been in a relationship with another life Elizabeth Taylor for a long time. No need for this. Heidi threw the file aside very simply. Then there are Lee Bowman, Kona Wilde, Glenn Ford and other actors who are already well known in Hollywood. Heidi thinks that their conditions are okay. After all, this has been selected by Nolan and Heidi. There was a file at the end. Heidi picked it up and took a look. He didn't pay much attention to it, but he was taken aback when he saw the name of the person on it. Ronald Wilson Legan. Heidi read his resume carefully, then looked at the photos, and finally determined that this was the Legan who became the governor of California 20 years later and president 30 years later. In 1937, Legan entered Hollywood and played many roles, but he was generally a supporting or second-rate role. After the outbreak of World War II, Legan enlisted in the Air Force, but he did not go to the battlefield, but instead shot training videos for the military. Reagan returned to Hollywood after retiring from the military. He also played some roles in the past 2 years, but he did not become popular. Heidi remembered that Reagan was an actor until the 1960s. Later he joined the party and won the California governor election within 2 years. Formally embarking on a political journey, it takes 8 years to act as the governor of California. Legan has a title of orator, which is inseparable from his experience in Hollywood and radio host. Legan, who is 36 years old this year, can only be regarded as a second-rate actor in Hollywood. But it is this second-rate actor that no one is optimistic about. But he became the President of the United States after decades. Who can think of the changes in the world? Heidi thought for a while, picked up 2 files and handed them to Heidi. Heidi, call these 2 people to the film and television company tomorrow. I will come out in the past, Heidi said. Heidi looked at the files of the 2. Gene Kelly. This is not a surprise to her. Ronald Reagan was slightly surprised at Heidi's choice of Reagan. Heidi. She felt that among these actors, Reagan was definitely not outstanding. But since the big boss chose them, there must be his reason. Tomorrow I will have someone inform them, Heidi said. Putting the file aside, Heidi took Heidi's hand. It's really hot in Los Angeles this year. Go swimming with me. There is a huge swimming pool in the manor with green water. 2 figures are playing in the pool, splashing fierce water from time to time. The next day, HD film industry. In the casting room, Heidi sits in the middle, director Nolan and Heidi sit on either side. Gene Kelly walks in and nods to the three of them. Nolan asked Gene Kelly to perform for a while. Gene Kelly was a stage actor and had a deep acting skills. But Hardy was a little dissatisfied. He felt that Gene Kelly's performance was a little deliberate. Perhaps this is also a common problem of stage actors. Lee Jen walked into the casting room. Lee Jen is 36 years old and 185 in height. He looks stable and handsome, and the older he gets, the more handsome he is. No wonder some people say that he is the most handsome of all previous presidents. Seeing a few people sitting behind the conference table, Lee Jen nodded and said hello, Mr. Hardy, Director Nolan, and good morning Miss Rama. Unexpectedly, Lee Jen would recognize himself. Do you know me? Hardy asked. When the New York Times reported on Playboy magazine's Miracle, it once published a profile picture of you. I remember your look. Lee Jen smiled. Hardy said in his heart, this guy is really good at talking. Well, I just gave you a short script. Let's see if you perform it. Hardy said. Lee Jen nodded, brewing emotions and performing. Hardy found that Lee Jen's performance was very sincere, which was very different from the common actor. His emotions were more natural and close to the original ecology of the characters. Perhaps now people still like performances with a little taste of performance. For example, in the masterpiece Gone with the Wind, you can see a very strong taste of performance, whether it is surprise, joy, teasing or kissing. Hardy may be more likely to accept a performance like Lee Jen when he accepts the baptism of later movies. Sincere feelings are also Lee Jen's greatest advantage. Perhaps this is the reason why he was able to touch so many people when he gave speeches in later generations. Mr. Lee Jen, are you interested in playing the role of Sam? Hardy asked. Lee Jen showed a surprised expression. Really, Mr. Hardy, thank you so much for letting me play the leading role. I must play this role well, Lee Jen said excitedly. Okay, then it's so sure. Although it is not the same world, it is not certain whether Lee Jen will be the governor and president in the future. But Hardy still chooses to invest, because he always feels that some people are really lucky and many people have very limited achievements no matter how hard they work. Do you think it is because they don't work hard? No, they work harder than anyone else, but they are unsuccessful. But some people can get to a very high position by doing it casually, and even fate is pushing them away. For example, when Lee Jen selected the governor, because there was no suitable candidate in California, people in the party forced him to participate in the election. He was still unwilling, very worried and apprehensive. In the end, he took part when thinking about participating. He was a big deal, but in the end he won and served as governor for 2 consecutive terms. Finally participated in the presidential election and won again. Can you say that people have no luck? Hardy's investment is fine now, and there is more than this one. After the filming is finished, Hardy will have more in-depth contact with him, but he is not in a hurry. There is still plenty of time, enough for him to develop himself into himself. Little brother. Lee Jen, I see your resume. It says that you signed a contract with Warner Brothers for 7 years. After the expiration of the contract, you did not renew your contract. Later, you went to serve as a soldier and did not find a brokerage company when you came back from the battlefield. For your brokerage company, consider whether you are willing to sign a contract with the HD Economy Company. Don't worry, it will definitely make more than you are now. Hardy said. Lee Jen felt quite sudden. Mr. Hardy, can I think about it? Lee Jen said. No problem at all. Lee Jen paused. Then if I don't sign a contract, will it affect the role of this movie? Hardy laughed. Don't worry, it won't. Lee Jen looked at Hardy, and said that this young boss was not bad. He didn't take the opportunity to threaten him. He was just a sincere invitation. It seems that he can really consider it when he goes back. 7017K. Chapter 162. Lee Jen once again thanked Hardy and director Nolan and left. Nolan looked at Hardy and said, Mr. Hardy, would you like to choose the supporting role? Carl. Hardy waved his hand. You decide this. Hardy said. He is not interested in choosing a supporting actor. Mr. Hardy, what kind of person do you think is more suitable for the psychic, white, black or South American? Nolan asked again. Hardy just wanted to talk about black people. Originally, the psychic in the movie was the black actress Whoopi Goldberg. He suddenly realized that it is 1947 and the status of black people is far lower than that of later generations. It's definitely a publicity. Since propaganda, why don't you change yourself? You can replace the psychic medium with a Chinese person. At present, most Americans' impressions of the Tang people are still in the Qing dynasty's pigtail period, and the Tang people are portrayed ugly in the film and television works, slandering the image of the Tang people. If you change the psychic medium to Chinese people and shoot in Chinatown, many people can have a new understanding of Chinese people. In the movie, it is necessary to show the mysterious power of the Orientals. It can even be equipped with a guard who knows Chinese Kung Fu. Of course, this person can appear later and beat the robbers away. Let the Americans feel that the Chinese are not easy to provoke. Perhaps in the future, we can create a Bruce Lee-like martial arts movie star, sweeping the military martial arts class. Let them know that the Chinese are all kung fu. Fear and unwillingness to confront thoughts arise from the heart. This kind of film does not need to invest too much. It is estimated that 4 or 5 million yuan can be used to make one. As for the box office, Hardy doesn't care. Even if he loses all of it, he will only pay for this amount. Besides, it may not be lost. Now there are about 1 million Chinese in the United States. This is also the market. Hardy said to Nolan, find a Tang actress to be a psychic. Tangren? Nolan was a little surprised. In the Chinese culture, there is a deep study of mysterious psychics. Europeans and Americans have always felt very mysterious to the Chinese. I think it is appropriate to use them. Find a female actor in her 30s and 40s to shoot in Chinatown, Hardy said. Nolan thought for a while. It's okay to find Chinatown, but I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome over there in Chinatown. What's the trouble? Hardy asked. There is the site of the Tang people's gang. The Tang people are more conservative. I don't know if they would let us in to shoot, Nolan said. Hardy smiled softly. Don't worry, the Tang people will help me handle it for you over there. After talking about the matter, Hardy left HD Media and went directly to the auction company. On the Chinatown side, you can talk to Bill. Now the China gang and the Los Angeles company are at peace, and there are business contacts. It's easy for Bill to talk to the boss of Tang Dynasty. But Hardy thought for a while. This is a formal business. In fact, you can ask Han Yezhen for help. She makes a call more directly than Bill. Han Yezhen and Irina are both in the auction company. Now they both have graduated. Han Yezhen is studying architecture, and Irina is a host major. And it is time to graduate this year. Han Yezhen used to think about being an architect. After being hired as the head of the auction company by Hardy, she gradually fell in love with collecting antiques and decided to continue doing it. Yejin, please help to call the Chinese helper, saying that HD Film Company is going to shoot the scene in Chinatown. I hope they can help coordinate. Hardy said. No problem. What movie are you going to shoot? Han Yezhen asked. Hardy told the two women the plot of Human Ghost is coming, and both of them were attracted by the plot. This kind of love scene is the easiest to attract women. The men are dead, and they have to guard the woman they love. It's really affectionate. I like a man like this, Irina said. French girls have no resistance to love. Han Yezhen thought of other things, faintly said, I've watched many Hollywood movies, and all of them appear in Chinese characters. They are all the more nasty characters. Pigtails, greed for money, betrayal, and even demonization are all villains without a decent character. I get angry every time I see a plot like this. Heidi, this psychic must behave better in this movie. Han Yezhen said. Don't worry, this psychic is definitely a positive image. It is with her help that Sam and Mealy can finally meet and solve the crisis. I have specifically asked the director to make this character strong, mysterious, and full of justice. Hardy Dao. That's good. Han Yezhen smiled and picked up the phone to call the Los Angeles Tang people's helper Tang Zheng, and the call was quickly connected. Han Yezhen told Tang Zheng about Hardy, and Tang Zheng simply agreed. No problem. You inform the people of HD Pictures that they can come over at any time, and if you need help, you can tell us." "What Heidi thought of," said to Han Yejin. "Yejin, ask Mr. Tang if he knows an actress in his 30s or 40s. I don't think it is suitable for the Tang actresses registered by the Actors Guild. By the way, if there is a young man who knows Kung Fu, please also introduce me. There is a supporting role guard in the movie, and it is best to play." Han Yezhen said what Heidi had said to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng paused and said, "Yezhen, was it Mr. Hardy who spoke just now?" "Ah." Han Yezhen looked up at Heidi. The voice of the telephone receiver is quite loud now, and Hardy also heard Tang Zheng's words. Han Yezhen's eyes asked Hardy how to answer. Hardy thought for a while, stretched out his hand to answer the phone, and said, "Hello, Mr. Tang Zheng. This is John Hardy." "Hello, Mr. Hardy. This is Tang Zheng. I have been admiring my name for a long time, and I have never been able to see it," Tang Zheng said respectfully. Tang Zheng is in Los Angeles, and he naturally knows more about the underworld situation in Los Angeles than others. Although the Los Angeles company is currently led by Bill, the true underground emperor is John Hardy. The Los Angeles company is now the largest gang in Los Angeles. It first wiped out the Spanish gang and then the North Shore gang. Many other unknown gangs were also wiped out. Now the Mexicans and the Chinese are relatively large forces, and they can only survive in the cracks. Fortunately, the Chinese mainly operate in Chinatown. There are no disputes with the Los Angeles gang, and there are still some areas of cooperation, so they are in peace. However, this does not guarantee that the Tang Dynasty gang can sit back and relax. There is a lion lying next to the rabbit. The lion can swallow the rabbit at any time. The rabbit naturally trembles every day. This feeling is very bad. After the incident happened to Han Yezhen last time, Tang Zheng helped. Later, he learned that Hardy helped her, so he paid attention. Later, Han Yezhen got an auction company, and the owner was John Hardy. Tang Zheng understood that this niece must be with him. Mr. Hardy got in touch. In fact, in his heart, he has been considering the development of the Tang Dynasty gang. He knows that it is difficult for the Tang Dynasty gang to grow bigger, but he must ensure that it can survive. These days, he has considered whether to ask Han Yezhen to help him talk about things and bring the relationship closer, but it feels too abrupt. Today, Han Yezhen called. Tang Zheng heard a man talking next to him, and the man's tone was very indistinguishable from Han Yezhen. Tang Zheng suddenly guessed that the opposite might be Mr. Hardy, so he asked tentatively. "I didn't dare to take it for a long time. This time I asked Mr. Tang for help, and I have to trouble Mr. Tang." Hardy said, "There is no trouble with this little thing. Mr. Hardy is looking for a suitable actress, right? I have a suitable candidate to recommend." Tang Zheng Dao. "Oh, who is an actress from China? Her stage name is Butterfly. She has made many movies in China and is known as the #1 beautiful woman in China. She is 40 years old this year. She has just come to Los Angeles this year. May be suitable for this role in your movie." Tang Zheng Dao. Hardy was taken aback. Butterfly, the first beauty in the Republic of China. Hardy had heard of the name Butterfly in her last life. She was very famous in China and made many movies. However, she was taken over by Dai Li. She did not escape until Dai Li died of the butterfly. It is said that she later settled in Toronto, Canada. When did Dai Li die? It seems to be in 1946. Now that the butterfly came to Los Angeles, the time was right. Then Mr. Tang can help inform and ask her to come to HD Pictures for an interview to see if it is appropriate. Hardy said, "No problem. By the way, you still want a guard role that can be played, right? There are quite a few people like this around me. Why don't I ask a few people to come over and take a look?" Tang Zheng Dao. "That's better. Let's go together. Then make it in the afternoon. What do you think?" "No problem." Hanging up the phone, Tang Zheng had a look of excitement on his face. "This time I was so lucky to be able to get in touch with Hardy. As long as I do well this time, I have an sense, coupled with the relationship between Nice Han, the Tang people's gang, you can survive safely in Los Angeles, so you don't have to be so afraid." He didn't dare to neglect He immediately ordered people to inform the butterfly, and gathered all the young people who could be beaten in the gang, and picked out the best-looking ones. Hardy hung up the phone and looked up to find Han Yezhen looking at him with bright eyes. "What happened?" Han Yezhen asked with some excitement. "Uncle Tang introduced you to the movie Queen Butterfly, right?" Hardy shrugged. "I don't know, he said that his name is Butterfly, and he is a very famous actress in China." "That's almost it, Hardy. I like her. I have watched a lot of movies starring her. MentalNovel.com. I didn't expect her to come to Los Angeles." "You will interview her in the afternoon, right?" "I can talk to you." "Go and have a look?" Han Yezhen asked excitedly. "Hee, of course, it's almost noon. Why don't we go to have a good meal first, and then go to the film company after the meal?" "Okay." Han Yezhen nodded. Irina hurriedly intervened next to her. "I want to go too." "Naturally have you. Go and eat," Hardy said with a smile. Irina immediately smiled. On the other hand, Tang Zheng asked someone to inform Butterfly. Butterfly heard that there was a movie looking for a role in the Tang dynasty, and she was very surprised by the recent rise of HD pictures. "Miss Butterfly, Mr. Tang asked me to ask you if you are willing to go to the show, and if you are willing to go to the past." "Yes, I will be there in the afternoon." Butterfly agreed. Chapter 163. Butterflies came out of China, and first moved to Hong Kong. After a few months in Hong Kong, I was not very happy, so I went to the United States with Lan Yan's confidant. She is still obsessed with the film career in her heart. Hollywood is now the well-deserved World Film Center, and she came to Los Angeles. Butterfly's Blueface confidant and Tang are friends. They visited Los Angeles and Tang Zheng enthusiastically arranged them to live in Chinatown. The Hollywood Film Factory has an opening program. During this time, Butterfly circulated several major film companies and lamented the advancement here. When Tang was chatting with Butterfly, he knew that Butterfly still wanted to act, hoping to find an opportunity. This time, Hardy wanted to find an actress in his 30s or 40s. Tang Zhengsen said it was a coincidence and immediately introduced Butterfly. Butterflies didn't eat at all at noon, and tried hard to dress herself up. Just in the afternoon, she came to HD Pictures with her friends. At the same time, there were a few lads sent by Tang Zheng. Hardy took Han Yezhen and Irina to find a good restaurant for lunch. The three came to the film company and heard that someone was already waiting for them when they first arrived. Hardy's heart was quite early. "Notify director Nolan and Miss Heidi Rimmer, so that they will interview the actors," Hardy said to the staff. In the casting room, Hardy saw the Butterfly. The woman wore a long dress and was about 30 years old. She seemed to have a dignified beauty. Hardy sighed and saw another celebrity of this era. Director Nolan handed a plot script to Butterfly. Butterfly performed after watching it. It felt like entering the role quickly. Her English was very good and her acting was very natural. At the end of the performance, I looked at Director Nolan with anxiety, and Nolan looked at Hardy. "How do you feel, Mr. Hardy?" Hardy nodded. "I think it's not bad." In this way, the role of the psychic gave the Butterfly, and the Butterfly was full of surprises. She did not expect that the sight glass would be so smooth this time. At this time, Han Yezhen stepped forward and exchanged greetings with Butterfly. The two spoke Mandarin. They were very happy to meet fellow Butterfly in a foreign country. "Miss Butterfly, I am your fan. Can I take a photo together?" Han Yezhen said happily. "No problem at all. The film company has no shortage of photographers." Soon someone came over to take pictures for everyone. Han Yezhen and Butterfly took a few photos and were finally satisfied. Several young men sent by Tang Zheng came in, one by one very mighty, trying to keep their chests tall, and at first glance they knew they were Lian Jiazi. Heidi swept around, and finally focused on the young man in the front. "What's your name?" Hardy asked. Back to Mr. Hardy. "My name is Tang Hong, nicknamed Aaron. Do you know Kung Fu?" Back to Mr. Hardy. "I have practiced Wing Chun, Hong Kuen, Nunchaku, Long Stick, Dagger, and Western Fighting." Tang Hong said. "I'll take a look if I take off my clothes." Hardy said. Tang Hong did not hesitate, and immediately took off his upper body clothes, revealing a strong muscle. Hardy took a closer look at the young man. He was about 1.8 meters tall, looks heroic, has a well-proportioned skeleton, and has clear muscle lines. "Okay, you are the role of the psychic bodyguard in the movie," Hardy said. When Hardy was choosing the supporting role, Han Yezin and Butterfly had been chatting, and the two became good friends. After choosing Abao, Butterfly had to discuss the details with director Nolan, and Han Yezin and Butterfly reluctantly left. Hardy brought Han Yezin and Irina to his office in the film company and made coffee for the two girls. When the three sat down to drink coffee, Hardy looked at Irina and asked, "Elaine, you're host major at the University of Southern California, right? Do you know the talents of TV stations?" Hardy asked. "We have a TV broadcasting course in our School of Communication. There are many graduates in this field. Why does the boss think of looking for TV broadcasting talents?" Elaine asked curiously. "I'm going to get a broadcasting company." This time the Las Vegas casino promotion cost hundreds of thousands of advertising fees. "I plan to set up a TV station of my own in the future, which can save a lot of advertising fees and can also broadcast my own programs. I feel that radio and television will have more prospects than movies in the future," Hardy said. Irina thought for a while. "Boss, it's not difficult to get a broadcasting company, but it can only be broadcast in one place. I have read the information. A radio broadcast signal can only cover one city. So big companies use a joint system." Now the major US broadcasters CBS and NBC, each of them has hundreds of affiliated TV stations, so that they can reach the entire United States. If you get a TV station that covers the city, that's okay. If you want to get a TV station that covers the entire US, it's not easy. You need to sign a family contract, or even establish a new TV station in that city and build your own TV network. This project is huge. Maybe you can rent a channel and pay the big broadcast company every year. Irina came up with an idea. Rent a channel? Hardy thinks this is also a way. But his lifeline was caught in his hands. If they want to increase the price, they will increase the price. And if they want to choke your neck, they choke your neck. This feeling is not good. Irina seemed to think of something, and said, "Boss, isn't there actually no way to quickly get a nationwide TV network?" "Oh, what's the solution?" Hardy came interested. "I heard the teacher talk about a case involving the alleged monopoly of the National Broadcasting Corporation and the splitting of the red and blue networks. It turns out that the National Broadcasting Corporation has two sets of networks. One is called the RedNet and the other is called the BlueNet. In 1941, the Federal Communications Commission determined that the National Broadcasting Company was suspected of being a monopoly and required it to be split. In 1943, the National Broadcasting Corporation, the company sold BlueNet. A candy merchant, Edward Noble, bought the Blue Radio Network for $8 million and changed its name to American Broadcasting Corporation ABC. It is said that ABC has 116 affiliated radio stations and basically covers the entire United States. Hearing the name ABC, Hardy suddenly realized that he knew that ABC, one of the three major broadcasting companies in the United States, and CBS and NBC, occupy a third of the market. I said that. Irina laughed. My teacher said that this case was not because of the monopoly, but because the candy merchant named Edward Noble was very strange. It has been 4 years since he bought ABC. There is no decent TV show. Next to Han Yezin, she has been listening to Irina's story, and now she is also curious, and she asks, "Why are there no decent programs?" Irina chuckled. Because he only bought an empty shell. When the National Broadcasting Corporation was split, all the core personnel of the TV station were taken away. This company did not have any staff besides equipment and coverage network. That Edward Noble is a shrewd businessman, but he is not a media person. He doesn't know anything about TV broadcasting. He doesn't have any resources. It is so easy to produce programs. Many big TV stations rely on a program production company. That's fine. Do you know what weird thing he did? Ha 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 ha. He told the rest of the people to read the newspapers with newspapers to the camera, or they would play some old movies, and they would play them in a loop, because he didn't have his own. The film library is too expensive to buy movies, and Edward Noble is reluctant to invest. Han Yezin also laughed. Hee. It's a miracle that the TV station doesn't go bankrupt. Irina shrugged. That Edward Noble's candy business is very big, and the TV station is supported by only a dozen people. He can afford this salary. Our teacher said, this Edward Noble probably didn't think about it. Make good use of ABC. He is just raising him, waiting for the right opportunity to sell for a good price. Hearing these words, Hardy's heart brightened. If so, then I have a chance. This is ABC, one of the three major broadcasters in the United States in the future. If he owns him, he will be excited if he does not talk about the future value, but only talks about the right to speak. Before the advent of the internet, newspapers, radio, and television were the three major propaganda tools that were invincible. ABC not only has TV broadcasting, but also radio broadcasting, which has already accounted for 2. Now TV is a new product, and it is a direct visual impact, far more powerful than newspapers and radio. Buy it. Must find a way to buy it. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it. Hardy looked at Irina and said, Elaine, can you do me a favor? Boss, you say? Didn't you graduate from the communication college? Help me get a list of your college's professors, teachers, and graduate students. Hardy said, Boss, why do you want a list? Irina asked in surprise. I plan to buy ABC, and I will definitely recruit a large number of radio station-related personnel in the future. Didn't you say that the University of Southern California School of Communication is the best broadcasting school in the United States? I am going to send them a recruitment letter when I get the list. Hardy said. Irina opened her mouth in surprise. Boss, if you just listen to me tell a story, you plan to buy ABC. This TV network is definitely not cheap. When Edward Noble bought it, it cost $8 million. If it is sold, it is estimated that it will not be less than $10 million. Lena said. Hardy nodded. I know, I'm afraid $10 million may not be bought. Okay, you can help me get the list. I will go back to find someone to look up ABC and the situation of Edward Noble, and go. Hardy stood up as he spoke, hugged Han Yezin in the past, then came to Irina, and hugged the French girl hard. Thank you for providing me with such useful information. I will be rewarded for success afterwards. Hardy left www.mtlnovel.com, but Irina's face was slightly red. This was the first time Hardy had hugged her, although it was courtesy. Hardy came to HD Security, found Henry, and ordered, Henry, help me investigate the situation of ABC radio station. The more detailed the better. And the situation of his owner, Edward Noble. Good boss. Henry immediately arranged for someone to investigate. Hardy finds Andy again. He knows that it is definitely not easy to buy ABC. Apart from anything else, Edward Noble may not be a successful media person, but he must be a successful businessman. Buying ABC is probably going to be a bargain. If you want to buy it, it is definitely the price is a lot. You have to calculate your own wealth. Andy, I want to buy ABC TV station. You can calculate how much money I can spend. Chapter 164. Hardy asked Andy to help him calculate his assets. Andy smiled. Boss, you don't have to calculate at all. I have your tax return from last year here. Your assets are clear at a glance. Hardy looked through the thick receipts. HD Security Company, with a profit of $1.68 million, a cost of $3.25 million, a loss, and a tax return of $21,000 Tax on losses. Hardy pointed to the list. Federal corporate income tax, California corporate income tax, local taxes. There are a dozen items in total, which are the least within the legal scope. Andy said. Okay. Andy is an expert in this area, and Hardy trusts his tax avoidance ability. HD Film Company, with revenue of $3.12 million and spending of $5.82 million, is still in a state of loss. Tax Declaration 30, HD Broker Company, HD Music Company, Andy Financial Accounting Firm Shares, Walsh Mining, Rocky Mountain Mineral Water, Mebo TV Factory Shares, Auction Companies, Estee Lauder Shares, HD Airlines. All of the above are losing money, and many of them are carrying large loans. I don't know it, but I was shocked when I saw it. I looked like I had a big family, but I was actually heavily in debt. But there is also good news. The Barbie doll toy factory is very profitable. Now it can make $100,000 for Hardy every month, and the most profitable is Playboy magazine, which can make about $400,000 a month. However, these profits are not divided, and all are placed in the company's accounts. If Hardy divides the money, he has to pay a personal income tax. The personal income tax in the United States is very high. If Hardy takes out all the profits, he pays the tax. The tax rate can reach the most high-end 39.6%. If it is $4 million, then $1.6 million will be paid. The U.S. Revenue Agency is black. Hardy took a look at his legal income this year, which was $12,652.56, which is more than $10,000, which happened to be stuck in the lowest level of personal income tax. Pretty. This is called professionalism. My income and expenses are all legal. The U.S. Revenue Service can't find my trouble, right? Hardy asked. He knew that Al Capone had a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars, murdered people and sold alcohol, but finally fell on the IRS. He was sentenced to 11 years in prison for failing to file taxes for hundreds of thousands of dollars in the casino. In the United States, drug trafficking is a non-violent crime and is not a serious crime. Theft is not worth mentioning, but tax evasion is a very serious crime. Only death and tax payment in this world are eternal. Hardy didn't want the people of the Internal Revenue Service to trouble him, so the taxes that should be paid must be paid. However, this world will always have two sides. There are financial accountants when there is a tax bureau, and financial accountants are specially used to deal with the tax bureau. Andy smiled. Boss, don't worry. Andy Financial Accounting Firm now has 15 professional financial personnel, 16 accountants, and 3 financial lawyers. Among them, 2 accountants are professional accountants who have retired from IRS. They will ensure that they will not be bad 1 cent. That's good. Hardy smiled. As for the gang, it has nothing to do with Hardy. There is no evidence to involve Hardy from the Los Angeles company. As long as the legitimate business is legal, Hardy is the most innocent person in the world. From the current balance sheet of Hardy, in fact, he is personally in debt, and the debt is several million. I want to buy ABC Broadcasting Company. How much money do you expect to get? Hardy asked again. It's not difficult for a boss to pool money, not to mention other assets, but the current valuation of Playboy magazine is more than $50 million US. If Playboy magazine is used as collateral, many banks are willing to lend you more than $20 million US. Andy said, if you count all the assets, you can get a loan of 40 million yuan. We have a cooperative relationship with Wells Fargo Bank. It is very convenient to find them for loans. Hearing what Andy said, Hardy had a bottom in his heart. And now he is waiting for the news of Henry's investigation. Henry returned 2 days later. Hardy specifically called Andy to listen together. After all, the next acquisition task must be Andy's job. Henry gave Hardy a thick document. Introduction. This Edward Noble is the owner of a confectionery company. He is 50 years old this year. The confectionery company is headquartered in Springfield, Illinois. Noble has been operating a confectionery company for more than 20 years. It mainly produces fruit candy, toffee, and coffee. Sugar. With a net worth of 2 or 3 million, Noble really made his fortune because of the outbreak of World War II. After the outbreak of World War II, the military's procurement of materials surged and new suppliers needed to be added. Noble was selected by the military to become one of the sugar suppliers. From then on, the outbreak began, and his confectionery company sales reached 6 million that year. In the next few years, Noble has been a supplier He made a lot of money and has money in his hands. Noble didn't know how to invest. When he heard the news that BlueNet was about to sell, he thought it was an opportunity, so he took it out. All the money, I borrowed a sum of money, and finally bought Lan Wang for 8 million yuan. At that time, many people praised him for his boldness. However, after he bought the Blue Network, he found out that he was cheated by the National Broadcasting Corporation. The other party took away almost all the staff, leaving him with a bunch of equipment and a networking agreement. He doesn't work as a broadcasting company. He didn't know how to run a TV station, so he hired someone to manage it. The current manager is Limon, and he used to run a local TV station. Raymond gave a lot of suggestions to Edward Noble at the beginning, and arranged for the production of new programs at each time slot. You also know that to support a TV station's program requires a large production team. CBS and NBC, two broadcasting companies. There are only 400 to 500 employees. Moreover, making a program requires a lot of investment. It requires a studio, filming TV series, recording various programs, buying the copyrights of other companies, and so on. The report from Limon to Edward Noble requires an investment of about 5 million. After all, he has no background and needs to build from scratch. The income of TV stations mainly comes from advertising. When there are no good programs and no audiences are attracted, no one will spend money on advertising on your TV station. Instead, they have to beat several other TV stations and have a certain audience share in the market. It requires continuous investment. Edward Noble felt that the TV station was a quagmire. He felt that if he followed the path that Limon pointed out, he might even be involved in his own candy company. He immediately chose to give up and let Limon hire more than 20 people. As long as the television station exists, the daily program is to read the newspaper to the radio station, then find 2 people to chat, comment on current affairs, lace news and other programs. In short, how to save money. In this way, there will be no ratings if there are no programs, no ads if no ratings, no money without ads, and Edward Noble has to spend a sum of money for staff salaries and equipment maintenance every year. Doesn't anyone want to buy ABC? Hardy asked. Of course some people want to buy. According to my inquiries, many companies want to buy ABC, but Edward Noble's offer is not low. Some people just give up, and some have been negotiating with Edward Noble. 2 of them are more persistent and have not given up. One is called Pegasus Rubber Tire Company. This company is also one of the military tire suppliers during the war and made a lot of money. The other is the famous Hollywood Paramount Pictures. Hardy said in his heart that Paramount was involved, and it seemed that these people were also very discerning. 1 year ago, the Pegasus Rubber Tire Company proposed to acquire. Edward Noble offered 20 million yuan, and he directly ran away the Pegasus Rubber Tire Company. The asking price for Paramount Pictures was 18 million yuan half a year ago, and Paramount didn't have it either. Agree. 20 million, 18 million. Depend on. Really ruthless? Hardy had previously guessed that the candy owner would increase the price, but he didn't expect him to increase that much. Later the 2 companies talked to Edward Noble again, and now Edward Noble's asking price is 15 million. Oh, why did the price drop again? Hardy was a little surprised. After World War II, the military layoffs in large numbers. Naturally, there is no need for so many suppliers. The candy company could make millions a year, but now without the military supply, it instantly drops to a profit of only a few 100,000 per year. Edward Noble's candy company has already started to lay off employees. The goods cannot be sold. They dare not produce so much and can only reduce production. When I was making money, it didn't matter if I kept a Blue Net. But now his annual income has dropped 10 times. ABC has become a big burden for him, so he is a little eager to get rid of this burden. Now Hardy fully understands. 15 million, the price is not low. Is it really like you said you want to sell iron? Hardy read the information in his hands carefully, and then gave it to Andy. Andy, the acquisition is up to you. Boss, Are you sure you want to buy it? Isn't it easy to run a broadcasting company? Andy persuaded. Broadcasting companies have invested heavily, but have been slow to achieve results. Unlike movies, he can charge tickets and broadcast programs for free, and can only be supported by advertising revenue. If you want others to advertise on your radio station, you must have high ratings. High ratings must have good programs. Good programs will require large investments, and large investments will cost a lot of money. Before no one advertises, you have to develop. This early investment is estimated that most people really can't support it. Hardy naturally understood the truth. But what he fancy is not App's ability to make money. Money.mentalnovel.com. He can make money in other ways. He believes that it is not difficult to make money with his own ability and knowledge of the future. But if you own a TV station covering the entire United States, you will have a certain degree of public opinion and your status will rise rapidly. The right to speak in public opinion is an extremely sharp knife. Seeing that a certain company is upset, send someone to investigate him, find out his problems, and expose him. Maybe a single exposure can sink that company. Seeing that a certain member or official is upset, he will be sent to investigate him. If he is embezzled and took bribes to mess up the relationship between men and women, he will be exposed, and he will be stinked once, and he will directly apologize and resign. If you look at the president upset and scold him every day, isn't the United States stressing freedom of speech? As long as we don't break the law, we can say that such a media company would have a headache for the president. Andy, you go talk to the boss of the candy company, try to keep the price down, but my decision is that I have to buy it, Hardy said firmly. Chapter 165. In fact, Hardy can use some unconventional methods, such as kidnapping Edward Noble, forcing him to sign a transfer agreement, and then accidentally disappear. But this idea only flashed through Hardy's mind and was rejected by him. This is a legitimate business. To do a legitimate business, you must abide by the rules of a legitimate business. If you blindly use the underworld methods, you will eventually become more and more black. No one is a fool. Others can easily see this method, knowing that you use such a drastic method. All businessmen will reject you, and don't want to gain a foothold in the business field in the future. In the underworld, you can use drastic means, because that is the rule of survival of the underworld's acting style. In the right way, we must use the right way to do business. Andy, you take people to Illinois to negotiate with Edward Noble. Henry, you bring more people, on the one hand to protect Andy and their safety, on the other hand, use investigative means to investigate Edward Noble's situation. For Andy they provide information support. Okay. The two responded together. Andy and Henry were ready, and the next day they chartered a plane on HD Airlines to fly to Springfield. Springfield is next to the Great Lakes, with beautiful scenery and pleasant scenery. This is the capital of Illinois. There are two most famous here. One is the hometown of Lincoln, and the second is the Springfield Rifle, also called the Springfield Rifle. After Andy and Henry got off the plane, they first found a hotel to stay in, and Henry took the people out directly. I bought 2 cars and a truck. I found the phone company logo prepared in advance from the box and pasted it on the truck. The truck immediately became a phone repair truck. Edward Noble had a manor house on the outskirts of the city, and it was easy to hear that Henry and the others drove to the neighborhood, began to work on the telephone line, connected the instrument to the line, and could directly monitor the call of the other party. When you listen to useful phones, the useless phones emit interference signals, making the Noble family feel that the phone is broken. Mrs. Noble called her friends and asked them to come to play cards at home, but a few calls were filled with harsh noises, which made Mrs. Noble very angry and immediately called the telephone company. The call is connected quickly. Hey, is it the telephone company? It's a prick, Mrs. Noble asked angrily. I'm a telephone company, what's the matter? It's a stab. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear such a noise on the phone? I pay so many phone bills every month, so I can enjoy this kind of service. Hurry up and send someone to fix it, Mrs. Noble said irritably. Okay. "Well, send someone to fix it." "Tell me the address," said the other end of the phone. Mrs. Noble put down the phone when she reported the address, and Henry put down the phone on the other side, and gave a wink at the man next to her. "Go, help Mrs. Noble fix the phone," Henry said with a smile. Within half an hour, a truck with the telephone company logo drove into Noble Manor, and the guard hurriedly led them in. There are 5 phones in Noble's house. Henry checked each of them and left a small device in each handset. Henry and the others checked very carefully. After checking the phone and checking the line, they finally smiled and said to Mrs. Noble, "This beautiful lady, the phone has been checked for you. There are some minor problems with the line, poor contact, and the problem has been resolved," Henry said. Mrs. Noble was very satisfied with the telephone company's service today, and she also gave Henry a $2 tip as a tip. Henry smiled and accepted a few words of thanks. After Henry and the others left, they rented a house in the place where Noble's telephone line passed. "I don't know when the matter will be over. There is a house where the monitoring is more stable, so that it is more difficult to be discovered." At Edward Noble's candy company, Henry took someone to do the same thing, installing a monitor on the phone. The monitor is not big, and the electricity is provided by the phone. Even if you don't pick up the phone, the people in the room can hear clearly. To monitor and obtain useful business information, Henry and the others are absolutely normal business methods. Everything's ready, and he called Edward Noble to indicate that he wanted to acquire ABC Radio on behalf of his employer. Edward Noble was not surprised, and the two parties agreed to meet at the candy company office. Andy walked into the office of the chairman of the candy company, and Noble smiled and shook hands with him. "Hello, Mr. Noble. Introduce myself. My name is Andy. I am Mr. John Hardy's economic advisor. This time I am here to represent Mr. John Hardy and talk to Mr. Noble about ABC TV." "John Hardy, is it the John Hardy owner of Playboy?" Noble asked. "Yes, it's Mr. John Hardy, owner of Playboy." Now Playboy magazine has become more and more well known. People used to call Andy the owner of HD Security and HD Film Industry. Now more people call him the owner of Playboy, and most of them are men. What does this show? Explain that these men all look at Playboys. Don't doubt it. Maybe the current US president is peeking. Noble asked Andy to sit down, and Andy said, "Our boss has HD pictures and is also very interested in broadcasting companies, so I want to buy the ABC radio station in the hands of Mr. Noble." "I don't know what Mr. Noble wants. How much do you bid?" Noble asked simply. "We bid 10 million. Noble immediately shook his head. "Your offer is too low. I didn't agree to someone who once gave me 14 million. How could I sell you 10 million? Andy is not in a hurry." The other party's words are a normal business negotiation method, indicating that someone is offering a higher price, which makes you feel nervous. 4 years ago, you bought Land.com with 8 million. In the past few years, Land.com has not had any development, and the ratings have been almost zero. Now the equipment is updated very quickly. Lan Wang's equipment is gradually obsolete and will only depreciate more and more. You and I know that. In fact, the most valuable thing about ABC is the agreement with other TV stations. It is precisely because of that agreement that we are willing to pay $10 million. Noble waved his hand. "I know his value very well in my heart. No matter how you belittle it, I think he is definitely worth the price." Now that there are more and more TV users, the future TV broadcasting will definitely develop very well. This is also the reason why you bought ABC, isn't it? Noble is a shrewd businessman. How could he be bluffed by the other party? He has his own bottom line in his heart. "Mr. Noble, whether it is 10 million or 14 million, this is a big deal. We have organized a negotiation team and hope to start formal negotiations with Mr. Noble. What do you think?" Andy said. "Yes, but you have to wait 3 days. My economic lawyer has something to go out. I guess he won't be able to come back the day after tomorrow." "No problem. Then we'll see you in 3 days." Andy smiled and got up to leave. After Noble sent Andy away, he sat in his office chair and pondered for a long time, then finally picked up the phone and dialed out. "Hey, Is it Mr. Alderman? I am Noble. I have something to tell you. Now there are two other companies vying to acquire ABC Broadcasting Company. I decided to organize a formal negotiation with the three of you. Whoever sells it to whom the price is high. Noble said. Alderman, the owner of the Pegasus rubber tire factory, frowned upon hearing Noble's words. Noble, we are old acquaintances. Isn't the price of 11.5 million not enough? You have earned 3.5 million at this price. Noble chuckled. No, I believe someone is higher than you. The day after tomorrow, we will hold formal negotiations in the conference room of the Xiang Hotel in Springfield. If you come over, then everyone will talk together. This time I am determined to sell. If you don't come, there will be no chance. After hanging up Alderman's call, Noble called Paramount again. Paramount chairman Leonard Gordonson answered the call. Noble shared what he had said to the owner of Pegasus Tire to the chairman of Paramount. Said it again. 3 days. Only 3 days. If you don't come to the negotiation, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Noble's idea is very simple. ABC Broadcasting Company does not intend to stay in his hands anymore. That Andy is right. ABC is now an empty shelf with no personnel or programs. The equipment is obsolete year by year, and the only valuable thing is the so-called blue net. If I keep in my hands for a few more years, who knows what will change? If a few more TV stations come out and replace the position of the Blue Network, then ABC is really worthless, and now he can sell it. Sell him quickly at a good price. This time the owner of Playboy came up, and it was also an opportunity for him. Pegasus Tire offered 11.5 million and Paramount offered 11 million. He knew that John Hardy was more powerful than the above two, and his businessman thoughts. It broke out, ready to bid the three together so that he could sell a higher price. Noble returned home and shared his thoughts with his wife during dinner. Mrs. Noble asked, "Then what is the price in your heart?" Naturally the higher the better. As for the reserve price, it can't be less than 12 million. It is best to sell for 13 million. And he didn't know. His phone calls and conversations with his wife www.mentalnovel.com were all heard by Henry's people and passed them to Andy. It is not uncommon for Noble to make the three bids together and raise the purchase price. Andy is not surprised. However, if the three companies bid together, I am afraid that the price will be difficult to control. I'll call the boss and talk about the situation here. Andy called Hardy and told Hardy about the situation here. Hardy thought about it and said to Andy, "You give Henry the phone." Henry answered the phone, and Hardy gave him a turn. "I know the boss." The next afternoon, another plane flew from Los Angeles to Springfield. Richard brought his sniper team, and Matthew brought his combat team over. Hardy had no other meaning, just normal business methods. Chapter 166. The day before the negotiation, French girl Irina came to Hardy's office. "Boss, I have compiled the list you want." Hardy took the list. It was all the people who graduated from the University of Southern California Broadcasting Institute. The back of it was also marked with the current work units of these people. Many have already worked in companies such as NBC and CBS, and many have gone to other local TV stations. These people with technology and work experience are exactly what ABC needs in the future. A TV station sub-editor's office, administrative department, planning department, office, news department, program production department, advertising department, technology department, maintenance department, operation department, monitoring, logistics and other departments. ABC is now an empty shelf. It needs to be built from scratch. It needs a lot of talents. Finding these experienced and skilled people can quickly set up the table. "Boss, I recommend a person to you. I think this person is suitable to be the president of the broadcasting company." Irina said. "Oh, who is it?" "It's my teacher. His name is William Fox. He is 42 years old this year. He also graduated from USC. After graduation, he joined the Nickelodeon TV station in New York. He worked in the news department, planning department, and editor-in-chief department. He was promoted to director and turned the radio station into profit. Later the boss sold the TV station. Fox and the new management had a disagreement, so they quit their job. Later, he took a master's degree in broadcasting from Southern University and stayed on to teach after graduation. Now he is an associate professor in the School of Broadcasting. Mr. Fox has extensive work experience and a lot of theoretical knowledge. He is also a graduate and professor of USC. He has a wide network of radio contacts. If you can invite him, I believe he will be extremely useful for the creation of a new TV station. Great help. By the way, the matter about the owner of the candy company and the ABC Broadcasting Company is what Professor Fox told us in class. After listening to the introduction of the French girl, Hardy felt that Professor Fox was indeed a good candidate. Elaine, please contact Professor Fox for me. I will talk to him personally and see if he wants to join the ABC Broadcasting Company. Hardy said. Boss, are you so confident that you can buy ABC? Asked the French girl. I should be able to win it. Irina licked her lips, hesitated and said, Boss, if you really bought the ABC Broadcasting Company, can I work there? Hardy was a little surprised. You don't plan to do it at the auction company? Irina said in a tangled voice. Actually, I have a great time working in the auction company. I don't want to leave Yazan, but my major is broadcast hosting. I still want to stand in front of the camera if I have the opportunity. Hardy thought for a while and nodded. Since you like broadcasting work, come to the broadcasting company. From now on, you will be the secretary of the chairman and serve me. You can also serve as a host on the TV station in the future. Irina immediately showed surprise. Ah, great. Thank you, boss. No, thank you, chairman. The French girl said cheerfully. The chairman's secretary is a proper company executive. Being my secretary is not that simple. I have to do a lot of things. As my representative, I must be able to shoulder this responsibility. Hardy said. I will work hard, boss. Well, now your first task is to help me contact Professor Fox. When I have a director, I will be responsible for building the structure of the broadcasting company and developing various businesses in the later period. Hardy said. Is the secretary doing something right? I like these job bosses. This girl is full of passion. Okay, go. When the French girl left, Hardy looked out the window. And now there is only the acquisition of ABC Broadcasting Company. He gave Andy and Henry their orders to succeed and not fail. The day before the negotiation, Alderman, the owner of the Pegasus rubber tire factory, led a team to Springfield. There were 5 people in his party, as well as his assistants, 2 vice presidents and economic lawyers. The Pegasus rubber tire factory is in Chicago, only more than 200 kilometers away from Springfield. They drove over and stayed directly at the hotel they booked. The car was parked in the hotel parking lot. Several people walked to the hotel. There was a riot next to it. At first glance, 2 armed and masked robbers were robbing 2 passers-by. The 2 sides were torn apart. One of the robbers suddenly took out a gun and fired 3 shots at the outside. The others around were frightened and fled. The person who was robbed was terrified and did not dare to resist anymore. The robbers robbed it. The bag in his hand strode away. The robbers ran away, and people were relieved. 3. I seem to have been shot. At this moment, Alderman, the tire factory owner in the crowd, said painfully. The crowd at the Pegasus tire factory turned their heads to look. The boss Alderman was holding his stomach in pain, and blood dripped from Alderman's hand holding his abdomen, dripping all over the floor. Boss, what's the matter with you? Ah, it's bleeding. The boss is hurt. These people were terrified, and hurriedly squeezed the boss into the car to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor found that he had been shot in the abdomen. He was lucky enough to not injure his main organs, and he was ready for surgery immediately. Alderman remained in a coma after the operation. The doctor told the escort, the bullet was taken out, and the situation is stable now. The patient will not wake up until noon tomorrow after taking anesthetics. You must also be notified that the patient is still in danger during this period, and no one can guarantee that there will be other problems. At this time, the police came over and asked about the situation, only to know that there was a robbery nearby. The robbers shot and scared people. Unexpectedly, the robber was not injured. But Alderman, 20 or 30 meters away, was accidentally hit by a bullet. It can only be said that he is too unlucky. After the police left, the two deputy chiefs discussed, what about the negotiation? Now that the boss is still talking about it, who of us has the right to decide on such a large amount? Let's wait for the boss to get better. Well, wait until the boss wakes up. The medical conditions in Springfield are too bad. Why don't we transfer the boss to the hospital as soon as possible? What if there is a real danger? Yes, let's go back to Chicago. The boss of Paramount did not come to Springfield himself, but sent a vice president. The vice president took a group of 4 and stopped a taxi at the airport after getting off the plane. Go to Xiang Hotel. The car was driving on the highway and soon turned into a side road. The 4 people in the car did not pay attention at all. They were still chatting about the negotiation tomorrow. When they found out, they found the car parked on an empty road. Standing outside the car, several masked men with guns. What's the matter? The vice president asked in surprise. Robbery. Several masked men opened the car door and forced them to get out of the car. Paramount's deputy general manager was terrified. They did not expect to encounter this situation when they first arrived in Springfield. Someone punched the vice president in the stomach. Bang! Paramount's vice president bends down in pain. Pull out the money, the robber said viciously. The vice president said, if you want money, you can talk, but I didn't say not to give it, so why come up and give it a beating first? Several people obediently took out their money. Mr. Robber, can you let us go? The vice president asked tremblingly. Let's go, said the lead robber. When they heard that they were to leave, the few people felt relieved. But the problem of stealing money was not a big problem. Someone came up to help Paramount's vice president to prepare to leave, but at this moment a robber next to him said, Big brother, these guys have money at first glance. We might as well tie them and tell them to take money to redeem people. It must be much more than robbery. The Paramount people were terrified. Xin said that the leader of the robber should never listen to him. The leader of the robber looked at Paramount, all of them in suits and ties, and touched their chin. His action made Paramount immediately worried. Your proposal is good, tie them up, find a place to hide, and ask for a ransom at their house, the robber leader said. The hearts of Paramount people suddenly felt cold. This is over. A group of people were pressed into an abandoned factory, tied their hands and feet and threw them into a ruined house. Someone asked them the contact information of their company and home, but they never heard them again. A few of them lie on the ground. Their mouths are blocked, and they are not allowed to speak. If you look at me and I look at you, the pain in my heart is that. A few people have long stopped thinking about the negotiation, and now they just think about how to survive. I don't know if the robbers have found a company. Even if they get the money, I don't know if they will tear up the ticket. Several people lay on the ground feeling every second of suffering. The next day, Edward Noble brought his economic lawyer and assistants to the Xiang Hotel meeting room. They found that the time was approaching, but none of them came. He was surprised. Are these people so unconcerned about the acquisition of ABC radio station? If you are eager for the acquisition, I believe that the 3 of them will come here early. And maybe he can still see a lot of talk when he comes in. The more tense the atmosphere, the better for him to raise the price. It can make things far beyond his expectations. Just a minute before the appointed time, the meeting room door was finally pushed open, and Andy walked in with his men. Good morning, Mr. Noble. Andy greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Andy. Andy sat down and said with a smile, Mr. Noble, now we are both here. Can we start negotiations? Noble's face was a little tangled. He invited people from the tire factory and Paramount to come. He didn't talk to Andy before, thinking about giving each other a surprise attack, letting people like HD know that there are many people who enjoy ABC. but now the other two parties are not. He didn't have much to say when he appeared. Let's start. Mentalnovel.com Noble said with a strong smile. The two sides began to set their own terms. The HD party has raised the price this time and is willing to pay 11 million to acquire ABC, while the Noble party's price is still 14 million. The two parties also have other negotiation content, such as personnel arrangements, payment methods, redemption deadlines, and so on. The two sides talked and talked for a long time, and finally Andy raised the price to 11.5 million and never increased it again, and the two sides were a little stalemate. I don't think I will be here today. Shall we talk tomorrow? Noble said. Andy nodded. Yes, but I want to tell Mr. Noble, although our boss is interested in ABC, but you and I understand the value of ABC. Our boss said that if the price is too high, it is better to build a new broadcasting company, so if the negotiation fails tomorrow, we may withdraw from the negotiation and do not want to waste time here. Noble was a little unhappy after hearing Andy's words, but this was Sumion's opinion, and he could only listen. Chapter 167. Back at the company, Noble quickly contacted the tire factory owner, but he received a shocking news. Yesterday Alderman's opinion came to Springfield, but when he checked into the hotel, a robbery occurred on the street. The unlucky Mr. Alderman was hit by a stray bullet in the abdomen and he just woke up. Then you still participate in the ABC radio bidding? Noble asked. Our boss said, he contacted you last year to buy a radio station, but he has not been able to succeed. This time, he was hit by a stray bullet in the past negotiations. He said that this might be God's arrangement and he didn't want him to do this. Mr. Alderman said he did not intend to participate. Hang up the phone. Noble looked confused. He really didn't expect this to happen. Thought for a while. I called the boss of Paramount again, and it was a long time before the call was connected. The boss of Paramount was surprised to hear that the acquisition team hadn't arrived at all. I sent someone there, the vice president of our company and a few assistants. They left yesterday. They should have arrived long ago. Why didn't they show up? Said the boss of Paramount. Communication is underdeveloped now. Los Angeles and Springfield are far away from the United States. The people of Paramount are lost, and they can't help it now. Putting down the phone, Noble frowned. He is a little skeptical now. Has Paramount really sent someone? How could it not show up if someone was sent? Isn't it because they rejected them twice, and the other party pretended to play tricks on themselves, right? Noble was a little depressed. Negotiations continued the next day. There was still only the HD group, and Andy and Noble sat opposite. The two continued to talk and talk, until the final price was 12 million, and Andy said nothing was added. If Mr. Noble does not accept this price, then this acquisition can only end here. We will use the 12 million to form a new broadcasting company. I believe it will only be stronger than ABC. Andy said. Edward Noble was a little anxious when he saw that the other party was giving up. The other two gave up and one disappeared, leaving only the HD group in front of them. If they give up, this acquisition will end in failure again. And Andy's last remarks. He was really worried that 12 million is a huge sum of money in this era, and it is more than enough to form a broadcasting company. The other party just needs to spend a few more years. But what about yourself? If this opportunity is lost, someone will not know when it will be acquired next time. He has been released for 4 years, and what to do if the broadcast company depreciates? Thinking of this, Noble made a decisive decision. Well, I accept the price. 12 million. Andy was overjoyed. Finally completed the boss task. Hardy told him that if you want to get ABC at all costs, now the price is definitely in the reasonable price range. Then let's discuss the payment method. Mr. Noble, you also know that 12 million is a huge sum of money. It is impossible for us to take out so much cash at once. Our payment method is to pay a third of the initial payment. And then what do you think of paying a third every 6 months for a total of 1 year? Andy said. How can this work? Then I will lose a lot of money. and I want you to pay the money in one lump sum," Noble said. The two parties again argued over the payment method. Today's discussion is over. Andy went back to report the results on the phone. "Boss, Noble has agreed to sell 12 million. And then we negotiated the payment method and other details. There are some differences between the two sides, but I think the problem is not big. Sign the contract officially." "Okay, then take it down as soon as possible," Hardy said happily. The next day, Andy and Noble finally reached an agreement to acquire the ABC Broadcasting Company for $12 million, obtaining all the assets of the original broadcasting company, including the two television station headquarters in Los Angeles, Hollywood and New York. The most important thing is to communicate with the nationwide cable television network and networking agreements with 116 TV stations. With these cables and networking protocols, ABC TV stations can transmit programs to these TV stations, and cover local broadcast signals through the TV station signal towers to achieve the goal of covering the entire United States. And Hardy needs to pay the other party $12 million in cash, the first batch of $5 million, the payment of $4 million in half a year, and the final payment of $300 in half a year. And on the same day, the Paramount negotiating team, who had been locked up in the broken factory for 3 days, finally had an opportunity. After someone fed them food that day, they didn't even gag their mouths. Several people gathered around and found that Simeon's rope was loose, and they bit their teeth to untie it. After they were unlocked, they found that the robbers were playing cards in the far hall, and no one paid attention to them at all. These people sneaked out along the wall and finally escaped. When they ran back to the city and saw the traffic and crowds on the street, everyone cried with excitement because it proved that they were really safe. "Woo, call the boss and ask him to send someone to pick us home," the vice president said with a choked voice. "These few days are simply too painful. He will never want to experience it again." A cafe in Los Angeles. Hardy was chatting with Professor William Fox. French girl Irina was sitting next to Hardy, listening to the two with a smile. "Professor Fox, you are an expert in radio stations, and you have also worked in a TV station. If you were in charge of the ABC Broadcasting Company, how would it operate?" Hardy asked. Professor Fox smiled. "The place that best reflects the value of media is the right to speak in public opinion, and broadcasting companies have this right, so a TV station must have news programs. You can also open a current affairs commentary program, find 2 or 3 hosts, sit there and discuss some social topics. You can also invite some celebrities, university professors to be guests, so that more collisions can be generated. But as a company, broadcasters need to make money to survive. To make money, they need advertising. The level of advertising costs depends on the ratings, so we have to produce a lot of programs that people like. Stage performances, singing and dancing, buying copyrights from film companies, and making TV dramas and other programs on their own. Entertainment. People watching TV enjoy entertainment, so TV stations must give full play to this point, so as to attract audiences and attract audiences. To make money, there must be reasonable arrangements between programs. I have done an analysis. The evening is when people love to watch TV. At that time, the men who worked outside came back, and the children who went to school came back. The whole family can happily after dinner enjoy a few hours around the TV. Currently, other TV stations broadcast at night, and there are almost no programs during the day. However, in my analysis, there are actually many viewers during the day, such as housewives who stay at home. They can also be called customers. We specialize in attracting. Broadcasting companies before the 1950s only had about 5 hours of programs per day. The time period was mainly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. This time period was called prime time because the most people stayed at home at this time. Why is there only 5 hours? The biggest reason is that program production is too expensive. No matter what program you produce, you need to spend money. However, the current advertising may not guarantee the income of the TV station. Therefore, after other TV stations have produced the program, try to broadcast it during the prime time. Hardy knew that Chinese TV stations in the 1970s and 1980s always showed boring and time-consuming programs in non-prime time periods, such as chess, Go games, opera, various lectures, and even Japanese and English teaching. William Fox saw the value of flying prime time, especially the value of Housewives. For a person in the 1940s, his vision and thinking were indeed good. Housewives spend a lot of time and often stay at home all day long. If they can be provided with some programs, especially those that are coherent, these women will definitely become loyal viewers. Moreover, women are the main consumer group in the family, and most of the family's expenses are in the hands of women. Mastering them is actually mastering the family's pocketbook. Then the two talk deeper and deeper, talking about how to form a company structure, how to make each department run smoothly, and so on. Irina was always sitting by and watching the professor chatting with Hardy. Professor Fox had her own opinions on broadcasting. She was not surprised because Professor Fox was a professional. She was surprised that Boss Hardy knew no less than Professor Fox. Looking at the man carefully, it feels like he understands everything. No wonder he can build so many careers in a short period of time. Professor Fox, are you interested in coming to ABC as the president of the company? Hardy extended an invitation and extended his hand to Professor Fox. In fact, Professor Fox had already expected it and smiled and stretched out his hand. I am honored to be able to run a broadcasting company covering the entire United States. It has always been my dream. Now I finally have a chance. Now ABC has only one empty shelf. After you become the president, everything needs you to fill it. Hardy said, "Ha ha, that's even better. I have been thinking about how to create the best broadcasting architecture for the past few years as a teacher. And now I finally have a chance to try it," Professor Fox said happily. Andy is back. Holding a preliminary agreement in his hand, the formal agreement needs to be paid in one hand and signed in the other, and it needs to be signed by Hardy himself. Hardy took the agreement and looked at it, and ordered Andy to go to Wells Fargo for a loan. Wells Fargo and HD are a strategic partnership, and Hardy has produced a very valuable Playboy magazine. Wells Fargo immediately decided to loan $10 million to Hardy. After getting the money, Hardy personally led the team to Springfield. This time with him, in addition to Andy's team, there is also Irina, the president of Fox and the secretary of the chairman. The two parties signed a formal agreement at the Xiang Hotel, and Hardy finally got the coveted ABC Broadcasting Company. Hardy decided not to change the name. The name ABC is nice and memorable. American Broadcasting Corporation. After returning to Los Angeles, Hardy instructed the president of Fox to receive the TV station himself, and the formation of a broadcasting company would also be his business in the future. And on the second day, the telephone company conducted a repair visit to Noble's house and the candy company, and unknowingly took away the bugs that were in their phones. Cleaning the battlefield is an excellent quality that a security team must possess. Fox began to form a team to organize the broadcasting company. It is estimated that it will take a month or two. During this time, a batch of programs can be produced. What kind of programs must be produced to attract people of this era? Hardy took out a piece of paper and wrote: news programs, news 30 minutes, global site, international news, current political economy. Animated cartoons are indispensable. The first thing Hardy thought of was Ultraman. This time there is nothing to do with the book. It can take several hours to get a leather jacket and a few monsters. As for the script, Hollywood screenwriters can write 100 episodes a day. The first Ultraman, he decided to call Hardy Ultraman. There are cartoons that save trouble and money, as well as Teletubbies and Garden Babies. Find a few puppet performers to make Sesame Street and keep children in minutes. It can also be launched, that is, a song video, a concept that is not yet available at this time. This must be patented. Correct. You can do TV shopping. This is in the afternoon. Women comrades stay at home.mentalnovel.com to introduce them to different products, such as teaching them how to use a steel order to make up, showing them skirts, bags, shoes, cosmetics, even kitchen supplies, baby supplies. There are so many things that can be sold in TV shopping, and all the TV sets they produce can be sold. There is no such program in this era, and it will definitely attract countless people. As for express delivery, the world has long existed. Just slow down. If you are not in a hurry, you should be able to get home in half a month. Hardy realizes that TV shopping is a big business. He finds a business to cooperate with him, and he may be popular with him. For example, the red wine produced by his two wineries has good taste, but the sales volume is not good, mainly because of lack of fame. It will definitely be effective if you sell it on TV shopping. Don't 998. No 596. Don't 198 either. For only 8 yuan, take home the top French Bordeaux red wine. No, you must apply for a patent for this, and you can't let other TV stations learn it. Chapter 168. In 3 days, Hardy came up with more than 20 programs and wrote simple creative plans. He was very concerned about the ABC TV station Hardy, and he wanted to make ABC a hit. Summon Fox, Irina and Edward, the general manager of HD Pictures, to come over. Hardy said to Edward, HD Films has established a TV program production department to provide programs for the ABC Broadcasting Company. I made a list of programs. The production of these programs requires a lot of manpower. A TV station needs a large number of programs to support. Hardy has the HD film industry. This is an innate advantage. He plans to turn a movie company into a TV station's program base, and later generations of big broadcast companies will do the same, including Paramount, Warner, Disney, Universal, these 8 major film companies. Hardy also knows that in 1948, next year, Hollywood will have a Paramount Act. The supreme law requires the separation of film companies and theater chains. This act will deal a heavy blow to major film companies. Coupled with the rise of the television industry, the 8 major Hollywood film companies no longer had their previous glory. In the following years, the 8 major film companies have also set foot in the television industry, and Radenhua, one of the 8 major film companies, has directly become a broadcasting company. So from the beginning, Hardy didn't let HD Pictures get the movie theater line, and the distribution was all done by MGM. Publishing an advertisement in the newspaper means that HD Pictures recruits a large number of producers, screenwriters, directors, planners, lighting engineers, prop artists, makeup artists, and actors. Good boss, Edward replied. Hardy looked at Fox and Irina again. I got some show planners. You can see how it feels. News 30 Minutes starts at 7 o'clock in the morning every day, and broadcasts news from various newspapers, including domestic and international news, every 30 minutes, every day at 12 noon, and the content should not be repeated. Every TV station has this kind of news. Hardy does not have a newspaper industry now. His idea is to buy a major newspaper in the future so that he can receive news from all over the world, and get news directly back to headquarters and supply TV stations. Only then will news be available. It's real news. The second plan is a talk show, The Tonight Show. It is a celebrity talk show, a fixed host, and one celebrity is invited every time. The guests can be Hollywood movie stars, singers, opera performers, or even sports stars, politicians, entrepreneurs, scientists, and presidents. Hardy wrote specifically on the plan: if possible, find a way to invite Einstein to participate in the show. After reading this plan, Irina's eyes shined. Boss, can I be the host of this show? Hardy looked at the French girl and said, the host of this show needs to be proficient in interviews and language arts, sometimes deep and sometimes sharp, and also has a sense of humor. Do you think you can manage it? Irina bit her lip. Boss, I believe I can do well. Will you give me a chance? Irina said in a slightly pleading tone. Hardy smiled. Well, this show is tentatively scheduled to be hosted by you. And the name of the show is Elaine Tonight Show. Thank you, boss. Irina thanked her excitedly. Professor Fox also saw that this program is very good. If the host is done well, he will not only gain a lot of popularity and become a star in the host industry, but more importantly, he will have contact with so many celebrities, scientists and senators. If you are a caring person, you can run a strong network. Fox looked at Irina. These days he already knew about Irina. He had to say that he was a very lucky student. He knew someone like Hardy before graduation, and now he became a senior in ABC as soon as he graduated. Continue to look at the plan. Estee Lauder makeup time. Find an excellent makeup artist. Teach women how to make up and maintain on TV. To be a perfect woman. Fox is sure that this show will be welcomed by female audiences, and this Estee Lauder brand cosmetics will also be greatly promoted. Boss, we should ask this Estee Lauder cosmetics company for advertising fees, Fox said. Hardy smiled. Most of the shares in Estee Lauder cosmetics are mine, but the advertising fee will still be paid. Fox said it was no wonder that it turned out to be the owner's own industry, which was advertising his own industry, but this show will definitely be loved by women. Irina picked up a plan with the name Barbie Little Devil. The story of Barbie princesses saving the world. Barbie princesses live a happy life on weekdays, but when the world is in danger, they will take out their magic wands and shout Barbie Princess Transformation. The princesses will become Sailor Moon, just like the evil bad guys fight. Hardy didn't write a specific story, but just a few words, and the tone of the whole story has been set, and the rest is the screenwriter writing the script. Barbie now has 3 princesses, Princess Ava, Princess Taylor, and Chinese Princess. Irina's eyes flickered. Edward picked up another plan. Ultraman, Armored Warriors, and Kamen Riders are all stories of warriors transformed into warriors and monsters, or warriors fighting against bad guys who destroy the safety of the earth. It feels very interesting. Transforming into a Superman tens of meters, I am afraid that it will require a lot of props. The teacher makes the scenery, but it's not difficult. Professor Fox looked at several plans. Teletubbies, garden babies, running around in the garden wearing baby clothes. It is very suitable for children from 1 to 3 years old to watch. Puppet show Sesame Street. Find a group of puppet performers, get a few characters, and just find a few plots to record for a few hours. It is very good to locate the crowd as young children. After seeing Hardy's plans, Professor Fox, Edward and Irina were impressed. Boss, you are really good. You can think of so many ideas in such a short time, Edward praised. What's rare is that these plans are not expensive, but they are very attractive. I believe that these programs will attract a large number of viewers when they are produced. Professor Fox said, I like Barbie Little Demon Fairy. Girls will definitely be crazy for Barbie princesses. I believe that Barbie dolls will definitely sell out again, Irina said. At this time Fox said, the boss planning is very good. Let's add some more programs to support the daily broadcast time. Hardy smiled. I don't want the TV station to only show 4 or 5 hours a day. After speaking, he took out a stack of plans. There's more. Several people were surprised. In talks of economic experts, hire a host and invite a guest similar to an expert to analyze the stock market. There has never been a TV program of this kind. Once this program is released, it is estimated that as long as the stock is mentioned, it will have an impact on which stock. For example, Andy said about Playboy magazine, introducing the magazine's sales, growth, and future expectations. People who were not familiar with Playboy magazine stocks would think that it turns out that Playboy magazine has such a strong profitability. In the increase, the value will continue to grow in the future. It must be right to invest, and people will flock to buy. Playboy magazine does not want to rise. If it is used in other stocks, the result is the same. And if the experts say which stock is not good and list a bunch of junk data on this stock, people are expected to panic selling and the stock price drops. So now they have the ability to manipulate the price of a certain stock with such programs. As for the experts, Hardy thinks you can ask Andy. He has already thought that while doing this show, let Andy's economic team buy and sell the stock market. It should be able to make a lot of money. Edward saw a headline read out. Time, Music TV, accompanies a video to the song and broadcast it on the TV station, allowing people to enjoy the feast of hearing and vision at the same time. Edward understood a little. Boss, isn't this like Miss Ava Gardner's last song in the movie Red Dead Redemption? Yes. It's that kind of format. In the future, we can make songs into music TV mode and broadcast them on TV. This will have an excellent publicity effect for singers and music, Hardy said. Edward immediately realized the advantages of this model. After that, our record company has singers who will release new songs. In addition to broadcasting them on the radio, they can also be broadcast on TV. The effect of publicity is better. Boss, this should apply for copyright, Edward said. Next to Fox also said, Boss, I think all our program ideas should apply for copyright, so as not to be copied by other broadcasters. Hardy smiled. Of course, all these plans, turn back to Edward U to apply for copyright. If someone dares to copy our program, sue him. The high fine will make other broadcasters cry. The next program list is a TV series. The HD Films TV program production department will create its own TV series in the future. I have written 2 script outlines for you to see. Several people took it. There is a fairy wife in the house. Red Dead Redemption. The fairy wife in my family is not the one from Taiwan province, but an American drama. It was aired in 1964. It was a comedy with a total of more than 260 episodes. It was very popular in the United States that year and won the TV series ratings for several consecutive years. The fairy wife of the family is about a new actor who has met a young actress who has also just entered the industry. He wants to pursue this actress to be his girlfriend, but he does not know that this actress is a family magician. Some crappy magic. The heroine is from the UK. You reading www.uukansu.com claims to be called Hogwarts in his hometown. Because he loves Hollywood and wants to be an actor, he came to Los Angeles. There are a lot of jokes in the whole story. Every time the male protagonist is tricked by the witch, and the witch tries to protect the male protagonist from tricking others, it is a refreshing one. Hardy only wrote a short paragraph. For example, the male lead chasing the female lead, the kind of stupid hat. The female lead became angry and enlarged the male lead's ears and became a big ear tutu. The male lead didn't know it, and was ridiculed by many people. When the hostess is angry, she will scold the male lead mole. The male lead still doesn't understand what it means. He thought the female lead was calling him a fool. Another example is an assistant director bullying the male lead, and the witch has lost the assistant director's pants that bullied the male lead. The assistant director didn't know that he had lost his pants, and was still scolding people arrogantly there. He wore shorts on the set and became the emperor's new modern outfit version. Let the deputy director make a big ugly. The 3 of them only watched this little story and knew that if this story were made into a TV series, it would definitely be very attractive, and the ratings would definitely explode. And the main scenes of this play are at home and film companies. These places can be filmed directly, so the cost will definitely be minimized. As for actors, Hollywood has no shortage of actors, and you can find anything. Chapter 169. The TV series Red Dead Redemption is an expanded version of the movie Red Dead Redemption. Hardy did not write the plot. The story can be written by the screenwriter. As for the actor, Eastwood can play it. Now he has nothing to play, just shooting TV drama. Eastwood was nominated for Best Actor Oscar for his performance in Red Dead Redemption. Now he has some fame and his role is remembered, but his acting style is also invisibly defined by the audience. If he plays a film other than westerns, the audience may be afraid it's hard to accept. It's like letting Shen Teng play a serious character. You just want to laugh when you see him, always thinking that the next second he will give you a plot reversal. That director dares to use him in such a role. Hardy has one more consideration for making this TV show. He still has 8,000 acres of land in New Mexico, and now he has only built a mineral water plant, using a very small part of the vast land, which can be used to build a Western filming base. Putting down the TV series catalog, Hardy took out another blockbuster show. Look at this. Hardy handed them the TV shopping plan, which was obviously more detailed than other plans. Several people looked carefully. TV shopping, broadcast time from 2 to 6 p.m. every day, mainly for the group of housewives. In American families, 90% of women will become housewives after marriage. The focus is on the family. They are the main body of family consumption, so the recommended products are also aimed at this group. TV shopping can sell clothes, shoes, bags, accessories, red wine, cosmetics, skincare products, perfume, kitchen supplies, beautiful pots and pans, cups and tea sets, dishwashers, juicers, and children's products. Each of these types has countless brands and styles, so it can never be recommended. Hardy is first preparing to recommend his own products, such as red wine. He has a winery in France and the United States respectively. The sales volume is not very good, so he sells it on TV shopping. He believes that with the sales ability of TV shopping, he will definitely not worry about selling. Irina's eyes shined after watching Boss. Those housewives, many need to watch their children at home and can't go out shopping. Such programs will definitely attract them, and other broadcasters have no programs at this time. Attract countless audiences. Edward thought of other things. Boss, you said that it is very troublesome to ask women to call for shopping and then deliver the goods. I know that in the initial stage, it will only be in a few cities, such as Los Angeles and New York. I am also planning to sign a contract with a courier company. I believe that he has our business and will develop rapidly. In fact, even if you don't buy it, it will have a great promotional effect on these products. This is also a kind of advertising. We can ask other businesses for advertising fees. When we sell things, we have to give us a sales commission, so we can make money on both sides. Hardy didn't say anything. In addition to earning advertising fees and commissions, before selling products, Andy can buy the stocks of these companies. As long as their commodities are on fire, the stock prices will naturally rise. In this way, he will earn more than advertising fees and commissions. Much more. You can even buy some listed companies with low stock prices but excellent products, and then work hard to package and sell his products. After revitalizing the company, the stock price soars. Hardy estimates that he can quickly make back the money he bought from the ABC TV station. So, owning a broadcasting company is definitely not to earn advertising fees, but to control propaganda and public opinion. This is the most powerful weapon. After talking about TV shopping, Hardy took out the last plan. Look at this. This is a draft planner called Super Draft. What is a draft? Irina asked. The so-called draft is naturally to select the best people. My plan is to carry out draft activities across the country, starting from the C-election, and finally finishing the championship, second and third place along the way. Hardy's audition program is similar to Supergirl, but regardless of gender, starting from the C-election, all the way to advancement, knockout, and annual finals. Although Hardy called for a national draft, it is now 1947, and many conditions are not allowed at all. It is impossible to get a national audition. There is only one audition location, and that is Los Angeles. With the registration method, people from any place can come to Los Angeles to sign up. This is the so-called national audition. However, he believes that many people will come to Hollywood, a star-making city from a distant hometown, with star dreams. After reading it, Edward said with excitement, "Boss, this is equivalent to selecting talents across the country. If these people sign contracts with our agency, our company will have many more outstanding artists in the future. Moreover, they have already shown their faces on this show. They are considered to be a little famous, and they have an advantage in other activities, and they can directly make money. Hardy turned the planning book a page and clicked on it. Look here, I have already written it. Edward looked at what Hardy was pointing to. It said the signing plan. He even wrote that all artists must sign with the company before the finals. If they don't sign, they will be eliminated in the first round. The boss is really wise. Why do you want to support you if you don't sign a contract with the company? Fox and Irina and Edward see things from different perspectives. Thinking of this program called Super Draft in his mind, he can feel that the program is estimated to attract countless people's attention from the beginning. Hardy wrote a sentence in the planning book, which was too inflammatory. Ordinary people can have dreams too. This is a talent show for all people. Whether you are a farmer, a repairman, a delivery person or a female textile worker, as long as you sing beautifully and sing a moving voice, you can participate in this talent show. In this era, there is no such kind of show for all people to participate. Even an ordinary person can sign up for it. Although it is possible that the audition will be rejected, what does it matter? It is considered a show. Ordinary people can also have dreams. This is the most attractive part of the Super Draft, because he gives everyone a chance and the possibility to become a star. Such a program will inevitably attract countless viewers. The audience is mostly ordinary people. When they see these people on stage, they will see their own shadows, and they will have a strong sense of substitution. They will not laugh at the draft candidates because they make a fool of them, but will feel cordial. This talent show may become a national carnival show. Boss, I think there are more shots in the audition. Maybe the audience prefers videos that sing out of tune or even make a fool of yourself, Fox suggested. Hardy smiled and turned to the last page. I saw the above saying, everyone can become their own star, even if they are embarrassed. In order to encourage participation enthusiasm, arrange for some ordinary people to participate in the draft. Each period of the wonderful contestants and excellent players to choose a few, so that it is entertaining. The audition should be more fun than the promotion competition. You can show 2 hours a day for 5 months of audition, so that other participants will have enough time to come to Los Angeles. Fox now admires Hardy even more. The boss' knowledge and talent are better than any TV person he has ever seen. Hardy's plan for these programs has been enough to support the TV station. I believe that once these programs are released, other TV stations will definitely lose their heads, and ABC will quickly become the ratings champion in the US broadcasting industry. With the ratings, will there be a lack of advertisements? Wouldn't you make money with advertising? Fox, the structure of the TV station will be completed as soon as possible. I hope that the first episode of the program will be officially broadcast next month. Good Mr. Hardy. Edward, you are in charge of these planning projects. Hire more directors, screenwriters, producers, and planners as soon as possible, and build up the crews of these programs. I will see the effect within half a month. Also, set up a procurement team to buy film rights from other film companies and broadcast them on TV. By the way, ask if the TV broadcast rights of MGM Cat and Mouse can be sold. In addition, pay attention to some big sports events, such as baseball and rugby events. The game events are very attractive to TV viewers. You can spend some money to buy broadcast rights, Hardy said. Edward couldn't help nodding, and wrote down the things the boss had ordered. After the order was over, Edward, Fox, and Irina left Hardy's office. Hardy relaxed and put his feet on the table. After 3 days of busying, he finally got things done. The next thing is for his men to get busy. NS. At this time, the door was knocked again. Coming. The door was gently pushed open, and Irina stretched out half of her head. Boss, I have something to look for you, Irina said cautiously. Coming. Irina walked up to Hardy and stood there a little hesitant. What's the matter, boss? I especially like the planning of your Barbie little demon fairy. It must look good when taken, Irina said with a smile. However, are the 3 princesses a bit less? I think the 4 princesses are actually better. The more the number of princesses, the greater the interaction between them, so that the duration of the film will be longer. right?" Yelena whispered. "Your statement is not unreasonable." Hardy nodded. Now he has guessed what this girl wants to do. Irina had mentioned the Barbie princess to him more than once before, and wanted to add a Princess Elaine to herself. Irina listened to Hardy agreeing with her statement. Her face was stunned. "Boss, you think so too, don't you? Adding a princess will definitely be better." "I see. Looking back, I will think about which princess to add." After speaking, she looked up at Irina, pretending that she didn't know what the French girl thought. "Anything else?" Irina felt anxious when she saw that the boss didn't consider herself at all. "Boss, can you see me, Princess Elaine?" Hardy looked up and down the French girl and asked, "What are your measurements?" Surprise appeared on Irina's face. "Straighten up in a graceful posture." 35D 2435. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. This girl is more than 1.70 meters tall, with long legs and big buttocks. The proportions of her figure are close to perfect. She looks beautiful, very similar to the French actress Adjani that Hardy knew. "Is your figure that good?" "I don't believe it." Hardy shook his head. "I can find a ruler for the boss to measure by himself," the French girl said without admitting defeat. "You go to the person in charge of the Barbie doll factory, and you say that I agree. Barbie has added a Princess Elaine and the Barbie Little Demon. You personally supervise the production, and the number of Sailor Moon has increased to 4-bit. Hardy said, "Long live the boss, I love you to death." The long-awaited wish was finally fulfilled. Irina jumped up excitedly, called to step forward and hugged Hardy hard, and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. When the girl hugged him, Hardy felt that she said she hadn't lied for 35 days. Chapter 170. There are a lot of TV show creativity in Hardy's mind, and he didn't take it out once, such as The Talent Show and Millionaire. The ones he took out are enough. Now TV shows are still in a barren era, and there are no decent programs at all. The so-called variety shows of NBC and CBS invite some song and dance troupes to perform, so people watch them with gusto. The TV station and program production arrangements are in charge of Fox and Edward, but there are still many things that Hardy needs to decide, such as express delivery. Now express delivery services are far less developed than later generations. Once TV shopping becomes popular, delivery will be a very big problem. There are also products sold on TV shopping. It is impossible to sell all fruits and vegetables, and the value is too low, otherwise the freight will lose money. How to solve this problem? Hardy thought for a long time, and gradually got some clues. For example, Estee Lauder. Now Estee Lauder has counters in shopping malls in more than 20 major cities across the United States. Customers watching TV shopping and calling to place an order can ask the operator to give the customer a purchase code. As long as the customer goes to the counter and provides the purchase code, they can shop on TV. Get the goods at the price. Because TV shopping belongs to direct selling, the price is generally about 10% to 20% cheaper than that of counters. Will it affect counter sales? There will definitely be an impact, because as long as you make a phone call, you can get cosmetics that cost 10 yuan. Now you can get it for 8 yuan. The phone call is not a hassle. Why don't customers buy it on TV shopping? But in fact, the business did not lose, because TV shopping will greatly increase sales. Originally, the counter could only sell 10 boxes of cosmetics a day, but now it may be 100 boxes or 200 boxes. Quantitative changes produce qualitative changes, and unit price profits are less, but sales can be greatly increased, and the profit will naturally be more. However, this method can only be used for products that have sales departments across the country, and they are very picky. In the future, you still have to establish your own logistics and transportation system, or you can set up large-scale storage bases in various places. Walmart. Hardy thought of the name in his mind. Later, the world's largest super company by market capitalization, with large amounts of cash and sales channels, has more than 10,000 shopping malls, is also the company with the most employees in the world, and employs 2.2 million employees at the same time. Walmart was only established in 1962. There are too many careers now. A little bit. Wait until the things at hand are sorted out before getting involved in these large-scale service industries. Hardy approached Andy and talked to him about making him an expert in financial stocks. In the show, you first talk about financial knowledge, then comment on the current stock market situation, and then take out a few stocks to focus on analysis. Analyze the company situation of these stocks, whether there is a purchase value, future expectations, etc. Andy quickly thought of it. With this kind of nationwide platform reviews, it will definitely have a certain impact on those stocks. Stocks with good reviews are estimated to have an increase in stock prices, while those with bad reviews may have a sharp decline in stock prices. This is equivalent to controlling the stock price indirectly. Boss, we can do this in advance and we can make a lot of money. So it's called a professional. It's perfect. Hardy smiled and said, "That's how I think. Okay, leave this to you." "No problem, boss," Andy responded with a smile. "One more thing, you pick a group of consumer-oriented companies that have market value, but the sales are not good. Useful." Hardy said, "What do you want to do?" "The TV station is going to set up a TV shopping column to promote products directly on TV, which will have a great publicity effect on those corporate products. Some companies are not well known, so the sales are not good. They sell through TV shopping and the products are very popular. The stock price is bound to rise sharply, which is more room for appreciation than the comment on the stock market." Hardy explained. Andy got it. Like Barbie and Playboy, they were originally on the verge of bankruptcy and their stock prices were sluggish. They have been transformed into high-quality companies through transformation, and their stock prices have risen exponentially. Just dig out a few listed companies like Playboy, and it is not difficult to make money back to buy broadcast companies. "I understand the boss, and will give you a list of listed companies as soon as possible," Andy said. 2 days later Andy handed Hardy a list. "Boss, these companies meet your requirements." Listed companies, people's livelihood products, have relatively good production capacity, but because of publicity and geographical restrictions, they do not operate well. Andy introduced. Hardy looked at the list. Little Hornet motorcycle, a lady's scooter, has an annual output of 10,000 units. The sales situation is not good now. The backlog of more than 5,000 motorcycles cannot be sold. It is now in a semi-stop production state. The company's stock price is $0.58. Hardy picked up the photo and looked at it. It was a chartered lady's scooter, which looked very similar to the small motorcycle driven by Audrey Hepburn in Roman Holiday. "How much does this car cost?" Hardy asked. "The cost is about $50 and the price is $118. Andy said. Hardy touched his chin. He thought this motorcycle was a good product. "Andy, find the boss to buy stocks and buy back stocks on the stock market at the same time." "Boss, do you think this motorcycle can be sold?" Andy asked. "I think it can be a big sale. You can keep the price down as much as possible. After the motorcycle factory is set up, we can sell it at a good price." Hardy smiled. "The next one is a hairdryer factory that produces hair dryers." Hardy looked at the photos of hair dryers, and he could only say that it was really ugly and looked like Peppa Pig. "Is this a hairdryer or a blower? No wonder it can't be sold so ugly." This home appliance hairdryer factory needs to find a designer to design a beautiful shape. If it is beautiful, the sales will definitely increase. Hardy said. "Do you want to buy this hairdryer factory?" Andy asked. Hardy looked at the price. The stock price was hovering at 20 US cents. The total price of the factory was only tens of thousands of US dollars. It didn't matter if it was bought. In fact, Hardy decided to buy it, and his name played a role. Dyson hairdryer. Next there are factories producing clothing, factories producing ladies' backpacks, 4-piece bedding sets, shoe factories, juicer factories, and even chocolate factories. "These look okay." Hardy asked Andy to watch the purchase of shares. They will become the first batch of recommended products. Andy brought people to the Little Hornets motorcycle factory. The boss of the company gave a warm welcome. Looking at the piles of motorcycles squeezed in the warehouse, Andy said, "I can buy all of these products, but I need a preferential price." The boss was overjoyed. "Then I will give you a cost price. What do you think of a $55 car?" the boss asked in a low voice. Andy shook his head. $30 a car. The boss's eyes widened in an instant. "My production cost is $50 for each car, and I will pay you half of the money for $30. There is no such business in the world." Andy smiled softly. "There are too many loss-making businesses in the world. If you don't sell it to me now, you may lose more money. You should also understand that the squeezed product is not worth a penny, and it is only worth it if you sell it." The boss naturally understands this truth. After negotiation, a total of 5,000 motorcycles in this batch was sold to Andy's trading company at a price of $38 each. After signing the contract, Andy looked at the boss and smiled. "Mr. Vice, can you sell your motorcycle factory shares?" The owner of the motorcycle factory was stunned. He just bought his own motorcycle, so he wanted to buy his own factory shares. He thought about it. "Sell. How much do you pay?" "According to stock market prices," Andy said. The two sides are arguing again. In the end, Andy bought 40% of the shares in the motorcycle factory. At the same time, he asked people to buy some circulating shares of the motorcycle factory on the stock market. Now Andy's financial company has actually become the largest shareholder of a motorcycle factory. Buying motorcycles first, then buying shares, Andy squeezed the motorcycle factory over and over again. Other factories, Andy basically uses this kind of routine, trying to buy shares at the lowest possible price, and then sell him after he is put into operation in the later stage, so as to make a lot of money. Everyone else is busy. Bill called Hardy this day. "Boss, the Mexican is already on the bait. I'm preparing to trade tonight. Would you like to visit it?" "Okay." How could Hardy not take a look at such an interesting thing? The bodyguard drove Hardy to the Los Angeles gang. The French liar Victor saw the big boss and immediately stepped forward to respectfully salute him. "Has the time been set?" Hardy asked. "Yes, boss. It is set at 12 o'clock tonight. The location is outside Los Angeles. I will lead the team to trade," Victor said. "Nothing will go wrong, right?" "Hey, those Mexicans believe in my identity now." Victor smiled. Hardy looked at Bill. "Did you inform Lanster about them?" "It has been notified that they will lie in ambush on the periphery, and when our transaction is over, they will immediately send out to arrest those Mexicans." Bill replied. "Fishing hooks, fishing lines, and dip nets are all ready, and this Mexican fish is doomed to escape." Nowadays, there are very few drug sellers in Los Angeles, only one in Mexico. During this time, drug prices in Los Angeles have skyrocketed several times. The Mexicans can't get so many goods through their purchase channels. Novel.com. Victor came to the door through relationships and made the Mexicans feel that the opportunity to make a fortune was here. The first batch of transactions was 50 kilograms, and the Mexicans took a short time, sold out this batch of goods and sold them at a good price. With the last transaction, the Mexicans have already trusted Victor. A large number of them were ordered a few days ago. Victor promised to get 250 kilograms. This batch of goods will cost $900,000. The Mexicans readily agreed. Late at night, two cars drove to the outskirts of Los Angeles and stopped. A few Mexicans came down, headed by a big leader of the Mexican gang. They smoked under the car, waiting for the counterparty to come over. After about 20 minutes, I finally saw the lights coming from a distance. Two cars drove from a distance and stopped 20 meters away. The headlights of both sides were shining on each other, and Victor and his men got out of the car. The Mexican leader looked at Victor and greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Macron. I'm finally waiting for you." Chapter 171. Macron is now Victor's name. As a professional liar, it is normal to have dozens of names. Victor smiled. Hello Naoto, we meet again. I have brought the goods. Are you ready for the money? Of course, the Mexican leader said and waved. And immediately one of his men came forward with a suitcase. Open the box in front of the car lights, which is full of dollars. Victor waved his hand, and several of his men took out several large packages from the trunk of the car and placed them in front of the lights. Both sides checked banknotes and drugs. The final confirmation is correct. The deal is concluded, and I hope that next time Mr. Macron can bring us more goods. Now, as much as we eat, the entire Los Angeles is now our market, the Mexican leader said proudly. No problem, we'll decide next time. Victor nodded with a smile. Both sides boarded the car and Victor's convoy left. The Mexicans drove away and quickly entered the city and drove into a large courtyard in a slum area, where the second leader of the Mexican gang was waiting for them. The goods were moved into the house, and the second master looked at the piles of white powder bricks on the ground, opened a bag with a dagger, and put the powder into his mouth. Well, this batch of goods is still very pure. Turn around and add glucose powder to it, and sell one serving for 3, which can be sold for 3 times the price, the second master said proudly. At this time, suddenly there was a loud bang in the yard. A large truck crushed through the door, and the Mexican gang were all startled. Before they could react, a team of HD security players in black special uniforms came in with submachine guns. The security team didn't talk nonsense with the Mexican gang. They shot and killed as long as they saw someone. The Mexicans finally reacted with their guns and counterattacked. However, where they were opponents of the security team, they were immediately killed by random shots. Within a few minutes, the HD security team completed the operation, killing 11 members of the Mexican gang. None of them survived, and seized 250 kilograms of drugs. As soon as the security team took control of the scene, 2 reporters came in and slammed the scene. Then the Los Angeles Police Department Chief Ed came in and stood in front of the drug dealer's corpse and white powder to take pictures and interviews. Everything is properly arranged. Victor returned to the Los Angeles company and handed in the suitcase. Bill opened the suitcase and saw the money in it and laughed. Boss, the money is probably the entire family of those chicken rolls, and we have all taken over now. Bill, this guy got a bargain and teased others. Boss, what do you think of this money? Bill asked. Relevant personnel should get the prize money in place, and the rest will be accounted for by the company. Hardy said. Now that the gang has established a company, everything is formalized, and Hardy has to follow the rules. It is impossible to get the money and spend it on his own. The next day, Los Angeles Times. The headline of the news read, the Los Angeles Police Department, together with the HD Security Patrol, destroyed a huge drug deal in one fell swoop. Just yesterday, HD Security got clues and learned that a group of Mexicans were preparing to conduct drug dealings. They immediately sent people to track them down. The drug dealers were hiding in very tight places. The HD Security patrols broke through the door in a large truck crash mode. The drug dealers were extremely stubborn. They refused to surrender and shot at the security team members. The HD security team fought against the drug dealers in a fierce gun battle, and finally killed all the drug dealers and seized 250 kilograms of drugs. This is the largest drug case in the history of Los Angeles, and it is also the largest drug case so far. The market value of seized drugs exceeds $1 million. The Los Angeles Police Department Chief Ed said that in view of the outstanding performance of the HD Security Company in this case, it will apply to the city government for awards. After reading the newspaper, people in Los Angeles commented. Since the HD Security, the law and order situation in Los Angeles has been much stronger than before. I used to not dare to go to the streets at night, and now there is no need to be so scared when I go out. The HD Security patrol car will patrol late every day. As long as you see their patrol car, you feel at ease. HD Security will also help the people. Once there was a car accident on the street, just in time for the patrol team to arrive and immediately took the injured to the hospital. Now the reputation of HD security in Los Angeles is very good. The police are beyond the reach. The most important thing is that the police will fine. The HD security will not fine the people and disturb the people. It will only help the people and maintain local public order. It will naturally get a good reputation. 2 days later, the Los Angeles city government awarded HD security. In view of the outstanding contribution of the security company this time, it issued a bonus of $20,000. At the same time, it resigned the contract with HD security to increase the number of employees. The increase in the number of people will naturally increase the salary. The original thing may have passed like this, but what Hardy didn't expect was that after 2 days, Lanster told Hardy that a California congressman wanted to visit and condole the HD security and also wanted to meet and chat with the HD boss. Which congressman? Hardy asked. Congressman Nicholson. Hardy was taken aback for a moment. Last time I saw a future President Lee Jen, and this time another future President Nicholson, and he knew that Nicholson came to power much earlier than Reagan, and he had been in power before he came to power, and has been in power for 5 years. Later became the youngest vice president in the history of the United States. He was only 39 years old when he was elected. Instead of looking for him, he came to find himself instead, perhaps because of his own growth. He has been favored by some people and turned into a person who can make friends with. Lanster, you wrote back to the other party, saying that I would be happy to meet Senator Nicholson. Hardy said, also, let Henry get me the most detailed investigation report of Nicholas. The more detailed the better. Hardy ordered. I understand. Afternoon. Lanster reported that he had agreed with Senator Nicholson that he would inspect the HD security company in Los Angeles 2 days later. Henry also sent a copy of the most detailed information about Nicholson. Nicholson was born in 1913. His home is in the town of Yorba Linda near Los Angeles, California. He is only 34 years old this year. After graduating from college, he became a lawyer and later joined the Republican Party. California is now the headquarters of the Republican Party. After the outbreak of World War II, he joined the Navy and was promoted to lieutenant commander. He recovered in 1946 and was soon elected as a Republican member of the House of Representatives. In fact, members of the House of Representatives do not have much power, and their term of office is only 2 years. Their main function is to propose motions and quarrel in the parliament. The real power is the senator. The senator is elected by the whole state and represents the people of the whole state in Washington. 1 governor and 2 senators in each state should be regarded as the 3 most powerful people in that state. Hardy had some guesses about Nicholas' intention to visit the HD security. Make a show. If members of the House of Representatives want to climb up and be elected by the people, they must engage in political shows from time to time to expand their influence and seek capital for future elections for the Senate. HD security is well known in the United States after going through the bank robbery documentary, and now it has cracked the largest drug case in the United States, which is once again reported by the national media. Moreover, many newspapers reported that HD security played a great role in Los Angeles' public order. The crime rate dropped by 50% and the people's sense of security increased. Because of local security, Los Angeles has developed more rapidly recently, and there are more tourists in Hollywood than before. How can such a star company as a member of parliament just come and see it? At that time, it was reported in the newspaper that Senator Nicholson visited the headquarters of DH, affirmed their work for the security of Los Angeles, and hoped that they will continue to work hard. It is said that it is condolences, but it is the members themselves who are propagating. There is another reason. Nicholson specifically asked to see Hardy, that is, he might want to ask Hardy to be his sponsor. Elections need money, propaganda needs money. Need money to go out. It takes money to organize your own campaign team. To go further from the House of Representatives to the Senate, you need not only ability, But more importantly, publicity. You need to let the public know you before you can vote for you. Publicity requires a lot of money. For example, in a presidential election, a dozen candidates spent a total of $2.4 billion in Austria's Xi year. Trump was even more powerful in that year, and a dozen people spent a total of more than $5 billion. American campaign expert Mark Hanna said more than 100 years ago, to win an election, two things are needed. One is money, and the second is something I can't remember. The US presidential election has always been candidate-oriented rather than party-oriented. Therefore, increasing popularity through advertising and campaign activities has become a threshold that candidates must pass to participate in the game. As for advertising and building momentum, it is impossible to have no money. The same is true for state legislature elections. Only 2 senators in each state can be elected, but there are 7 or 8 people who can stand for election. They need to organize their own propaganda teams to go to various cities in the state to do propaganda, and even go deep into small towns, advertise and post posters in newspapers, magazines, radio and TV. Where the money for publicity comes from, of course, is not in one's own pockets, and most people can't afford it. Funding mainly comes from political contributions. Political contributions are legal. Set up an account for the people to donate, and the funds are used for elections. However, the people can donate a few dollars. The election funds are massive. Often the donations of a big benefactor will be countless times the donations of the people. Behind every politician, there will be one or more big benefactors, and the higher the level, the more benefactors. But is this money so easy to take? Why do people use the money for you? If you take other people's money, you have to do things for them. If you don't do anything for me, you will stop your political contributions. After the riots in the US Congress in 2021, 147 Republicans voted against confirming the Electoral College votes. Then many large companies such as Citigroup, Marriott, and Medicare made a decision to stop providing financial support to these 147 people. Money manipulating politics is such a fruitless fruit. Hardie is very rich now, and you can find out how many assets he has if you just check it, which is fully in line with the conditions of a big money owner. And Hardie had more than money. The influence of HD Security, the influence of Playboy magazine, the influence of HD Pictures, and now an ABC broadcasting company. It can be said that in California, Hardie's influence is definitely in the upper echelon. It is normal for Nicholas to see him. He is still a 34-year-old young congressman who needs to establish his own network. Hardie does not show any tendency now, and he is definitely the object he strives for. But this guy is an anti-productive element. What should I do to him? Later, he was the first US president to visit China.mtlnovel.com. I have to say that this is a contradictory guy, and it also shows that he is a standard politician from the side. 2 days later, Nicholson took his assistant and flew from Sacramento, the capital of California, to Los Angeles. When the two got off the plane, Nicholson saw several planes parked in the distance. The paint on the plane was a golden bird with HD underneath. 2 letters. Hall. Are these airplanes with the HD logo the property of Hardie? Nicholas asked. Yes, Mr. Congressman. That Mr. Hardie does have an airline company. It is now in the trial operation period and there are a total of 50 aircraft. The assistant said that Mr. John Hardie has a lot of business. I heard that he also retired as a soldier. It's really amazing to have such a big business in just a few years. I hope we can have a pleasant exchange this time.